Hokage, I am the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Period. Chapter 1 I Will Die With Only One Magatama Sharingan, Brain Storage Konoha 32. On the eve of the Second Shinobi World War, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light onto the playground of Konoha village. The Third Hokage stood on the platform, facing the ninjas who were about to set out on their expedition, his eyes firm and full of confidence. Ninjas of Konoha? The Third Hokage's voice was loud and powerful. Today, we will face a severe test. However, I believe that we, the ninjas of Konoha, are the strongest. We have firm beliefs, fearless courage, and a united spirit. We will surely defeat the enemy and defend our homeland. The Third Hokage's speech was full of passion and power, making every ninja present feel their blood boiling. They all tightened their weapons, ready to fight for the honor of Konoha village. At this moment, the ninja who was sleeping while standing against a big tree suddenly frowned. The speech of the Third Hokage and the cheers of the villagers shattered his dream. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Third Hokage on the podium, thinking to himself, I'll sleep a little longer. I watched the Naruto anime all night yesterday and finally finished it. Why are these people dancing and chattering today and disturbing my sleep? Then he heard a sentence, where the leaves dance, the fire will never stop. Everyone get ready, we will win this battle. The ninja's eyes widened. He looked around. Where the hell was this? Wasn't I at home watching anime and then falling asleep in bed? Who is on the stage? He looked closely and saw it was Sarutobi Hiruzen in his black combat uniform. Damn. The ninja rubbed his eyes. What the hell? The young sandame. Then he looked down at his outfit. Well, it was Uchiha combat uniform and tactical gloves. He was stunned for a moment, then a flood of memories flooded into his mind. His head felt as if it was torn apart, and his body couldn't help but curl up because he was under the shade of a tree. And the third generation was giving a speech on the stage. Everyone's attention was not on him at the moment, so no one noticed his abnormality. After about 5 minutes, the pain gradually subsided, and Uchiha Xiao's painful expression slowly returned to calm. The information came to mind. Uchiha Xiao, the notorious waste of the Uchiha clan, whose eyes were still not opened at the age of 18, and he only had Jinan chakra. He knew very few ninjutsu, such as C-level Great Fireball Jutsu, C-level Phoenix Fire Jutsu and C-level Dragon Fire Jutsu. Uchiha Xiao was furious, thinking to himself, fuck, I traveled to this Naruto world, I'm 18 years old and blind, I only know 3 C-level ninjutsu, damn it, with Jinan level chakra, and I'm about to participate in the Second Shinobi World War. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? Then a surge of resentment from the 21st century college students rose to the sky, and then a red light flashed in Uchiha Xiao's eyes, his pupils turned red, and a black Magatama was spinning. Uchiha Xiao felt a stinging pain in his eyes, followed by a feeling of weightlessness. Just when he was about to faint, a flash of yellow appeared in front of his eyes, and he lost consciousness in just a moment. Tsunade, one of the 3 most outstanding geniuses of Konoha in this era, is a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heir of the Senju bloodline. She has not yet fought with Hanzo of the Salamander. Nor does she have the title of the so-called 3 ninjas. She had just finished listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech and felt her whole body boiling with fighting spirit. She also heard that she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would be the captains and lead the villagers to fight against the ninjas outside. The thought of it made her excited. When she was about to go home to prepare some ninja tools, she suddenly felt a cold chakra. When she was looking for the source of the chakra, she found a person under the tree. It was Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao was full of resentment and stared at the above. Then his eyes began to bleed. Blood flowed downwards from the corners of his eyes, and his pupils turned from black to red. This is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Tsunade was shocked. It was not that she didn't know that the Uchiha clan had the Sharingan bloodline, but it was her first time observing it so closely, and she couldn't help but feel curious. As if guided by fate, she walked towards Uchiha Xiao as if possessed by a mysterious force. The moment Uchiha Xiao lowered his head, she noticed that he seemed to be about to fall down at any time, so she sped up and hugged Uchiha Xiao. Before he fainted, Tsunade frowned. What was this guy's name? Uchiha Xiao, I think? The last one in this class of ninja school. He only opened his Sharingan at the age of 18 this year. How can I describe this talent? It's hard to put into words. She originally wanted to send Uchiha Xiao back to the Uchiha clan, but suddenly she thought of some bad things. It seems that this guy is regarded as a disgrace by the Uchiha clan, and even his classmates from the Uchiha clan bully him from time to time. Thinking of this, Tsunade sighed. There was no other way, so she took him back to the Senju ancestral home. She shook her head, picked up Uchiha Xiao, who had consumed a lot of physical and mental energy due to opening his eyes, and walked towards her family's territory. At this moment, Tsunade didn't know what impact her actions had brought to herself. After Tsunade left, a figure slowly appeared. It was the young Danzo Shimura. He had a gloomy face and looked at Tsunade's back. No, he was looking at Uchiha Aoki, the Uchiha brat who was born evil. After saying that, he walked towards the Hokage building. He wanted to tell Sarutobi about this. The Uchiha clan was planning to contact the Senju clan. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Tsunade carried the unconscious Uchiha Xiao and arrived at the Senju ancestral home in a few breaths. Although she did not inherit her grandfather's wood escape talent, her physical talent was perfectly inherited. Therefore, no one could see her movements clearly. They just felt a gust of wind blowing past. Tsunade knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The next person to open the door was a woman. She looked quite dignified and very beautiful, but time had left some traces at the corners of her eyes. She first smiled and said, "Tsunade is here." Then she looked at her arms and found that she was holding a young man from the Uchiha clan. Although she frowned for a moment, she still said, "Come in first." "Yes, Grandma." After saying that, Tsunade rushed into the house and put Uchiha Xiao on the floor. The woman glanced at the tree not far away and closed the door. The ninja, Anbu, on the tree couldn't help but feel ashamed, but he had no choice. Lord Hokage said that the safety of the Jinchuriki was of paramount importance. He had tried his best to hide himself, but was still easily discovered by Lord Mito. He sighed and continued to observe the Senju clan's land. In the room, Tsunade used chakra to sense Uchiha Xiao's physical condition and found that he had just fainted due to excessive physical consumption, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Uzumaki Mito walked in slowly. She first glanced at Uchiha Xiao and then said, "Tsunade, this boy and you." Tsunade was stunned. "Grandma, you misunderstood. It's just that when the teacher was giving a speech today, Uchiha Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and consumed too much energy, so I brought him back." "Then why don't you send him back to the Uchiha clan? They should know more about the Sharingan," Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. "Grandma, it's like this." Tsunade told Uzumaki Mito about the story of Uchiha Xiao. Uzumaki Mito became calm from the initial teasing, and then a look of pity flashed in his eyes. "I can't believe that the Uchiha clan has gone back in time. When Madara was alive, even if he admired the strong, he would not look down on any of his clansmen. Now," Uzumaki Mito said lightly. Then Uzumaki Mito got up to make some nourishing medicinal soup. Although she looked a little serious, she was actually a soft-hearted person. "This is a new work by a newcomer, so I hope you can give me some advice. Everyone has their own understanding of novels. I write Naruto in my own style, so please be tolerant. After all, it's not easy." "Finally, I hope that everyone will like the book I wrote." "Thank you." "Then, I hope everyone can click to urge for updates, whether they are new book friends or old readers. Thank you." Chapter 2, Waking Up, System Binding. About 2 hours later, Uchiha Xiao woke up from his coma. He shook his head, then took a deep breath and looked around. "Where's this?" Uchiha Xiao murmured. This was not his home, nor was it the playground, nor was it his old and dilapidated house in the clan's territory. Instead, it is a spacious, bright, and warm house. "Young man, you're awake." Uzumaki Mito sat on a chair, opened his tightly closed eyes, and looked at Uchiha Xiao on the bed. Uchiha Xiao stood up and looked towards the source of the sound, only to find a middle-aged woman sitting on a chair. She had red hair, a noble posture, a beautiful face, and was looking straight at him. His mind raced. Konoha, red-haired, middle-aged woman, could it be? Uchiha Xiao quickly stood up, uncovered a quilt, got out of bed, knelt on one knee, and saluted. "Thank you, Mito-sama, for saving my life." Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows, and became interested. "Young man, I remember that I have never told you my name. How did you know me?" That would naturally be Konoha plus red hair, but he couldn't say that, as it would seem too superficial, so he cleverly said, in reply to Mito-sama, "Which woman in Konoha has such a temperament and beauty? Apart from Mito-sama, I really can't think of anyone else." Uzumaki Mito covered his mouth and laughed. You're quite a sweet-talking brat. Kyuubi's voice rang out. This brat is lying. He did it on purpose. Mito Uzumaki was multitasking as he replied to Kyuubi. I know, you don't have to tell me. With a cold snort nine-tailed fox, Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, little guy, I heard that you have opened your eyes. Can you let me take a look? Of course. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao closed his eyes, and the yin attribute chakra gathered to connect to the optic nerve, and then he opened his eyes. Swish. His eyes opened. And his blood-red Sharingan stared into Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Motionless Uzumaki Mito nodded. Yes, the awakening is perfect. I can even feel its aura is comparable to that of the Uchiha ninjas of the Warring States period. She was not lying about this. The Sharingan awakened by the Uchiha during the Warring States period was many times stronger than the current Sharingan. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. The Warring States period? He had never expected such high praise. He had opened his eyes at the age of 18 and was considered a waste in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, he was a genius in the eyes of Uzumaki Mito. Regardless of whether Uzumaki Mito's words were true or false, Uchiha Xiao was sincerely grateful to her in his heart. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Mito. Uchiha Xiao's voice was now more sincere, but Uzumaki Mito shook his head at this time and said, don't thank me yet. It was Tsuna who saw you fainted and brought you back. She just left to attend a meeting. Uchiha Xiao immediately understood when he heard it. So that's how it was. He said that he seemed to see a flash of golden color before he fainted, which seemed to be Tsunade's hair. When he thought of Tsunade, his heart was moved. When he watched anime, he felt that Tsunade was beautiful and unparalleled in the world. At this moment, he suddenly felt happy. Uchiha Xiao nodded. This meeting was probably about pre-war mobilization and troop division. Tsunade was now 18 years old and a disciple of the Hokage, so she would definitely be chosen to lead the troops whether you are a descendant of the Senju clan or a disciple of the Hokage. This is something you have to go through. However, there is one thing he needs to pay attention to, that is, a Junin conference will be held in the year when the war starts, and Tsunade will then make suggestions for medical ninjas. All he had to do was to follow and support her unwaveringly, but the prerequisite was that he had to reach the level of a Jonin and make contributions within the year, so that he could attend the meeting. Uzumaki Mito found the boy's expression changing and he found it funny. Oh well, right? Then please take a rest first. After all, you just woke up and your body is still weak. When Tsuna comes back, you two are of the same age and you should have something to talk about. Uchiha Xiao. Thank you, Lord Mito. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao bowed. Period. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand and left the room. Just as she was about to step out of the door, her foot suddenly stopped and said, by the way, the room you are living in now belongs to Tsuna. After saying this, he walked out with a smile on his face. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. This is Tsunade's room? No wonder, it smells so good. After Uzumaki Mito left, he laid down on the bed again, smelling the faint fragrance, his heart filled with joy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, ding, system binding, the strongest ninja system has been activated. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then sat up and looked at the panel that appeared out of thin air. Please choose whether to activate the system. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath. He knew exactly what this was. Besides the comics, he had also read the system articles. This was the Golden Finger. Uchiha Xiao said yes, Ling. The system has been bound. The host is Uchiha Xiao, a chakra-intensive Jinan, a combat-powerful Jinan, with skills of Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, C-level ninjutsu great fireball technique, C-level ninjutsu dragon fire technique, C-level ninjutsu phoenix fire technique, and a bloodline of 1 Magatama Sharingan, which can grow. Ding. A newbie gift pack has been detected. Do you want to open it? Open it, Uchiha Xiao smiled. His current combat power as a Jinan was light cannon fodder on the battlefield of World War II. The arrival of the Novice gift pack was just in time. Ding. The Novice gift pack contains rewards for the host's Chunin chakra and B-level ninjutsu great fire extinguishment, directly mastered. Ding. Because the host has awakened the Sharingan on their own, the original Sharingan reward has been cancelled and is being replaced with an equivalent one. The host is detected to have wind and earth chakra, which meets the minimum requirements of bloodline, and is awarded with magnetic escape bloodline limit, and attached with B-level ninjutsu sand binding core, direct mastery. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Xiao felt that his chakra volume was increasing rapidly, his meridians were also widened a lot, and his face, which was originally pale due to the awakening of the Sharingan, gradually became rosy. Then the methods of performing Hao-Honak and Shabinding Shu were imprinted in his mind. He moved his hand, and the sand in the room began to flow. Uchiha Xiao quickly stopped. I have my senior, Uzumaki Mito, at home. If I move again, I'm afraid I'll be discovered. But what he didn't know was that the moment Uzumaki Mito's chakra increased, he began to release the Kagura heart eye and secretly observe Uchiha Al. Seeing his every move, Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up and he murmured, "Magnetic escape?" The little guy actually hid so deeply. Then he withdrew his thoughts and felt good. This little guy seemed to be good looking and seemed to be in the same class as Tsunade, but let young people solve their own problems. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Uchiha Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to check the functions of the system. It seems I need to explain, regarding what many people said about the protagonist kneeling down. First of all, I am not writing an invincible story, and secondly, kneeling on one knee is in accordance with the etiquette of anime, and also, Uchiha Al became stronger later and never knelt again. I hope everyone will read the book rationally. Chapter 3 Amazing. This is my home. Uchiha Xiao looked at the system panel with a mall, roulette, and task system. His points were 0 at the moment, so he didn't look at the mall or roulette, but clicked on the task panel. Wow, there are daily tasks, weekly tasks, achievements, adventures, and favorability. It really has everything, and there are also friendly reminders. There are no unfinished tasks, only useless people who are unwilling to do them. This made Uchiha Xiao's head pound. What is this? This is a pua. What is this? This is a capitalist. What a beast. What do you mean by there are only unfinished tasks and useless people who are unwilling to do them? This is just like saying that as long as you can endure hardship, there will be endless hardship. Uchiha Xiao sighed. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had already completed some tasks. Achievement mission, eye-opening. Congratulations, you are already a good loser, please keep working hard. Reward points x 500. Favorability mission, Uzumaki Mito, acquaintance, reward points x 50. Favorability mission, Tsunade, chance encounter, reward points x 10. Uchiha Xiao let out a breath. He was considered to be quite wealthy now. But when he opened them all, his face turned green. What the hell was this? Immortal body, points 999,999. Mangekyou Sharingan, points 99,999. Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, points 999,999. A level ninjutsu, 20,000 B level ninjutsu, 5,000 C level ninjutsu, 500 D level ninjutsu, 50. Uchiha Xiao quickly closed them all. He thought he was quite wealthy. But it turned out that his wealth could only buy a C-rank ninjutsu. Fuck, what's the point of C-rank ninjutsu? Not to mention those Sage Body and Mangekyou Sharingan. It seems he's still a poor guy. No, isn't there a roulette wheel? Uchiha Xiao opened the roulette wheel and took a look at the rewards. Pretty good. There were 8 squares in total, 5 flashing red, gold, purple, blue, and green. The remaining 3 squares were thank you for your patronage, January's soldiers rewards, and January's water. Uchiha Xiao nodded. The reward looked good, but the points for this draw were 168. He was a little hesitant. 5 consecutive draws only cost 800 points, and he only had 560 points now, so he decided to save up a little more. After closing the system panel, he began to speak in his mind. System, you know everything, right, Ling? The system knows everything. Please feel free to ask, what is Danzo doing now? Uchiha Xiao suddenly asked. Ling. This message requires 10 points. Would you like to check it? Check. Uchiha Xiao was a little curious. After all, Danzo was still very honest in this battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just taken office, and he had just become the advisory elder of Konoha. Even for his own interests, he had to fight well in this battle. Ling. The video will be played for the host. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Uchiha Xiao's mind. The Third Hokage had just finished his meeting and assigned teams. When the handsome Danzo pushed the door open, Sarutobi, a little Uchiha boy, has contacted Tsunade and Lord Mito. I suspect that the Uchiha clan wants to rebel. I suggest that you hand this boy over to me for interrogation. Danzo Shimura patted the desk of the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, then crossed his hands and put them in front of his mouth. I already know about Danzo's matter, don't worry about it for now. Also, the Uchiha are the Uchiha of Konoha. If they want to rebel, they followed Uchiha Madara when he left. Besides, don't forget, Kagami is still our teammate, and a teacher-approved Uchiha. We're about to fight, and the Uchiha are the strength of the village. Danzo snorted coldly. It's true that Jing is the Uchiha recognized by the teacher, but don't forget the talent of the Uchiha clan. As long as they awaken the three Magatama Sharingan, they will be able to have the strength of a Jonin. Aren't you worried? There was a sinister look in his eyes. Enough. Danzo. I am the Hokage. Put away your little thoughts. Now, Uchiha is not allowed to move. The third Hokage slammed the table, and Uchiha Kaoru and Mito Kato in beside him shuddered. Sarutobi Hiruzen is now in his prime, and after becoming Hokage, he has become a bit domineering. Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo was also stunned. He didn't expect that his good brother would use Hokage to suppress him. This was the first time. For a group of inherently evil Uchiha brats. Okay, Sarutobi, you will regret this. After saying that, Danzo left the Hokage's office and slammed the door with his right hand. There was a bang, not hiding his anger at all, and Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo leave, lost in thought. On the other hand, Uchiha Kaoru and Midamanen were both trying to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen not to be angry, saying that Danzo was acting on impulse. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer his old self. He was very determined and would fight anyone who dared to attack him. He would not easily listen to Danzo's instigation. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and lit it. The conference room was filled with smoke, and no one knew what he was thinking. Although Uchiha Kaoru didn't like the smell of cigarettes, she didn't dare to say anything at the moment. She stood aside waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. Midamanen was comforting Sarutobi Hiruzen. The video ends here, and Uchiha Al nodded. It seems that at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen is still a ninja hero rather than a ninja bear. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the person who came in was Tsunade. Her long ponytail and her slightly large figure exuded charm all the time. Uchiha Al couldn't help but look at each other sideways at this moment, and Tsunade was stunned, and suddenly remembered that Uchiha Al was still at home, so a smile appeared on her face and said, "Al-kun, you are awake. How are you? Are you feeling better?" Tsunade asked naturally as she took off her ninja armor, revealing her figure to the fullest in a black tight-fitting outfit underneath. Tsunade didn't notice how much impact her usual action had on Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl quickly turned his head away, a blush appearing on his face. When Tsunade saw this scene, she looked at her clothes and couldn't help blushing, but when she saw Uchiha Owl's reaction, somehow she suddenly stopped being nervous and rolled her eyes. Mr. Owl, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Tsunade became playful. Uchiha Xiao's face turned even redder after hearing this, and he said tremblingly, Tsunade, why don't you go out and change your clothes first? Tsunade tilted her head, the corner of her mouth raised, and she looked confused. But this is my home. Uchiha Xiao's head seemed to explode, and then he quickly lowered his head and said, yes, I'm sorry, I'll go out first. After saying that, he rushed out of the door as if escaping. Now in the yard of the Senju ancestral home, a cold wind blew, and Uchiha Xiao became much more sober. He let out a long breath, looked at the moon in the sky, his heart pounding. Tsunade looked through the window at Uchiha Owl in the yard and couldn't help laughing in her room. Why didn't she realize that this taciturn boy had such a side before? Looking at Uchiha Xiao illuminated by the moonlight, she suddenly felt that he was a little handsome. She shook her head, pulled the curtains, and changed into loose but polite clothes. The pace of this book should be slower, and it should be written in a more detailed and reasonable way, with better emotional drama. Chapter 4 Night Talk. Uchiha Xiao looked up at the moon in the sky in the courtyard. The moonlight slanted down and shone on him. At that moment, Uchiha Xiao was stunned. People today cannot see the moon of the past, but this moon once shone on the ancients. This ancient poem spoken out of the mouth adds a touch of melancholy. Tsunade has excellent hearing. The moment she heard the poem, she was amazed. Then she looked at Uchiha Owl in the moonlight and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Xiao has great literary talent. People today cannot see the moon of the past, but this moon once shone on the ancients. Once these two lines come out, I wonder how many girls will admire you, Tsunade said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao turned his head and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade was wearing a loose kimono at this time. Her arms were pure white. She stood side by side with him, looking at the bright moon in the sky together. Lady Tsunade, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Uchiha Xiao smiled and saluted. Logically speaking, he was a Jonin and she was a Jonin. Although they were classmates, Tsunade was still his superior in terms of position, but Tsunade shook her head and said, Mr. Owl, just call me Tsunade. No need to be polite. Besides being superiors and subordinates, We are also classmates. Uchiha Xiao raised his head after hearing this. This time it was Tsunade who raised her head and looked at the moon. He also took the opportunity to observe Tsunade's appearance closely. She has an oval face, a high ponytail, two big, sparkling eyes, a well-developed chest, slender thighs, and an upturned smile on her lips that can't be hidden. At this moment, the beauty only has the moon in her eyes. The moon seems to have turned into a beautiful contact lens in her eyes, reflected in the bottom of her eyes. Suddenly, Tsunade realized something. She looked up at the man who was a head taller than her and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, congratulations. After 18 years, you have finally opened your eyes." The girl's smile was clear and pure, unlike others. There was no mockery or sarcasm in it, but it was full of sincere and simple blessings and congratulations. The corners of Uchiha Xiao's mouth rose, and he smiled slightly. "You are the first person who truly wishes the best for me, huh? When you were in the clan, no one cared about you or took care of you." Tsunade was suddenly stunned and turned to look at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly and said, "There was one originally, but for some reason, it's gone." Uchiha Xiao was talking about his parents and friends. When his parents were alive, he was their treasure and the apple of their eyes. However, his father died on the battlefield during World War I, and his mother died the following year due to overwork. As for his friends, he originally had a few, but under the instigation of some clan members, they gradually began to distance themselves from him, and thus he became a marginal figure in the Uchiha clan. Period. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao, who was still able to laugh at this moment, and suddenly felt that Uchiha Xiao was very mature compared to other people of the same age. As for the reason, it would be ungrateful for her to ask. Tsunade shook her head and smiled slightly. "Well, Xiao-sama, you should get some rest early. We will be leaving tomorrow. If you don't get some rest, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Tsunade then pointed to the guest room, stretched, and returned to her own bedroom. Uchiha Xiao smiled and walked towards the location pointed by Tsunade. It was already midnight. The whole village was silent at this time. There was no one else on the street except the patrol personnel. When the war was about to break out, it was forbidden to go out at night. If you were caught going out at night, you would probably be suspected of being a spy or intending to do something bad. So Uchiha Xiao had no choice but to live in the Senju clan's territory. When Uchiha Xiao entered the guest room and saw that it was spotlessly clean, he thought that Lord Mito must have had someone clean it. He couldn't help but feel grateful to Mito-sama. If he remembered correctly, it should be next year that the Uzumaki kingdom would be invaded by the four major nations to fight for the Uzumaki bloodline. No matter what, he had to find a way to stop all this from happening. His eyes were as firm as a rock. Then he lay down on the bed, covered himself with a quilt, and fell asleep. At this time, Uzumaki Mito opened his eyes, stood up and knocked on Tsunade's door. "Dong dong dong, who is it?" Tsunade had just taken off her clothes, and her snow-white thighs were exposed. This was her home and this room was also her house, so naturally there was nothing she couldn't take off at this time. Senju Naki had been called home by Orochimaru to instruct him on some things to pay attention to during the war and some special treatment that Orochimaru had given him, so he was not at home today. As for Uchiha Xiao, after their previous conversation, Tsunade was certain that he was a good person and would never do anything like stealing or peeping. However, he couldn't help but wonder if he had something to ask her, so he asked who it was. "It's me." Uzumaki Mito's voice came in, and Tsunade immediately cheered up. She loved and respected this grandmother. It was she who raised Tsunade and Naki after her grandfather passed away, so Tsunade naturally respects and loves her grandmother Kriki. The door opened. "Grandma." Before seeing the person, she heard her voice first. When Tsunade's voice sounded, Uzumaki Mito's face was immediately filled with smiles. Her granddaughter's voice was just so nice, but after the door opened and she saw Tsunade naked, her face drooped. She frowned and said in a low voice, "How many times have I told you that girls should sleep with their clothes on? You just don't listen. It would be fine on normal days, but now there are guests at home and you still don't pay attention. What if someone sees you naked?" Uzumaki Mito said angrily. Tsunade's neck shrank. She knew that her grandma was angry at the moment. Her little used brain began to think about how to coax her grandma, but she couldn't think of anything. This scene made Mito, who had just walked in, laugh. "Okay, forget it. Your mouth is as dumb as your grandfather's." Tsunade could only scratch her head and smile awkwardly. There was nothing she could do. Grandma was the head of the family. Besides, there was nothing wrong with what she said. It was right and she couldn't refute it. "Grandma, sit down." After pointing to the tatami, She put on a layer of silk clothes, went to the other side and knelt down obediently, waiting for her grandma's lecture. As soon as she squatted down, she became even more charming, and her breasts shook, which made Uzumaki Mito shake her head. Uzumaki Mito didn't care. She knelt opposite Tsunade with an elegant posture and proper movements, showing her noble demeanor, which was even more obvious in contrast to Tsunade. Monkey asked you to have a meeting. What did you talk about? Uzumaki Mito spoke first, her eyes fixed on Tsunade in front of her. Tsunade raised her head and looked at Uzumaki Mito with a calm expression. Grandma, the teacher told me, Orochimaru and Jiraiya to each lead 1,000 soldiers to the Rain country to destroy the army. If necessary. Tsunade hesitated. Speak, Uzumaki Mito said lightly. Tsunade sighed. If necessary, we must intercept Hanzo of the Salamander to buy time for the rest of the forces to engage in a head-on battle. Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 5. Bring that kid along. Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes, which made Tsunade very nervous and her hands clenched involuntarily. Hanzo of the Salamander is known as a demigod. His strength is so great that it is not something you three little guys can withstand. You must know that there is no false reputation, Uzumaki Mito said lightly. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, Grandma, this is the first mission the teacher has given us. I don't want to give up. I know that Hanzo is a cage-level warrior, but how can we know if we don't try? There was something called determination shining in her eyes, and when Uzumaki Mito saw this, she was not happy but sighed. In that case, I won't persuade you anymore. You must come back alive, Uzumaki Mito said, closing his eyes. I don't want to lose you as my granddaughter. Uzumaki Mito's words lingered, making Tsunade a little dazed. She couldn't help but recall her grandmother's life. She married and moved to Konoha from her hometown, far away from her hometown and her clan. She lost her husband in middle age and her son in old age. Now, the only blood relatives she has are herself and her younger brother, and now both the brother and sister have to go to the battlefield. This is a very difficult thing for an old woman to accept. She is only busy proving her own strength and proving that Hashirama Senju's granddaughter is a strong person, but she forgets that her grandmother at home only wants them to be safe and happy. Yes, Grandma, I will survive safely. Tsunade's eyes were slightly red at this moment, and her voice was trembling a little. Uzumaki Mito suddenly thought of something and said, Hey, Tsunade, I remember that the captain seems to be able to bring a confidant with him, right? Do you have a candidate? Oh? Grandma, I haven't chosen yet, but someone recommended a kid from the Kato family to me. I heard that his spiritual transformation technique is somewhat strange. Tsunade wiped her tears and said, Spiritual transformation technique? It's just a minor technique after all. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. I think that Uchiha kid is quite good, our lord. His strength is just that of a Jinan. Tsunade said in surprise. Uzumaki Mito stood up and walked towards the door. Then suddenly turned sideways to look at Tsunade. Although that little fellow's Sharingan has only one Magatama, the aura within it is stronger than most 2 Magatama Sharingans, even rivaling 3 Magatama ones. Tsunade was stunned. 3 Magatama? Doesn't that mean that our lord has the combat capabilities of a Jonin? Even so, the man from the Kato family seemed to be a Jonin as well, and also had the unique talent of the spiritualization technique. In comparison, our lord still cannot compare. Just when Tsunade was confused, Uzumaki Mito said again, that kid can also use magnetic escape. This made Tsunade's pupils shrink. Magnetic release. The bloodline limit formed by the combination of wind and earth chakra is a bloodline limit unique to the old rival sand village next door. How could it appear on a member of the Uchiha family? Uchiha Al knows magnetic release, so why didn't he use it before? Tsunade was a little confused. She didn't understand why Uchiha Owl had such a talent but didn't show it, but hid it. This is where he's better than you. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He is not valued in the family and even suffers from discrimination. In the village, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Who can he trust? Uzumaki Mito said with a smile, even I only discovered that hint of something strange through the perception of Kagura's mind's eye. So, Tsuna, find a way to bring Uchiha Owl with you tomorrow. I always feel that the boy is not simple, Uzumaki Mito said earnestly. Then he walked out of Tsunade's room without looking back and went back to his own room to sleep. Tsunade took off her clothes and thought carefully. The spiritual transformation technique was indeed unique, but it also had great disadvantages. The body must be protected well, otherwise if it was stabbed, the soul would not be able to return to its place and the person would surely die. Moreover, The spiritual transformation technique is child's play for a cage-level strong man. Its lower limit is very high and its upper limit is very low. However, the bloodline limit of magnetic escape is different. The Sand Village had a magnetic escape master before the village was established without exception. Those who are strong in magnetic jutsu will become cage level. The current Third Hokage is not only a master of magnetic jutsu, but also a special iron sand magnetic jutsu. In addition, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can also allow Owl to achieve the level of cage, so if compared in this way, the position of confidant is more suitable for Owl. Thinking of this, Tsunade made up her mind, but she still had to ask Owl Lord's opinion in person tomorrow. After all, a forced melon is not sweet as Tsunade was thinking. She fell asleep. The night passed quickly, the stars moved and a new day came. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Xiao woke up. This was his body's biological clock. The first thing he did after getting up was to fold the bedding and put it neatly in its original place. Then he went to wash up. Clear water flowed out of the faucet. Uchiha Xiao cupped his hands and felt a cool feeling coming from his hands. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but shudder, then slapped his face. It was a chill in his heart, and his heart was soaring. However, it was a little uncomfortable the first time, but after that, he got used to it and felt a little comfortable after washing his face. Uchiha Xiao wiped his face and then came to the training ground of the Senju clan. He couldn't miss the daily training, so he took out 8 shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them using his extremely proficient Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique. The 8 shurikens collided with each other and flew towards the head of the wooden man in the training ground. Bang 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 bang. The tips of the 8 shurikens were inserted into the temples, center, back of the skull and other vital parts of the wooden man's head, which shows how cruel Uchiha Owl's method was. Then Uchiha Xiao took out a standard long sword that couldn't be more ordinary. To be precise, it should be a tachi, but it seems to be called a sword in Japan. After Uchiha Xiao drew his sword, his eyes lit up, and relying on muscle memory, he flipped over and slashed diagonally, then kicked at the target. A knife mark appeared on the wooden man's neck artery. Then Uchiha Xiao kicked the wooden man's body, rebounded, rolled 360 degrees in the air, and landed perfectly well. How should I put it? This is very Uchiha, with high damage and a flashy performance quality. If this sword had hit a person, the person would probably have covered his neck with his hands and died. Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. The Uchiha-style swordsmanship was powerful and exquisite, but how should I put it? As a young man in the 21st century, it always felt a bit pretentious. However, he suppressed his thoughts and continued practicing swordsmanship for 40 minutes before sheathing his sword. He was careful not to use too much force so as not to destroy the wooden man. After all, this was not his own training ground, but because there were few people in the Senju tribe, it was the first time for him to enjoy the treatment of having the whole place to himself, and he felt a little happy. Uzumaki Mito is releasing the Kagura heart eye in the room at this moment. In fact, she woke up at the beginning when she heard Uchiha Owl throwing shurikens, but she just wanted to see how far Uchiha Owl could go in training, so she just released the Kagura heart eye in the room to observe. She found that Uchiha Xiao not only had a solid foundation, but was also very serious and hard-working, and was not at all as exaggerated as the rumors outside. Chapter 6. Be my confidant. It's still 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll guess that Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito should have woken up, so he prepared to stop training. He sat on the ground and began to practice the Uchiha family's chakra extraction technique. This chakra extraction technique is naturally no secret in the Uchiha clan. Almost everyone has one, but it cannot be told to outsiders because it is the rule of the big family. Uchiha Xiao sat cross-legged, circulating the chakra in his body to adjust himself to the most comfortable state, and then began to extract chakra from all around. This was the first time that Uchiha Xiao tried to practice self-cultivation after traveling through time. He found that chakra was a bit like the internal force described in martial arts novels, generated from the air and integrated into the body through breathing. He opened his eyes. According to the original owner's memory, chakra extraction should be very difficult. Only a little bit could be extracted per day. But why did it not feel that difficult to him? Moreover, the chakra he extracted this time was purer and thicker. After thinking carefully, he couldn't figure out the reason, so he stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes and continued to breathe in and out to renew the chakra in his body. Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised. Kyuubi, do you think Uchiha Owl is extracting chakra? But the concentration and quality shouldn't be so strong. The Nine Tails observed Uchiha Owl through Uzumaki Mito's perception, and his brows furrowed. Mito, this guy is indeed extracting chakra, But this amount of chakra shouldn't be something a Jonin like him can handle. Oh? What did the nine-tailed fox say? Uzumaki Mito was attracted by the nine-tailed fox's words. That little guy extracted natural chakra, oh, which is what you humans call senjutsu chakra. This thing can only be absorbed by the tailed beasts and those who have practiced the senjutsu of the three holy places. His Uchiha clan signed a contract with the Ninja Cat clan. I haven't heard of anyone from the Ninja Cat clan breaking through to the sage level. This kid, Ninetales, was puzzled. A gleam of light flashed in Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Although she didn't have senjutsu chakra, she knew that her husband had it. And as far as she knew, no one in Konoha could extract senjutsu chakra except Jiraiya. Now that this kid can extract it, it is enough to prove that he will become a strong man in the future. She was worried that someone would bully Tsunade and Naoki after she left. Now it seems that she has to find a way to make Tsunade have a good relationship with him. Uchiha Xiao spent about an hour extracting chakra. After replacing the last bit of ordinary chakra in his body with chakra of better quality, he opened his eyes. He clenched his hands and found that his physical condition had improved a lot. The corners of his mouth curled up. In this damn war meat grinder, he had one more chance to survive. At this time, Uzumaki Mito pushed open the door and said with a smile, Zio, come here quickly, breakfast is ready. As he said that, he waved to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao quickly stood up, straightened his clothes, bowed and said, Lord Mito, is this too much trouble? He lowered his head and was very polite, while the anbu in the tree recorded the shape of Lord Mito's mouth. Uzumaki Mito first glanced at the anbu, then looked at Uchiha Xiao, smiled, stepped forward to straighten Uchiha Xiao, took his hand and said, Grandma Mito knew that you and Tsuna were going to the battlefield today, so she prepared the ingredients last night and made it for you this morning. You must eat more later, Lord Mito. How can this be possible? Owl tried to refuse quickly, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Uzumaki Mito's hand. Zio, there's no need to be so formal. From now on, you can call me Grandma just like Tsunade. When Uzumaki Mito said this, not only Uchiha Xiao was shocked, but also Tsunade, who had just put on her clothes and went out, was shocked. Tsunade put on her battle uniform and looked at her grandmother in surprise. Then she looked at Uchiha Xiao. What was going on? Was it progressing so fast? Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Xiao grabbed Tsunade's arm as if he had seen a savior, and looked at her with pleading eyes. Tsunade was about to speak, but saw Uzumaki Mito glance at her coldly, so she closed her mouth, took Uchiha Xiao's hand away with difficulty, sat aside and started eating. Uchiha Xiao was covered in cold sweat. He swallowed and finally, at Uzumaki Mito's strong request, sat opposite Tsunade and sat next to Uzumaki Mito. Looking at Uchiha Xiao's cautious look, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but want to laugh. Is he that scary? Look how scared this kid is. Period. Seeing that he couldn't argue with the opponent, Uchiha Xiao started to eat as well. At this time, the system prompt sounded ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, breakfast at the Kyan Xiao family, reward points. 1,550, current balance, points ding. The system has issued a mission. Because the Second Ninja World War is too dangerous, please join the Sannin team and receive 5,000 points as a reward, optional. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito gave Tsunade a look, signaling her to speak quickly. Under her grandmother's gaze, Tsunade put down her bowl and chopsticks and suddenly said, Mr. Owl, I have an unreasonable request, and I hope you will agree to it. After saying that, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao with a serious expression. Uchiha Xiao heard the voice, looked over, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and sat up straight. Please give me your instructions, Lady Tsunade. If I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Owl looked solemnly and seriously into Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade heard his words, and then saw Uchiha Xiao's statement, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She said with a pleasant face, Hokage-sama asked me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to lead 1,000 ninjas each to the Rain Country as the vanguard. We can choose a confidant from the village, so, Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and said, if you need me, I, Uchiha Xiao, am willing to go through fire and water for Tsunade-sama, without hesitation. Tsunade was stunned when she heard this. Although Uchiha Xiao's current strength is not very strong, he speaks very nicely. He is willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. What a great determination this is. Even Uzumaki Mito, who was standing by, narrowed his eyes after hearing what Uchiha Xiao said. Being a confidant is also a good start. Tsunade smiled and said, please give me your guidance on this operation, Our lord, yes. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Xiao's heart was filled with joy. It was really like he had searched for a needle in a haystack, but finally got it without any efforting. The system detected that the host completed the task and rewarded 5,000 points. The current balance is 6,550 points. Congratulations to the host for achieving a minor achievement, accumulated points of 5,000. Reward, B-level ninjutsu magnetic release True Vision Eye, reference the ninjutsu Gaara used to cheat on the exam. I actually got this reward. Uchiha Xiao's face lit up with joy. With this detection skill, he would surely be able to avoid many risks. He looked up at Uzumaki Mito, who was eating leisurely beside him, and suddenly thought of something, but hesitated to speak. Oh, by the way, how else can I remind Lord Mito about the affairs of the Uzumaki clan? Chapter 7, Does Mito-sama miss his clan members? Seeing Uchiha Xiao's expression, Uzumaki Mito suddenly frowned, then relaxed his brows again. Tsuna, you've almost finished eating, right? So, you go report to the monkey first, and I'll send this little guy to meet you later. Tsunade was stunned and suddenly realized that her grandmother had something to ask Uchiha Xiao and wanted to get her away, so she glanced at Uchiha Xiao, nodded and left. Okay, Grandma, I'll go first. After saying that, he finished the last bite of rice in the bowl, placed the bowl gently on the table, and left happily. After seeing his granddaughter walk away, Uzumaki Mito took Uchiha Xiao's hand and said with a friendly smile, Xiao, come inside and talk. Uchiha Xiao nodded after hearing this. He knew that Grandma Mito must have seen that he had something to say, so she sent Tsunade away. Walking into the house, Uzumaki Mito performed a barrier-type ninjutsu to seal the space. Now only two people could hear the conversation at this moment. Come on, Xiao, do you have something to tell me? As he said that, Uzumaki Mito slowly sat down and made a pot of tea. Himself, Uchiha Xiao's eyes no longer hesitated. He felt that if he didn't say it, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Uzumaki Mito, who was standing beside him, felt the change in his inner emotions and couldn't help but frown until Uchiha Xiao spoke. Grandma, I want to ask, what is the fighting power of the Uzumaki clan? After saying this, he looked directly into Uzumaki Mito's eyes with a serious look. Uzumaki Mito was stunned, then shook her head and said, our clan is good at sealing and healing techniques. We are a peace-loving clan. With just these, we can more than protect ourselves. She didn't understand why Uchiha Xiao asked this, but Uchiha Xiao seemed very serious, so I had to tell the truth. Grandma, no, Lord Mito, I want to ask, if someone takes advantage of the war to attack the land of whirlpools, and Konoha village is fighting in the land of rain, will it provide assistance to the land of whirlpools? After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, he felt a powerful force rushing towards him. Diamond blockade. It was still Uzumaki Mito's diamond blockade. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's eyes were filled with indifference. Xiao, who told you to say these words? Uchiha Xiao was immediately tied up with several thick chains, and except for his mouth, he was basically sealed tightly. The nine-tailed fox in Uzumaki Mito's body trembled. Damn, I thought 4 chains were powerful enough, but this guy actually angered the old woman Mito. Tisk, Uzumaki Mito suddenly said, my Uzumaki clan of Whirlpool Country loves peace and has never invaded any country. How could we be attacked? What's the benefit of attacking Whirlpool Country? She was really angry at the moment. As the former princess of the Whirlpool Country, Uchiha Xiao's words undoubtedly touched her reverse scale. What's more, she also thought that attacking the Whirlpool Country was a thankless task. After all, the Whirlpool Country and Konoha were allies. Huh? Lord Mito, listen to me, the Uzumaki clan is good at sealing techniques, right? When Lord Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts, the sealing techniques of various countries were too crude compared to the Uzumaki clan, and they would riot from time to time. Will they be willing to continue like this? Uchiha Xiao said hurriedly. Uzumaki Mito's eyes flashed. She was just angry, but she was not a fool. When she heard Uchiha Xiao's words, her heart moved. She always felt that he was going to say something shocking, but she did not feel any malice from Uchiha Xiao, so Uzumaki Mito retracted the diamond seal. She looked at Uchiha Xiao and said, Xiao, tell me everything you want to say. She has regained her composure at this moment. After all, what Uchiha Xiao said makes sense. The Uzumaki clan and Konoha are allies, and with Lord Mito here, Konoha won't have to suffer the damage caused by the Jinchuriki breaking the seal. The Uzumaki clan will definitely not help the other 4 countries. So if the other 4 countries send ninjas to attack the Whirlpool country and plunder the sealing techniques while Konoha is fighting the Rain country, will the Whirlpool country be able to withstand it? Uchiha Xiao's eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Uzumaki Mito sighed. Of course we can't stop it, but the Whirlpool country and Konoha are allies. Will Konoha just sit back and do nothing? Sandaime-sama has just ascended to the position of Hokage. His position is unstable. He is the Hokage of Konoha, so naturally he prioritizes the interests of Konoha. If he wants to secure his position as Hokage, he naturally needs a victory. Do you think that he will give up the frontline war and help the land of whirlpools for the sake of Lord Hashirama? Uchiha Xiao's words were like a sharp thorn piercing Uzumaki Mito's heart. Kyuubi, well, Mito, I think what this kid said makes sense. After all, not everyone is as naive as that guy. The words of the nine-tailed fox echoed in Uzumaki Mito's mind. After all, Mito had never abused it and had lived in peace with it, so he didn't have much opinion about Miro. Hearing Uchiha Xiao's words at this moment, he felt that what Uchiha Xiao said was very likely to be true. Uzumaki Mito's face turned pale. She seemed to have thought too simply of Konoha and the Whirlpool country, and thought too highly of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If this really happened, then the Whirlpool country, the sealing technique is a small matter, Lord Mito. Do you think they will leave after plundering the sealing technique? No, you know the physique of the Uzumaki clan better than me. The last straw that breaks the camel's back is often the truth. Uzumaki Miro's mind was in turmoil. She was a little flustered. She asked, Xiao, what should I do? Her eyes were filled with panic and hope. Since the problem was raised by Uchiha Xiao, he must have a way to solve it. Uchiha Xiao was not angry about Uzumaki Mito's previous actions. If he were Uzumaki Mito, he would not believe it if others said that he had destroyed the clan and sowed discord between the clan and the village. Besides, he was mentally prepared and came to repay a favor, so he didn't care too much. Uchiha Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, Lord Mito, do your words still carry weight in the land of whirlpools? Uzumaki Mito nodded. Although she married Hashirama Senju and became a member of Konoha, her talent was still the best in the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan also admires Kyang, so the Uzumaki clan will give her face when she says so. Lord Mito, do you miss your clan members? Uchiha Xiao said. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up. You mean? Lord Mito is the village's Jinchuriki and cannot wander around. Let's send a message to the Uzumaki clan. Lord Mito doesn't have much time left and wants to see his relatives. I think many clan members will come to express their condolences, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. When the time comes, Uchiha Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up. When the time comes, we can use sealing techniques to trap them, or use war as an excuse to prevent them from leaving Konoha. Uchiha Xiao nodded and smiled. Yes, but doing so might cause the Uzumaki clan to misunderstand that Lord Mito wants to annex the Uzumaki clan and make things difficult for Konoha. Uchiha Xiao pointed out the disadvantages. If the Uzumaki clan joins Konoha, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely be happy. If it is the Whirlpool country, then I'm sorry. We are allies, but we will not help you unconditionally. This is a political struggle, not an ordinary one where you help me once and I have to help you. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, it doesn't matter. As long as I can save their lives, even if they scold me, I can accept it. Then Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Xiao and said, you have a pretty sharp mind. Thank you, Lord Mito, you are too kind. If it weren't for your help and kind words, I probably wouldn't have caught the eye of Lady Tsunade and become her confidant. Lord Mito's kindness is greater. Uchiha Xiao bowed. Is there any harm in the Congo blockade? Besides, do you really think the confidant is dangerous? How dangerous can it be for the confidant to follow the commander? He doesn't believe that Tsunade actively wanted to recruit him. It must be Mito-sama who helped. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, your wisdom reminds me of 2 old friends. They were just like you, always taking 3 steps at a time. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows, not knowing who it was. Then Uzumaki Mito said, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Xiao quickly shook his head and said, no, that's not the case. How can a junior like me compare to these 2 heroes of the Warring States period? I was right in my judgment of people. Uzumaki Mito smiled, and she did not boast. She had bet on Hashirama Senju because she was optimistic about his character and talent, and it turned out that she was right. Uchiha Xiao stopped talking. Whatever he said now would be wrong. It would be better to listen with an open mind. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but smile when he saw him like this. All right, little guy, I'll do as you say. Now come with me to see Tsunade. After saying that, she removed the barrier, took Uchiha Xiao's hand and walked out the door, and quickly left the Senju clan's territory. Seeing this, the Anbu immediately used the instant body technique and told him to report to the Hokage. Chapter 8 Uzumaki Mito's endorsement. The Anbu is extremely fast and appeared at the Hokage building in less than 10 seconds. He knocked on the door of Sarutobi Hirozen's office. Dong dong dong, come in. Sarutobi Hirozen had just changed into his combat uniform and was about to go downstairs to announce his departure, but suddenly someone knocked on the door. Report to Lord Hokage. Lady Mito is walking towards the army holding Uchiha Owl's hand. The Anbu ninja's voice was so loud that Sarutobi Hirozen couldn't react for a moment. What? What did you say? Lady Mito. Then the third Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen glanced in the direction of the Senju clan's army. Under the Hokage building, sure enough, he saw two shadowy figures holding hands, walking towards the army. He quickly asked the Anbu to notify Shimura Danzo and the elders to come quickly. Uzumaki Mito is the wife of the first generation and a legendary figure. Although she is now unemployed at home, she is not someone they can ignore. Even if something happens in the future, he will need the support of Lord Uzumaki Mito. Sarutobi Hirozen could not have failed to think of this. Then he opened the door and hurried downstairs. The 3,000 vanguard ninjas couldn't help but widen their eyes as they watched Sarutobi Hirozen hurry down the stairs, while the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan leader, frowned. Although Sarutobi Hirozen has only been in power for a short time, he handles things carefully and rigorously, and even they cannot find any mistakes. So why is Sarutobi Hirozen in such a hurry at this moment? Following Sarutobi Hirozen's gaze, they saw a woman slowly walking towards them, holding the hand of a young man. After seeing who the woman was, the 3,000 vanguard soldiers quickly knelt on one knee to salute. This is the first Hokage, the god of ninja, and the wife of Oshirama Senju, Uzumaki Mito. She is a legendary figure and the most noble woman in Konoha village. Greetings, Lord Mito. The others knelt on the ground, and Sarutobi Hirozen also bowed in salute. After all, he was the Hokage, and bowing in salute was the greatest respect. Uzumaki Mito came closer with a warm smile. She first glanced at Sarutobi Hirozen, then at the elders and the army. She said tactfully, "Don't be nervous, Sandaime-sama. I'm just sending a junior to the army. This guy is called Uchiha Owl, and he's Tsunade's confidant." Sarutobi Hirozen looked up at Uchiha Owl, his mind racing. "Senju, Uchiha? What's going on?" His eyes darted. Then he tried to say, "I dare not. Lord Mito, just call me Monkey. Lord Mito, please give the order to put an end to the army's journey." Sarutobi Hirozen shouted with his head down. This is a power struggle. Now Sarutobi Hirozen is the Hokage, and you are the wife of the first generation. As for the army, Uzumaki Mito agreed that it would be a damage to the Hokage's authority. Uzumaki Mito looked at Sarutobi Hirozen deeply. At this moment, Sarutobi Hirozen was no longer the monkey he used to be. There were also schemes and calculations in his mind, but in Uzumaki Mito's opinion, they were still too immature. However, she had no intention of arguing with Sarutobi Hirozen. She smiled and said, "Then I'll be bold and call you Monkey. Monkey, now that you are the Hokage, you should declare the war. I have no right to interfere. It's just that this is Xiao's first time participating in a war, so please temper yourself." A strange look flashed in Sarutobi Hirozen's eyes, but he reacted very quickly. He looked up at Uchiha Owl and nodded, "Don't worry, Mito-sama. This child is obviously a pillar of society. I will do it." After saying that, Sarutobi Hirozen walked forward, patted Uchiha Owl's shoulder, and showed his respect for him. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Tsunade. Here." Tsunade trotted to Sarutobi Hirozen's side. "Owl is your confidant, bring him back to the team." After saying that, Sarutobi Hirozen saluted Uzumaki Mito, and then stood at the front of the team. "Everyone, you are the heroes of our Konoha. This battle is unavoidable. Hanzo of the Rain Country has issued a challenge to us. How can we remain indifferent?" Sarutobi Hirozen's voice was filled with righteousness and anger towards the enemy. The 3,000 vanguards were instantly ignited, and they roared, "No. Then do we have to hurt our enemies and scare them so that our loved ones can live a good life?" Sarutobi Hirozen roared again. "I have to say that Uchiha Xiao thinks Sarutobi Hirozen is a talent." These words hit the nail on the head. No wonder he was called the ninja hero after this battle. "Yes." The entire army roared again, "All troops, listen to my command. Move out, target the Rain Country." Sarutobi Hirozen waved his hand, and the ninjas responded one after another, "Move out. Target the Rain Country." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ninjas leaving the village and fell into deep thought. He was now the Kage of the village. The elders told him not to be present in person, but this battle would determine whether he could keep the position of Hokage, so he could not avoid going to the battlefield. So everyone discussed a compromise method, which was to let him follow the official army to the Land of Rain. He would only take action if Hanzo of the Salamander took action. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to agree. He knew that his brothers were doing this for his own good, and he couldn't let them down. Oh, by the way, there is also Lady Mito. She hasn't left yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and knelt on one knee to greet Uzumaki Mito. Lady Mito, the army was here just now. Please forgive my impoliteness. It's okay, monkey. You're doing this for the village. You did the right thing, Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. Thank you, Mito-sama, for your understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head. There was no emotion in his voice, but Uzumaki Mito could feel the joy in his heart, which was like a victory. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him and helped him up. Monkey, I have something to ask of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly said. Lord Mito, I will obey your orders. He saluted hastily. There was no other way. The wife of the Shodaime was a legendary figure, and he still needed Uzumaki Mito's support in the village. Uzumaki Mito was very satisfied with his attitude. Monkey, I miss my family a little bit, so I want you to send an envoy to bring them to Konoha to visit them. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but still agreed, as it should be. Mito-sama is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, protecting Konoha's safety. Now that he wants to visit his parents, Hiruzen is naturally willing to agree. How about this? I'll let Hatake Tsukumo and Akimichi Torikes lead the team and send 500 ninja troops to pick them up. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen was discussing. Of course, monkey, thank you. I knew that as a Hokage, you are thoughtful. Come to the Senju clan's territory often in the future and chat with me, an old woman. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. This was the goodwill shown to him by Lord Mito. The meaning was self-evident. From now on, Lord Mito would fully support him in becoming Hokage. This was a good thing for him. With such a person endorsing him, his position as Hokage was basically stable. So he quickly smiled and said, Thank you, Mito-sama. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. Monkey, I should thank you. I have to go now. I have some things to do at home. Mito-sama, walk slowly and watch your step. Sarutobi Hiruzen was incredibly respectful of Uzumaki Mito at that moment. He had no choice but to give her the thumbs up, considering her status. What else could he do? He just had to worship her. Chapter 9. This Uchiha is very Senju. The group was on the march. Most of the 1,000-man army led by Tsunade were from her Senju clan, but Uchiha Owl, an Uchiha, actually followed behind Lady Tsunade, which made the Senju clan members a little unhappy. After arriving at the border, Lady Tsunade, leave the enemy investigation to me. A young man from the Senju clan stepped forward and bowed to Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the man, Ryuchi, whose real name was Senju Ryuchi. He was good at reconnaissance and was a talented Jonin. His words at this moment made Tsunade somewhat moved. Uchiha Xiao originally didn't want to speak, but seeing that Long Yi actually looked at him with contempt, he had to say a few words. Lady Tsunade, I can conduct reconnaissance without losing a single soldier. Uchiha Xiao said lightly. He felt that he had to show his skills, otherwise the Senju clan members might talk about him. He doesn't care, but he can't let Lady Tsunade's reputation be damaged. Tsunade turned her head and looked at Uchiha Xiao. She was a little curious. Why could Uchiha Xiao say such a thing? Even experienced scouts couldn't do it without any damage. Long Yi snorted coldly. Uchiha's brat, it's not that I don't trust you, but have you ever been to a battlefield? Do you know what reconnaissance is? A scout will be caught if he's not careful, and being caught will make his life worse than death. You're just fooling everyone when you say you did the reconnaissance without any injuries. Long Yi said coldly. I didn't expect that this Uchiha brat would be so fond of boasting. I really don't know what Lord Mito likes about him. Uchiha Xiao shook his head, then he covered his eyes with his left hand and opened his right hand. Quicksand gathered from his hand and finally turned into an eyeball. Uchiha Xiao then said, Magnetic release, Eye of True Sight. After that, the eyeball slowly floated up in his hand, and then circled around Long Yi. Long Yi was stunned. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Wait, magnetism. Everyone in the Senju clan looked at Uchiha Owl. Bloodline Genkei. Magnetism, the same bloodline limit as Hashirama-sama's wood style. Everyone's eyes changed immediately, and their gazes towards Uchiha Owl softened a lot. Regardless of how strong Uchiha Owl's magnetic release was now, it was a great help for Lady Tsunade to have such a close confidant with dual bloodlines. Ahem, Mr. Owl, please tell me, what is the use of your Eye of True Seeing? Tsunade had already known about Uchiha Owl's bloodline, so she was not too surprised. She wanted to know the function of this magnetic ninjutsu, and Uchiha Xiao naturally did not keep her in suspense. He smiled and said, "This technique is called the Eye of True Vision, or the Eye of Detection." After saying this, Uchiha Xiao spread out his left hand. Everyone could see that his eyeballs had disappeared from his eye sockets, and they couldn't help but gasp. The Eye of True Vision shares what it sees with my left eye. Even if the Eye of True Vision is discovered and destroyed by the enemy, it will not cause much damage to me. I will just not be able to use it again for a period of time. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. What's the distance? Tsunade asked thoughtfully, pinching her chin. Uchiha Owl turned around and saw Tsunade's serious look, and replied seriously, 10 kilometers in radius. Tsunade opened her mouth wide, and even Ryuchi widened his eyes. 10 kilometers, although it doesn't sound like a lot, but for them, the ninjas, if they could detect something at a distance of 10 kilometers and report it in real time, it would make the army invincible. Senjulangai took a deep breath, and finally looked deeply at Uchiha Xiao, then bowed and saluted. I'm sorry, Lord Xiao, I apologize for my ignorance, and please forgive me. Well, I have to say, although the Senju clan is also arrogant, they will apologize directly after realizing their mistakes and correct them. But what about the Uchiha clan? I'm afraid they will deal with those who make them unhappy. Uchiha Xiao quickly helped Long Yida up and said, Brother Long Yida is also concerned about the safety of our team. Besides, ignorance is not a crime. Later on the battlefield, I might even need to rely on Brother Long Yida to protect me. Uchiha Owl does not have the arrogance of the Uchiha clan at all. Instead, his personality is more like that of the Senju clan. Through this incident, the Senju troops basically developed a good impression of this kid from the Uchiha clan. Lady Tsunade, can someone carry me for a while? I'm not feeling well enough to walk while I'm doing the observation. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, and Long Yi just now also laughed and said, Tsunade-sama, leave this matter to me. After all, Brother Xiao is for the safety of our entire army. After saying that, he carried Uchiha Owl on his back and walked forward steadily. Tsunade's mouth curled up when she saw this scene. It turned out that Owl-kun was a capable man. Okay, Long Yi, I leave it to you. If you find anything, please report it in time. Tsunade said with a smile, no problem. X2, the ones who spoke were Uchiha Xiao and Long Yi. Then they crossed the border and entered the battlefield. What can be said about the Rain Kingdom? It rained heavily all day long. The further they went, the heavier the rain got. It was unlike the Fire Kingdom where the sun was warm and the scenery was pleasant. After walking for about an hour, Uchiha Xiao suddenly said, stop. Suddenly all the ninjas stopped, took out their kunai and shurikens and took fighting stances. They stared ahead with determination on their faces. Tsunade did the same. She didn't look back, but looked at Uchiha Xiao. Xiao, what's the situation? Uchiha Xiao said coldly, 10 kilometers ahead, there are 200 elite rain ninjas, 20 Jonin, 50 Chunin, and more than 100 Jinan, heading towards us. Long Yi sneered, it's just a small army, what are we afraid of? Tsunade also nodded, but at this time Uchiha Xiao said, Lady Tsunade, I suggest you turn left and avoid them for the time being. They are holding poison gas canisters. I guess it is the poison gas of Hanzo's body, and they all have gas masks on their heads. Tsunade's face changed then. Everyone go left, evacuate quickly, slow down your movements, and do a good job of removing the mark. In just 10 minutes, Tsunade and others went up the mountain to the left and looked in the direction they came from when the Rain Ninja arrived at Tsunade's previous location. He was a little confused. Did they say the troops were coming? Why was there no one there? When Tsunade saw the gas canisters in their hands, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was not afraid, but her subordinates might not be afraid. Owl, why don't you go to the right? Isn't the view wider there? Now that we're up the mountain, how are we going to get down? Tsunade frowned. Uchiha Owl laughed and said, because there's a fat yellow bird on the right. As soon as he finished speaking, a force of ninjas suddenly appeared where they had been standing while observing from the hill. Earth release, heart beheading technique. Earth escape, yellow spring marsh. 2 escape to Ling Tuanzi. In an instant, a group of rock ninjas appeared and attacked the ninjas of Rain Village. Suddenly, All kinds of Earth-style ninjutsu swarmed out and wiped out half of the ninjas of Rain Village in an instant. It must be said that Inoki is good at training soldiers. Chapter 10. Cut the grass at its roots. As soon as the rock ninja used the earth release technique, the rain ninja troops were killed one after another like cutting melons and vegetables. The rain ninja village's Jonin gritted his teeth and then ordered throw the jars. Suddenly, purple poisonous gas enveloped the battlefield. After a while, the ninja troops of Iwagakure were poisoned and fainted. They did not expect that the rain ninja had this trick. Although some powerful Jonin had not fallen down yet, their limbs had begun to become weak. At this time, the surviving rain ninjas began to fight back. Their eyes were bloodshot as they hacked to death these ninjas from big countries. Their eyes were filled with hatred. When war broke out, they chose their small country as the battlefield. Their relatives and friends died before their eyes one by one, all because of these big countries. The Senju troops felt somewhat relieved when watching this scene. If they had fought hard just now, they didn't think they would be much stronger than the Iwagakure troops. Soon the poison gas dissipated, and all the Iwagakure troops of 100 men were killed. As for the Rangakure, there were only about 20 of them left. They were breathing heavily, and their hands holding the knives began to tremble, which was a sign of exhaustion. Long Yu said, "Lady Tsunade, now is the best time to annihilate the rain ninja." Tsunade nodded and prepared to rush forward, while Uchiha Xiao nodded because there was no presence nearby. Just like that, the exhausted rain ninja army met the well-rested Senju army, and the result was obvious at this time. A rain ninja knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Tsunade. "Please, Master Ninja of the Land of Fire, let us go. We are also forced to do this." Tsunade's expression changed, and just when she was about to say something, hatred flashed in the rain ninja's eyes, and he drew out a long sword and stabbed Tsunade, magnetic style, sand binding. Uchiha Xiao pointed his right hand into sword shape and aimed his left hand at the rain ninja. Then a large amount of flying sand gathered together and firmly controlled the rain ninja. The rain ninja's sword was squeezed off by the sand and fell to the ground. The whole person was wrapped in sand and could not move. He stared at Tsunade fiercely, and the helplessness and pleading expression he had before disappeared again. He cursed, "You ninjas from a great country have blood on your hands. And you will definitely be punished." Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Xiao's face turned cold, and he pinched with his left hand. Only a crackling sound was heard, and the rain ninja was wrapped in quicksand. The bottom of the quicksand turned blood red and was still oozing blood. Uchiha Xiao flicked his hand and the sand ball flew far away. He thought that he should not let this guy's death look affect Lady Tsunade. The other members of the Senju clan strongly agreed with Uchiha Xiao's behavior. They controlled the rain ninja at the first moment and then killed him without hesitation. This is what a ninja should do. "Lady Tsunade, are you okay?" Long Yu asked, looking at Tsunade's dazed expression. Tsunade came back to her senses. She sighed, then said, "Are our hands really stained with blood in the eyes of the small country?" No one responded, but at this moment Uchiha Xiao said, "It's not us who are wrong, it's this jungle of ninjas. It's true that our hands are stained with blood, but we are doing this to protect our homeland from being invaded." Tsunade nodded, not quite understanding. This was the first time her hands were stained with the blood of the enemy country, and she couldn't help feeling confused when she heard the accusations of the enemy ninja. "To cut the grass, we must uproot it. Moreover, this is a battlefield. Lady Tsunade, look, no one in our army died, and we even completed a battle. You should be happy, right?" Uchiha Xiao pointed at the ninjas present. Everyone nodded in agreement with Uchiha Xiao's words. Some middle-aged Senju ninjas were looking at Uchiha Xiao, thinking that this little guy was interesting. Judging from his age, he should be the same age as Tsunade, yet he knew so much. Under Uchiha Xiao's persuasion, Tsunade regained her spirit. "Yes, even though my hands are stained with blood, I am protecting my family. As long as I understand this point, it will be fine." Tsunade took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry everyone, I was too immature." After Tsunade's apology, the Senju people in the team hurriedly said, "Princess Tsunade, this is not your fault. Yeah, it was my first time on the battlefield, and I even peed my pants. Period. Yes, princess, you don't have to blame yourself. We can grow up together with the princess." Looking at everyone present, Uchiha Xiao felt a little envious. "Look at how united the Senju clan is." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao, walked up to him and said, "Our lord, from your performance just now, I can see that you have great military talent. How about you become our team's military advisor from now on? During the war, I will also follow your orders. How about that?" Uchiha Xiao pondered. Of course, I can, but I hope that those present here will keep the secret for me after returning to Konoha, and announce to the outside world that this is the result obtained under the command of Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Xiao glanced at everyone. When they heard it, the older ones immediately realized that this was to praise Princess Senju for their contribution, so they looked at Uchiha Xiao with more kind eyes. Uchiha Xiao, this is inappropriate. Tsunade blushed a little. Wouldn't this give her the credit for snatching the command from her subordinates? The expressions in the eyes of the Senju clan ninjas changed. They naturally hoped that Tsunade could get the credit, but this seemed unfair to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao knew that if he, as an Uchiha, got this achievement, it would be his death warrant. Danzo would stare at him and regard him as a thorn in his side, while if Tsunade got this achievement, it would become a political advantage for her in the future, but he couldn't say it out loud, because he wasn't sure if there was anyone among 1,000 hands who was interested in becoming Hokage, and doing so would instead expose his talent. If he gave the credit to Tsunade, the Senju clan's ninja troops would collectively keep the secret and not leak a single bit. I have made up my mind. If Lady Tsunade wants me to participate in the command, please agree to my condition. Uchiha Xiao knelt on the ground and said sincerely. Tsunade was in a panic for a moment, not knowing what to do. Then a middle-aged man from the Senju clan stepped forward and said, Sir Tsunade, you see that Owl-sama is so sincere. It would be a bit too much for you to refuse. It's better to agree for now. His eyes were like water as he looked at Uchiha Xiao and showed kindness to him. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that there were also some smart people in the Senju clan at the request of the Senju people and Uchiha Xiao himself. Tsunade finally agreed, and now the team is still nominally led by Tsunade. The actual commander has become Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao continues to lie on Long Yi's back, using the Eye of True Vision to continue to explore the situation 10 miles away. The group is advancing steadily. The writing should be quite detailed. I want to change some endings, such as the annihilation of the Whirlpool Kingdom, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the Three Little Ones, the Night of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the Canopy Bridge. The early stage may be a little slower, but I will try my best to make the images of the protagonist and supporting characters more vivid. Chapter 11 Villagers of the Rain Country. Through Uchiha Xiao's true vision, Tsunade's team basically avoided the large group of rain ninjas. Although they occasionally encountered some small teams, they crushed them every time due to their numerical advantage. The rain ninja team couldn't even speak or send out a signal flare before they were slit in the throat by the ninjas from the Senju team. Up to now, this 1,000-man army is still unharmed, and even arrived at a village in the rain country without the enemy noticing. Uchiha Xiao got off Long Yi's back and said to the team members, You have been marching for a day. There is a village ahead. You can rest there. But I have to say this, we are soldiers, not bandits. 1, 2, 3, J4, 5, the above is pentakill. I hope you all remember it. I don't want us to be comrades in the morning and become police and gangsters in the evening. Secondly, our army must have discipline and not take a single needle or thread from the masses. Do you understand? Uchiha Xiao's voice was loud and clear, and the members of the Senju clan looked at each other. Finally, Tsunade spoke first. I understand. Then the people of the Senju clan shouted, I understand. Uchiha Xiao didn't care about this. He knew that some ninjas disagreed with these rules and only agreed to them after hearing the advice of Tsunade, the Senju princess. But they didn't know that this was the wisdom of another time and space. Now, everyone follow me into the city. Walk lightly and move slowly. Uchiha Xiao took the lead. As a commander on the battlefield, he naturally had to lead by example, but Tsunade was worried about him, so she followed him. When they arrived at the village, Uchiha Xiao looked around and found that some people were looking at them through the windows and door cracks, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Uchiha Xiao then said loudly, Dear villagers of the Rain Country, we are the ninjas of Konoha village. I know that in your eyes, ninjas from big countries are all ruthless killers. I do not deny this, but I can guarantee that our troops strictly abide by discipline and will not harm the people. Now we just want to rest for one night. Don't worry, we will sleep and rest on both sides of the street, and we will leave a path in the middle of the road for the people to walk. I hope everyone will not be afraid. If there are ninjas who do evil, tell me and I will definitely execute them on the spot. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao ordered the troops to set up awnings on the roadside. The ninjas either leaned against the walls of the people's houses or lay directly on the ground. After marching for a whole day, walking non-stop, and fighting from time to time, they were already physically and mentally exhausted. Then 20 ninjas were found to patrol. After all, The safety of the troops needed to be guaranteed. Seeing that the ninjas of Konoha village were so well behaved, the villagers of Rain Country couldn't help but feel something in their hearts. The ninja masters in the past were all burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. Why were this army so well behaved today? They were a little bit unconvinced. So that night, the Thousand Hands army slept soundly, but the people felt a little uneasy or unreal. It's not that they haven't experienced war before, but this is the first time they have encountered such troops and such a commander. They feel like they are dreaming. Late at night, 2 Konoha ninjas came to the village covered in wounds. They randomly found a house and were about to open the door to take refuge when a patrolling Senju clan Jonin asked, "Hey, what do you want to do? Which unit are you from?" Suddenly, the sound woke up more than 200 ninjas nearby. They then drew their weapons and looked at the 2 wounded Konoha ninjas. "We are ninjas from Jiraiya's army. We got separated from the army after a great battle. We found a village nearby and thought of coming here to make a living." One of the 2 Konoha ninjas smiled. "Yeah, brother, we're just here to make a living, no need to be so serious." Another one laughed. "Come here, tie them up." The patrolling ninja was Long Yi. He was in awe of his commander. Without him, their unit would have suffered countless casualties. Now, there were ninjas from other teams trying to break Xiao's rules. He didn't care whose unit they were from. He had to capture them first and hand them over to Xiao for processing. "What are you going to do? We are comrades from the same village." After saying that, one of them opened his Sharingan, a Tumagatama one, and stared at the 1,000-armed ninja present with a kunai in his hand. Could it be that you, the Senju clan, still have resentment towards us Uchiha? After saying that, another Uchiha also opened his Sharingan, this one with the 1 Magatama, HMPH. "You break into a private house and still dare to resist?" After saying that, Long Yi used the Senju clan's martial arts, the painful sky kick, to directly kick the Uchiha with 2 Magatama unconscious, and then used a collapsing mountain strike with his elbow to knock the Uchiha with the 1 Magatama to the ground. Then other ninjas came forward and tied them up. A red-haired child inside the door was watching the scene in front of him. His eyes widened, feeling a little incredible. "The villagers of Konoha village protected us?" The villagers nearby were also watching through windows or door cracks, and after seeing this scene, they felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. Uchiha Al was thinking under the eaves of a house about how to deal with Hanzo of the Salamander. After all, this was a cage-level warrior, known as a demigod, and this title was not false. It is true that he is not as good as Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, the 2 true ninja gods and the swiftest in the ninja world, but in today's generation, considering his overall strength, it is worthy of being called a demigod. There are 3 main reasons why the Rain Country declared war on the Wind Country, the Fire Country, and the Earth Country. The first is that there are various organizations within the Rain Country. In order to expand his influence and become the actual leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo chose to declare war on the 3 major countries. No matter what the outcome is, he wants everyone to see that he is the leader who can lead the Rain Village. Secondly, every time a war breaks out between big countries, it happens in a small ninja village like theirs, causing great waste of money and manpower, and leaving the people hungry. He must fight this battle. Even if he cannot win, he must tell the world that the Rain Country dare not bully them. Third, because of the scarcity of resources, war is the best way to divert the internal scarcity of resources. Through plundering, the Rain Kingdom can become stronger and richer. What he didn't expect was that less than a week after he declared war, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunade sent troops from the border all the way into their territory. Only at this moment did he realize that the strength of one person was not enough to determine the strength of a country. To put it another way, he was not strong enough to be like the god of ninja, who could shock the 5 major countries by himself. Chapter 12 Public Processing Commander. A member of the Senju clan shouted hurriedly, then knelt on the ground. Uchiha Xiao, who was originally in deep thought, heard the shout, raised his head and looked at the newcomer. "Ryuji, what's going on? What's making you so flustered?" Uchiha Xiao stood up, smiled slightly, and walked forward. "Report to the commander. We have captured 2 of Jiraiya's companions. They tried to break into a private house but were knocked unconscious and captured by the patrolling Long Yi." Longer spoke very quickly, but all the important information entered Uchiha Xiao's ears. "Oh? Where are they? Take me to see them." After saying that, Uchiha Xiao said with his hands behind his back, a smile in his eyes, and Longer hurriedly led the way. Tsunade also heard Ryuji's report. She stood up and followed the 2 of them. She wanted to see how Uchiha Al would deal with it. Not long after, the three of them arrived at Long Yi's location. After seeing Uchiha Al and his group, Long Yi suddenly said, "Tsunade-sama, Owlfinger. Owl-sama, you are here." Tsunade and Uchiha Al exchanged a glance, and Uchiha Al stepped back, standing one step behind Tsunade. Tsunade naturally understood what he meant, so she said, "Splash them to wake them up." The subordinate smiled and said that this rain country had nothing but a lot of rain, so he picked up a wooden barrel on the roadside, which was full of freshly collected rainwater. The rainwater in the wooden barrel was poured onto the two unconscious people, and the two Uchiha ninjas woke up. They were about to curse when they saw Tsunade with beige hair, so the two of them quickly begged for mercy. "Lady Tsunade, we really don't know what we have done wrong. This is clearly the land of rain, not the land of fire. Why can't we borrow some food?" The two Magatama Uchiha said in a sad voice. Tsunade's eyes turned cold. "Is this what Jiraiya taught you? Come on, slap each of you 30 times. Yes." A hint of excitement flashed in Long Yi and Longer's eyes. This is Uchiha. Except for Xiao, all Uchiha should be beaten. So the two were publicly executed in front of all the ninjas in the army and the civilians who were watching. The great humiliation caused the two men's Sharingan to change. The two Magatama turned into 3 Magatama, and the 1 Magatama turned into 1.5 Magatama. Uchiha Xiao saw that the time was almost up, so he gave Tsunade a look. Tsunade understood and asked him to go forward while he watched. "Oi, Yamazaki, Ryuichi, do you still recognize me?" Uchiha Xiao smiled. One of these two people was called Uchiha Yamazaki, and the other was called Uchiha Ryuichi. They were geniuses with a certain reputation in the clan, and they were also the two who bullied Uchiha Xiao the most. "It's you bastard, you waste. I was wondering why the Senju troops came to attack us without saying a word. It must be something you said. Just wait. After returning to the village, I will ask the chief elder to enforce the family rules and punish you." "The shame of the Uchiha?" Uchiha Yamazaki said arrogantly. Uchiha Ryuichi remained silent. He glanced at Tsunade and then at Uchiha Owl, frowning. It seemed as if this guy. Before Uchiha Yamazaki could say anything else, Uchiha Xiao's face turned cold. He asked everyone else to move aside. Then he raised his right foot and stomped Uchiha Yamazaki's head into the ground with a loud bang. The ground was instantly collapsed by the huge force, and Uchiha Yamazaki's head was crushed into the ground. Uchiha Ryuichi's face turned pale. He looked at Uchiha Owl, but found that Uchiha Owl's expression did not change. He even raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He looked at Uchiha Yamazaki at his feet with the eyes of looking at an ant after stepping on it. Uchiha Xiao squatted down, grabbed Yamazaki's collar, pulled him up, and patted the dirt off his body. "What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly." "Say it again," he said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao had already restrained his strength just now. Otherwise, even if Uchiha Yamazaki was a senior ninja, he would not be able to withstand that kick. Uchiha Yamazaki was no longer arrogant. Looking at Uchiha Owl's calm smile, tears flowed down his face unconsciously. How could this guy be so cruel? You know, they are of the same clan and both have the surname Uchiha. Uchiha Xiao seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. "Haha, are you trying to tell me why we are so cruel to you as fellow tribesmen?" Uchiha Xiao turned his head to look at Uchiha Liu-ai and said, "Tell him why." After saying that, he threw Uchiha Yamazaki in front of Uchiha Liu-ai like throwing away garbage. Uchiha Ryuichi took a breath and said, "Yamazaki, have you forgotten how you usually bully Uchiha Owl? Usually, everyone follows you to insult Uchiha Owl because of your talent and your father being the great elder." Uchiha Yamazaki was a little angry. What did Uchiha Ryuichi mean? He cleared himself of all blame. He didn't even know Uchiha Owl at the beginning. It was Ryuichi and others who told him that there was a loser who would not resist no matter how he vented his anger. That's how he became a member of the bully Owl. Uchiha Xiao laughed. His laugh was a little weird. "Uchiha Liu-ai, if I didn't know what kind of person you are, I would have almost believed it. Today, you broke into a private house without permission. If our troops catch you, you will ignore us even if we call the Hokage. Are you ninjas or bandits? Besides, this is a battlefield, not the Uchiha clan's territory. Watch your mouths. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the Rain Ninja will not launch a sneak attack and kill you at their hands." Uchiha Xiao smiled. Uchiha Ryuichi's face turned pale. He looked around and found that everyone in the Senju unit was excited and very interested in what Uchiha Owl said. He was a little shocked. How could Uchiha Owl have such a good relationship with these Senju people? Could it be that he was relying on the fact that he was Tsunade's confidant? No, that's not right. Uchiha Ryuchi observed the ninjas of the Senju clan. Although not all of them came, he found that almost all of the ninjas of the Senju clan were not injured. On the contrary, their mental state was much better than theirs. Is it because Tsunade-sama is good at leading troops? No, that's not right. Among Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, only Orochimaru-sama is the most capable military advisor. Even he can't do it without any damage, so it's impossible for Tsunade to do it unless. He raised his eyes and met Uchiha Xiao's eyes. Uchiha Xiao's eyes were blood red at this moment, and there were two Magatama in each eye. Uchiha Ryuchi's pupils shrank. Double Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Al had actually awakened double Magatama Sharingan. A blood pressure came over him, making it difficult for Uchiha Ryuchi to breathe. In fact, just after Uchiha Yamazaki was stepped into the soil, the remaining obsession of Uchiha Al's original owner began to disappear, and his Sharingan evolved into double Magatama as the obsession disappeared. At this moment, Uchiha Al himself did not notice that Tsunade was slightly stunned and then said, "Mr. Xiao, your eyes." Only then did Uchiha Xiao come out of the pleasure of revenge. He instantly felt a burning pain in his eyes. He endured the pain and took a breath. "Uchiha Ryuchi, you are a smart man. I don't know what you guessed, but if you dare to say anything, you'd better pray that your family will never leave the village." It was a naked threat, but Uchiha Ryuchi was sweating profusely. He quickly said, "Lord Xiao, I will definitely not say anything nonsense," and kowtowed several times. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly and left here with Tsunade's support. A complex expression flashed in Uchiha Ryuchi's eyes. This guy's talent. Period. Chapter 13. Nagato. Uchiha Xiao left the execution site and breathed a breath of humid air. Didn't he want to kill them? No, he thought, but why didn't he kill them? First, because of his surname, Uchiha. Second, because his every word and action represents Lady Tsunade, and he cannot discredit Lady Tsunade. Third, in front of everyone, you, Uchiha Xiao, are willing to kill even your own clansmen. How will the Senju people look at you? Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath, and then he looked at the house that Uchiha Ryuchi and Uchiha Yamazaki had wanted to break into. Then he slowly walked to the door and knocked. Dong dong dong. Who is it? A middle-aged man's voice came from inside the door. "It's me, the commander of this unit, Uchiha Xiao. The ninjas from the brother unit were reckless and scared you just now. I apologize to you on their behalf. As for those two ninjas, they have been severely dealt with," Uchiha Xiao said sincerely. Then the door creaked open and a middle-aged man with red hair walked out. He looked at Uchiha Xiao with a sincere face and a slightly bent body. He quickly helped Uchiha Xiao up and said, "What are you talking about, Master Ninja? I have lived for more than 30 years, and this is the first time I have seen a ninja like you and your troops. No, big brother, I don't know about other troops, but our army treats the people like this wherever we go. Not only do we not harm the people, we also protect their safety," Uchiha Xiao said. Then a woman came to the door with a child about 5 years old in her arms. If it was any other ninja, she might not do this, but after seeing and hearing what this team of Konoha ninjas did, she couldn't help but want to see who is the commander of the army. When Uchiha Xiao saw a woman holding a red-haired child coming over, he smiled and said, "Brother, this is your wife and child, right? They are so gentle, virtuous, and smart." The red-haired middle-aged man did not speak, but looked at his wife and son and smiled knowingly. "Yes, it is my honor to have such a wife and son." After saying that, he hugged his wife and touched the red-haired child. The red-haired child's eyes widened and looked at Uchiha Xiao. He was very sensitive to good and evil. He could feel that this ninja was different from other ninjas and was full of kindness towards their family. Uchiha Xiao took a closer look, his pupils shrinking. "Reincarnation eye?" The couple looked at each other, and the woman asked, "Master Ninja, Nagato's eyes have always been like this. Do you know why?" Sure enough, this was Uzumaki Nagato. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was the future big boss. Now he thought of it so cutely. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "I know a little. Have you heard of the Sage of Six Paths?" Then Uchiha Xiao looked at the couple. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded and said, "I've heard of it. The clan once recorded the legend of the Six Paths Sage, but it was only mentioned briefly. Nagato's eyes are the same Rinnegan that the Six Paths Sage has," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. The red-haired middle-aged man and his wife were a little excited at first, but then they thought of something and their faces turned pale. The couple looked at each other and nodded to each other. "Master Ninja, I wonder if I can ask you a favor." The red-haired man knelt down directly. And his wife did the same. Little Nagato was a little confused and didn't understand why his parents were kneeling, but he was sensible and knelt beside his parents. The difference was that his parents lowered their heads, while he raised his head and looked at Uchiha Al curiously. Uchiha Xiao quickly supported the two of them. "Brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Get up quickly." But the middle-aged red-haired man and his wife stayed where they were, with no intention of getting up. "Brother, tell me first, what's the matter?" Uchiha Xiao had a guess, but he was not sure. "Master Ninja, I would like to ask you to bring the child to live in Konoha village. The Rain country is too dangerous. In addition, we all know a truth, an innocent man is guilty unless he possesses a treasure. Only Konoha can provide a platform for this child to grow up safely, so I, Uzumaki Wooly, hereby beg Master Ninja to take my child away." After saying this, Uzumaki Wooly shed tears. After Uchiha Xiao thought about it, he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he helped the two people and the child up and said, "Well, I will go and ask the captain of our unit for instructions. You guys go back to the house and wait for my news." After saying that, Uchiha Al turned and walked towards Tsunade, and the family looked at Uchiha Al's back for a long time and couldn't come back to their senses. Tsunade was just about to go back to rest after dealing with the two Uchiha's problems when Uchiha Al came in front of her. Her beautiful eyes lit up. "Al-kun, are you done relaxing?" Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything, but pulled Tsunade's arm and said, "Lady Tsunade, please come here. There are too many people here, you." Tsunade blushed. This was the first time a man touched her arm. However, seeing Uchiha Al's serious expression, she didn't care too much and honestly walked aside with Uchiha Al. It must be a very important matter. After arriving at that house, Uchiha Al knocked on the door again, and this time the door was opened quickly. The family of three looked at Uchiha Al and the new female ninja, and suddenly realized that the captain of the team was this female ninja. So he knelt down quickly and made his request again. Uchiha Al sighed. "Tsunade-sama, this family is the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. They were forced to come to the land of Rain due to the war. Now they don't want their child, Uzumaki Nagato, to suffer the pain of war." When Tsunade heard about the Uzumaki clan, she couldn't help but think of her grandmother. She nodded and said, "Sir, I will send 20 people to escort them to Konoha village." Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Why don't you thank Lady Tsunade for her kindness?" Uzumaki Mulai reacted and said, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." He even kowtowed 3 times. Tsunade smiled and said, "My grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. She has no relatives in Konoha. Your arrival will surely make her happy." At this time, Tsunade didn't know that Konoha had already taken in a large number of Uzumaki clan members, and only a small number of them who were reluctant to leave their homeland stayed in the land of whirlpools. "Mito-sama. It's Princess Uzumaki from the Warring States period." "Mito-sama." Uzumaki Wooly said excitedly. He hugged his wife. "Mito-sama has always been known for her virtue. Our family can rest assured." Tsunade smiled slightly and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, please wait here. I will send someone to pick you up in about 5 minutes." Uzumaki no tear bowed again. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." "Thank you, Lady Owl." Uchiha Xiao quickly waved his hands, indicating that it was all thanks to Lady Tsunade. Then Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade began to walk towards the army. Chapter 14, Immortal Eyes. On the way back to the barracks, Tsunade suddenly asked, "Sir, why do you care so much about this Uzumaki family? There are many people like you." Uchiha Xiao suddenly laughed and said, "You didn't observe carefully just now, right? The child's eyes are the legendary Samsara eyes of the Six-Path Sage, Rinnegan? What is that?" Tsunade was a little confused. Indeed, Madara's Rinnegan was an accidental product after biting off a piece of Oshirima's flesh. Except for Madara and Black Zetsu, no one knows the conditions for opening the Rinnegan. After the seal of the filial son, the battle between Ashura and Indra, and the long period of the Warring States period, the Rinnegan almost never appeared again, so almost no major families have recorded it. In response to this, Uchiha Xiao explained, "I have read ancient Uchiha books and various myths and legends, and have seen the Samsara eye." Tsunade nodded, not doubting it much, but she still asked, "Are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths very powerful?" Uchiha Xiao smiled and raised the corner of his mouth. "That child just now, when he grows up, he can destroy Konoha with just a thought, and crush it. Do you believe it?" Tsunade's pupils narrowed instantly. She stopped and looked at Uchiha Owl, but Uchiha Owl's expression did not change. Seeing this, Tsunade was sure that Uchiha Xiao was not joking with her. Mr. Xiao, I think it's too dangerous for 20 people to send their family back to Konoha. So I plan to let 50, no, 100 sentry ninjas escort their family, Tsunade said immediately. Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. 100, and they are all Jonin. Don't let this force attract everyone's attention. You should know that there are more than just people from Konoha in the land of rain. Tsunade thought about it and agreed. Then she asked, Our Lord, how many people do you think would be appropriate? Uchiha Xiao crossed two fingers, and Tsunade understood, 10 people? That's right, 10 people are a smaller target, and 10 Jonin are enough to resist a team of 40 people. Who knows that the people we send out are Jonin before we take action? Uchiha Xiao laughed. Tsunade nodded. She also trusted what Uchiha Xiao said. So 10 sentry ninjas were sent to pick up Uzumaki Nagato and his family. Before leaving, Uzumaki Nagato kissed Uchiha Xiao and waved to him. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said goodbye to him after 3 days of repair. Suddenly, a letter arrived. Tsunade opened it and saw that it was written by Uzumaki Mito. Thank you for thinking of Grandma, Tsunade. She has been sent to the hospital. Nagato is a very smart and talented child. He is very likable. I heard from my clan members that you suffered almost no casualties this time. Well done. You should observe more, ask more questions, and listen more to your commander's opinions. Tsunade blushed when she read this. It seemed that the clan members who had returned had already told her grandmother the news. Finally, Xiao gang, the battlefield is not a joke. You must be careful at all times and discuss things more, especially Xiao's opinions. Grandma will be waiting for you to return safely at home and make you something delicious. Uzumaki Mito's words ended here, and Tsunade smiled knowingly. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao came in. He was stunned when he saw the smile on Tsunade's face. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing? Then he took a look at the letter in her hand and suddenly realized, a letter from home is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Is this a letter from Mito-sama? Uchiha Xiao found a chair and sat down. After 3 days of rest, the local people also believed in the character of their army, so the local village chief took the lead in renting them a room for office use and an open space large enough to set up tents. Therefore, Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade were able to discuss military intelligence here. When Tsunade saw Uchiha Xiao approaching, she stood up with a smile and handed the letter to Uchiha Xiao, who was crossing his legs. Look, Grandma is praising you and asking me to listen to you more. Also, Nagato and the others have arrived safely in Konoha village and are staying at home. Now you can rest assured. Tsunade was in a good mood. Although they had only been fighting for 3 days, she felt that time was passing so slowly, and she was tense every day now. This letter from home calmed her restless emotions. Uchiha Xiao reached out to take the letter and read it carefully. The corners of his mouth rose, and he could not hide his joy. Lord Miro is also praising Our Lady Tsunade for her ability to judge people. If Lady Tsunade had not made up her mind, I would not have had the opportunity to show my talents, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Grandma told you to call her Grandma, why are you still calling her Mito-sama? Tsunade snorted coldly. Uchiha Xiao stood up and pushed her into the chair and said, Mito-sama is a senior, the most respected person in Konoha. Besides, we are not at home, so it is better to call her Mito-sama. Tsunade thought about it and felt that it seemed to be correct. After all, this was the command center, and there were 2 guards at the door. But what did Xiao-jun do just now? He held her arms with both hands. He pressed her into the chair. How dare he do that? But seeing that our Lord's expression did not change at this moment, it seemed that it was unintentional. Well, then forgive him, but our Lord's palm is still quite warm. Tsunade thought of many things at this moment. Uchiha Xiao had no idea about this. He walked to Tsunade's desk and lowered his head. Uchiha Xiao looked at the map and thought, yesterday, the scouts of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya came to the village and said that they would meet today, and the meeting place would be here. Now that I think about it, it's time. Just when I was thinking about it, the guard at the door opened the door and saluted Tsunade and Owl sitting beside them. Lord Owl, Lord Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru's army and Lord Jiraiya's army are already waiting at the village entrance. After saying that, she knelt on one knee and waited for a reply. Tsunade stood up and wanted to go out, but Uchiha Xiao quickly stopped her. Tsunade-sama, we are now a powerful army. We will definitely choose a commander-in-chief when we gather together, and the most likely outcome at this moment is that Lady Tsunade will be chosen as the commander-in-chief. If it were you who went out to greet her, the momentum would be diminished by 1 point. I know you care about our fellow disciples. but you must also fight for the position of commander-in-chief of this battle. Whether it's for your political capital or for the safety of the Thousand Hands troops, you must hold steady at this moment." Uchiha Owl's words made Tsunade's lips open slightly. She didn't expect that there would be so many interpretations for going out to greet someone. "Then, Mr. Owl, what should I do?" Tsunade asked. She knew in her heart that Uchiha Owl was doing this for her own good. Uchiha Xiao said calmly, "Just sit here." As he spoke, he pointed to the main seat in the office, and then said, "After that, I will go to greet Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru. You just need to wait here." After thinking it over again and again, Tsunade shook her head and said, "It's not appropriate. After all, the three of us are from the same sect. It would be wrong for me not to go out to greet him." Uchiha Xiao opened his mouth, and finally thought about the relationship between them, shook his head and sighed. Perhaps this is the bond between the three ninjas. Uchiha Owl did not try to persuade him anymore, but followed Tsunade to the village entrance to greet Orochimaru and Jiraiya. This work has been officially signed. Please support it. Chapter 15. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. The weather in the rain country is always rainy all year round, but today it stopped raining, which is rare, but it is still gloomy. This is a rare sunny day for the land of rain. Tsunade walks in front, while Uchiha Owl walks behind. Tsunade's mind was filled with the joy of reuniting with her fellow disciples, while Uchiha Owl was thinking about how to obtain the greatest benefit for Lady Tsunade. After a while, the two arrived at the village entrance under the gaze of villagers and soldiers, and Uchiha Owl also saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The two of them were wearing combat uniforms similar to Tsunade's, and each led a troop. Judging from the number, Orochimaru's troop had about 700 people, while Jiraiya's had about 600 people. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. This is normal. There will be sacrifices in war. Being able to arrive here in 4 days with less than half of the casualties has already proved the ability of the two men. Tsunade saw the two men and smiled. "Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you two are finally here." Then she went out to greet them with a happy face. When Jiraiya saw Tsunade, a light flashed in his eyes. "Oh, it's Tsunade, you look in good spirits." "Ha ha ha." The heroic laughter attracted Orochimaru to look at him with contempt. Then, Orochimaru shook his head and looked at Tsunade. He found that there was no trace of fatigue on her face, and she was even sad. He was very curious about what was going on with Tsunade, because he had just recovered yesterday. Just as Orochimaru was thinking, Uchiha Owl suddenly said, "Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama, there are many people outside the village. Please come into the village quickly to discuss military and political affairs together." Tsunade smiled and said, "What the Owl Lord said is correct. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the two of you follow me into the village. As for the army, they can also enter the village, but they must abide by the rules." Rules? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the ninjas in this village actually abided by the rules, but he didn't know what kind of rules they were. Afterwards, Tsunade recounted the pentakill story, and the hate in Orochimaru's eyes was no longer concealed. "Princess Tsunade, who came up with this pentakill? Can you introduce him to me? He is a talented person, a great talent." Orochimaru smiled. Tsunade smiled slightly and pointed at the Uchiha Owl who had just spoken. "That's the one who just spoke, Owl-kun, also known as Uchiha Owl." "Uchiha?" Jiraiya frowned. Shouldn't Uchiha be in his team? Why was he assigned to Tsunade? If they had known that although the Senju clan had become civilians and had abolished the Senju surname, Tsunade's troops were indeed the real Senju troops, how could they allow an Uchiha to give them orders? Tsunade was a simple-minded person, so she told everything that Uchiha Owl had done, including the magnetic release. Eyes of true seeing. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he heard this. Could he give me a dozen of such confidants? So he tried to test her. "Tsunade-sama, my army is also short of such a talent. How about?" Jiraiya didn't feel anything, but Tsunade frowned and said, "This is the confidant chosen by my grandma for me." The meaning was self-evident. Orochimaru curled his lips. "Fine, I asked you for someone, but you brought up Mito-sama directly. How can we play this game?" Then he sighed. "It seems that I am not destined to be with the Owl Lord." The three of them walked into the office, and no one sat in the main seat. Instead, they discussed the next steps together. Village entrance. Uchiha Xiao looked at the two troops, followed by many Senju ninjas. Orochimaru's army is not so bad, as they have ninjas from the Hokage family, the Hyuga family, the Akimichi family, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family, etc. Most of them are reasonable in understanding Jiraiya's troops are from the Uchiha clan, the Aburane clan, the Kurama clan, and the Gecko clan. I don't know if it was intentional on Sarutobi Hiruzen's part, but compared to Orochimaru's army, Jiraiya's army is obviously much weaker. He sincerely admired the fact that Jiraiya was able to control the number of troops to 600. Under such pressure, the other families were all okay when they saw him and greeted him politely, but the Uchiha family was the exception. Some of them recognized Xiao and curled their lips, while others sneered. The Senju Uchiha followed behind Uchiha Al with a smile on his face. Laugh all you want. The more wildly you laugh now, the more miserably you will be punished later. Uchiha Xiao knew the virtues of the Uchiha clan very well, so he didn't care. Instead, he walked in front and said, "Everyone has come a long way and fought hard all the way. I am here to welcome you into the village." After hearing this, no one had any objections, but the following words made them a little agitated, especially the Uchiha clan. Lady Tsunade has established these rules. If anyone breaks them, I will kill them without mercy. 1. Anyone who breaks into a private house will be killed. 2. Anyone who robs supplies will be killed. 3. Anyone who rapes civilians will be killed. 4. Anyone who bullies the weak will be killed. 5. Anyone who forces others to buy or sell will be killed. Uchiha Xiao repeated the 5 kills, so that he wouldn't let anyone take action and cause any more trouble. "We already know what you said, so can we go into the village to rest? Everyone here is very tired," an Uchiha Jonin said coldly. Except for the Uchiha clan, no one else said anything, but just watched the scene silently. The Senju clan's senior ninja frowned. "This Uchiha clan is really annoying." Uchiha Xiao looked in the direction of the voice. Wow, it was an uncle, a Jonin of the Uchiha clan. It was said that Uchiha Queen was an old man from the Warring States period, who had a high influence in the clan. This time he was sent to lead the Uchiha clan. "What? Do you have any objections?" Uchiha Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Queen. Uchiha Queen was stunned. This guy didn't seem as cowardly as the rumors said. "However, I'm not someone who is easy to deal with. What if you have any opinions?" "What if you have no opinions?" Uchiha Queen said arrogantly. Several Senju ninjas behind Uchiha Xiao couldn't bear it anymore and were about to take action, but Uchiha Xiao said, "Everyone retreat." The Senju ninjas were stunned, and then retreated obediently. Uchiha Queen's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the words about waste that were widely circulated in the clan actually had such a high status in the ears of the Senju clan. It seems that this guy is not simple. He has begun to be cautious in his heart, but only shows contempt on the surface. "If I remember correctly, this senior's name is Uchiha Queen, right?" Uchiha Xiao said lightly. He walked forward and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he is representing Lady Tsunade to appease the ninja troops, so everything he does represents Lady Tsunade. Facing Uchiha Xiao's provocation, he cannot turn a blind eye. This would not only bring shame to himself, but also to the troops and Lady Tsunade, so he had to stand up. "Yes, I am Uchiha Queen." "Uchiha Xiao, what do you think?" Uchiha Queen emphasized the 3 words Uchiha, reminding Uchiha Xiao not to forget that you are a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Nothing, I just feel a little itchy. I wonder if I can ask for some advice from you, senior." As he said that, he made a seal of opposition towards Uchiha Queen. The Uchiha clan members widened their eyes, including Uchiha Xiao. All of them looked incredulous. This kid who just turned 18 was actually so tough. Chapter 16 Uchiha Al vs Uchiha Kiyoshi. Uchiha Queen looked at Uchiha Xiao with a serious look in his eyes. He knew that Uchiha Xiao might have some abilities, but he had never thought that he would dare to compete with himself, a senior ninja. In public, the other big families suddenly lost their rush to enter the village. There was no fun in eating melons in the village, so they gave up the middle space for the two to competing. It has been detected that the host is about to battle with the Uchiha Jonin, and the previous rewards will be settled in advancing. The host leads the Senju troops unscathed, and is rewarded with 500 points for the amount of Jonin chakra ding. The host changes the plot of Whirlpool Country and rewards the host with 2,000 points for Jonin combat skills ding. The host changes the Uzumaki Nagato plot and rewards mastery of fire attribute ninjutsu. The power of fire attribute ninjutsu is doubled, no hand seals are required, and the points are 5,000. The points balance is 14,050. After completing the achievement, you will be quite wealthy and be rewarded with the A-level ninjutsu Sandstorm Funeral, mastered. As the system's voice fell, one reward after another merged with Uchiha Xiao. After a moment, Uchiha Xiao came back to his senses, the corners of his mouth curled up. He had originally thought of winning by taking shortcuts, but now it seemed that this was no longer necessary. When Uchiha Qing saw the other party making the seal of opposition, he quickly made the seal of opposition himself. Although the Uchiha family is proud, they will respect any opponent who challenges them, regardless of whether they can defeat them or not. Uchiha Xiao, you are the junior, so let you attack first. As he said that, Uchiha Qing held a kunai in a defensive posture. As everyone knows, the profession of ninja is high in attack and low in defense. Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly, then formed a hand seal, the standard hand seal of the Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Qing smiled faintly. He was going to use the same ninjutsu to teach Uchiha Xiao a lesson. However, his expression suddenly changed. This kid had only made 3 hand seals. How could he be releasing ninjutsu? He had only made 2 seals. So Uchiha Qing quickly used the substitution technique to dodge the attack, and then stared at Uchiha Xiao. If he had reacted slower, he would have become the first ninja to be killed by the Great Fireball technique. This kid. Uchiha Qing's heart moved. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. As expected, the Great Fireball technique could not burn people to death. Even with the addition of fake hand seals, Uchiha Qing was not burned to death. Little did he know that in the eyes of Uchiha Qing, Uchiha Owl had become a formidable enemy. He didn't know whether Uchiha Owl had improved the Great Fireball or whether Uchiha Owl could perform ninjutsu without seals. Uchiha Kingaiden would rather be the former, because looking at the latter throughout the entire history of the Warring States period, only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could do it. If Uchiha Xiao did it, then before he could think about it, Uchiha Xiao jumped, turned in the air, and 3 huge fangs and fires rushed towards Uchiha Qing. Uchiha Qing's eyes widened. It was so big. What was going on? This kid. He then used the instant body technique, and although he dodged the attack, part of his clothes was burned by the phoenix fire. After experiencing Uchiha Owl's 2 ninjutsu attacks, Uchiha Qing realized that he could never beat Uchiha Owl in terms of ninjutsu, so he took out a shuriken and threw it at Uchiha Owl, and Uchiha Owl drew out his sword. Ding 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 ding. The shuriken was blocked back. Just when Uchiha Xiao looked at the position where Uchiha Qing was just now, he found that Uchiha Qing had disappeared. Uchiha Xiao was still in a daze, but his body moved and he raised his sword to block. Ding! The combat skills of the Jonin had turned into muscle memory, prompting him to raise his sword to block. Ding! A sound rang out, and Uchiha Qing looked incredible. This guy's fighting skills and awareness were no less than his own. After Uchiha Owl reacted, he chose not to form hand seals this time. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Qing quickly retreated, but the heat of the fireball still burned his skin. He saw clearly that Uchiha Xiao did not make any hand seals. He was a genius. However, the Uchiha clan does not only rely on swordsmanship and fire escape. Uchiha Qing's eyes turned red, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. The other members of the Uchiha clan gasped. 3 Magatama, Qing Sr. is serious. Xiao, stop it. I recognize your strength. If we continue fighting, we may not be able to control the consequences, Uchiha Qing said seriously at this moment. He had already acknowledged Uchiha Xiao's strength, but Uchiha Xiao wanted more than just that. Senior Qing, please come over. After saying that, he mobilized the yin attribute chakra, and his eyes turned into 2 Magatama Sharingan. At the same time, the expressions of the other Uchiha clan members changed. The skills of the Jonin, fire style, and the 2 Magatama Sharingan did not mean that Uchiha Ashina was good, but that his talent was abnormal. Everyone knows that an Uchiha with a 3 Magatama Sharingan can have the strength of a Jonin. Relying solely on the Sharingan, Uchiha Ull's 2nd Magatama has the strength of a Jonin, which means that once he awakens the 3rd Magatama, he will have the strength to crush a Jonin and can even fight against a cage-level strong man. Uchiha Qing developed a love for talent. No matter how much Uchiha Xiao hated the Uchiha clan, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan after all. Therefore, he was ready to resolve this battle with illusion, Sharingan. Using the illusion of Sharingan itself, 3 Magatama against 2 Magatama, that would be easy to capture. Just when he thought he had Uchiha Xiao under control, Uchiha Xiao dodged and then kicked Uchiha Qing over with a whip kick. Uchiha Qing's eyes widened and his Sharingan turned back to black. How is this possible? Shouldn't you? Uchiha Qing struggled to get up. He thought he had won, so he was just about to brag. Who knew that Uchiha Xiao would interrupt the spell and kick him down? Oh? Shouldn't I be under the influence of an illusion? Shouldn't illusions be based on one's state of mind? It is thanks to the care of my clan members over the years that I can be so calm. After saying this, Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. Uchiha Qing was silent. He knew that what Uchiha Xiao said was right. Then a hand reached out to him. Uchiha Xiao looked up and saw that it was Uchiha Xiao. He opened his mouth to say something. Uchiha Xiao just shook his head and said, "Let's make the seal of reconciliation." After that, he stopped talking and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao nodded, and after making the seal of reconciliation with Uchiha Xiao pulled Uchiha Xiao up. After Uchiha Xiao said thank you, he returned to the team, no longer as arrogant as at the beginning. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Xiao with admiration. He looked at Uchiha Xiao carefully at this moment, and his brows frowned as if he had seen him somewhere. Somehow his eyes blurred, and he seemed to see the patriarch in the Warring States period, holding a sickle and carrying a round fan boom. His scalp was numb. Why did this guy look so similar to Madara-sama? Chapter 17. Entering the meeting after Uchiha Xiao defeated Uchiha Xiao, the Uchiha clan members looked at him differently. They were no longer sarcastic and contemptuous, but enthusiastic and respectful. Everyone present recognized that Uchiha Xiao was the best among the Jonin, but Uchiha Owl, who defeated Uchiha Xiao, was only 18 years old. What does this mean? Uchiha Owl's talent is far superior to Uchiha Kyoshi's. The Uchiha clan admires the strong. Even after Uchiha Madara left Konoha, the pride from their roots made them still admire the strong. Did you hear that? The 5 killings ban must be strictly enforced no matter who you are or which family you belong to. If anyone tries to challenge Lady Tsunade's authority, I will send you to death without going to the battlefield. Uchiha Xiao's words were not only directed at the Uchiha clan, but also at all ninjas. All the ninjas answered loudly yes, especially the Uchiha clan. They strictly followed the order. Uchiha Xiao nodded when he saw this scene, and then he called out, "Shangshu, step out." Here, a child who looked to be about 10 years old stepped out. He had a naive look on his face and looked at Uchiha Xiao with admiration. He had just witnessed the entire battle between Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Xiao. Only his grandfather and his grandfather's opponents knew how to use the unmarked ninjutsu. This man can do it too. Doesn't that mean he's a ninja who can compete with Grandpa? At this time, Shangshu, who was named by him, was extremely excited, but he still maintained his composure, because everyone present was staring at him, and he could not embarrass his grandfather and the Senju clan. Uchiha Xiao glanced at him, then smiled and said, "Come with me." After that, he waved to Senju Naoki, then looked at the army. "Everyone, disperse where you are, go and rest, and adjust your state. Next, there is another tough battle to fight." After saying that, he took Senju Naoki to the office. In the office, the future 3 ninjas were planning how to send troops. Jiraiya thought that they should go straight to the dragon's lair and fight directly with Hanzo of the Salamander. Orochimaru was speechless. How come this guy and I are from the same school? Hanzo Salamander is a ninja that even the teacher may not be able to deal with. In addition to his superb swordsmanship, he also has a highly poisonous physique, and the summoning beast Salamander, the summon beast, the Salamander, was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the tailed beasts. If they fought head-on, even if the 3 of them might have a chance of winning, what would happen to the vanguard? Would they just send them to their deaths? They are all elites from their respective families. If we allow them to be killed, when they return to the village, won't Danzo accuse them of improper command? If you wear this thing, you will have no chance of becoming Hokage. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Owl and Rope Tree request to participate in the meeting. Uchiha Owl's voice was steady and serious. Orochimaru's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Uchiha Owl, it seemed that Tsunade mentioned it just now. This kid seemed to have some tricks that could allow the army to predict danger in advance. Then Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, and Jiraiya also looked at Tsunade, because at this moment, logically speaking, the 2 of them came to the alliance and were guests, while Tsunade was the host. Tsunade nodded and said loudly, "Come in." Yes, then Uchiha Xiao walked in with Shangshu after the guard opened the door. "Naoshu. You little brat. Are you hurt?" Tsunade walked to Naoshu with concern on her face and checked his body, fearing that he was injured somewhere. "Sister, I'm fine. Besides, I killed 3 or 4 rain ninjas during this march." Senju Naoki scratched his head and said with a smile. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, then looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, thank you. I'm relieved that you're taking care of Naoki." Orochimaru waved his hand and said, "Naoki is very smart and sensible. He has achieved what he has today through his own efforts." As Orochimaru said this, he looked at Senju Naoki with a smile on his face. "Shangshu is his disciple, so it is his duty to take care of him." Tsunade, Orochimaru, stop praising him. I know exactly what my brother is like. After saying this, Orochimaru laughed. At this time, Orochimaru was not as gloomy as he was later in life and did not want eternal life. Like most people, His goal was to become Hokage. Jiraiya, with a smile on his face, hugged Senjunaki and pulled him aside. Ahem, have you finished reading those books I gave you? I'll give you a few more when we get back to the village. Senjunaki's eyes instantly became hot. Thank you, Jiraiya-senpai. Uchiha Xiao looked at this scene with a smile on his face. He had only seen the bond between the three ninjas and the smile of Senjunaki in anime, but now that he was actually there, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart at this time. Tsunade walked up to Uchiha Al and stretched out her hand to wave it in front of Uchiha Al's face. Our lord? Our lord? What are you thinking about? Tsunade was a little confused. Uchiha Xiao suddenly came back to his senses, and when he saw Tsunade in front of him, his face suddenly turned red, and he quickly knelt on one knee. Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry. Tsunade was stunned, touched her forehead, and helped Uchiha Al up. I just saw you were laughing at everyone, so I asked you what you were thinking about. Uchiha Al said shyly. It makes me envious to see that Naoki, Tsunade-sama, or Orochimaru-sama, and Jiraiya-sama get along so well together. Orochimaru also came over at this moment. He said to Uchiha Al, Al-sama, I heard from Tsunade that you have a ninjutsu that can predict danger. Can you let me see it? Orochimaru was very curious about Uchiha Al. What kind of ninjutsu could allow the Senju troops to suffer almost zero casualties? Having said that, even Jiraiya and Senjunaki stopped fighting and looked over here. Uchiha Xiao first questioned Tsunade with his eyes, and Tsunade smiled and nodded. Everyone present is one of us. Uchiha Al nodded at this point. Although Uchiha Al's questioning of Tsunade seemed unnecessary, it reflected the ways of the world then. Uchiha Al covered his left eye, and the dust in the air began to gather and form an eyeball, floating in the air and circling around the people in the office. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Sir, this is a detection-type magnetic ninjutsu, right? It can share vision, detect intelligence, and reduce casualties. I just don't know the range. If the ninjutsu is broken, what kind of damage will it cause to the caster? Orochimaru is worthy of being Orochimaru. Even though he hasn't started research yet, his observation skills are among the best. The range is 10 kilometers. Even if the eye is destroyed, this ninjutsu cannot be performed again within 3 hours. The impact on the caster himself is probably a bit irritating, Uchiha Xiao said. Orochimaru nodded. No wonder none of the people Tsunade brought were hurt. With such a magical detection skill, as long as they knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm, basically nothing would happen. He looked at Tsunade and couldn't help but sigh that Lord Miro had a very sharp vision to choose such a genius as Tsunade's confidant. Chapter 18, Fortify the walls and clear the fields. A siege must leave a gap. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Al with a fiery look in his eyes. He also wanted this technique, but it was a pity that he did not have the bloodline limit of magnetic escape. Otherwise this skill would be a magical skill for him. Tsunade saw Orochimaru's fiery gaze fixed on Uchiha Al and could not help but snorted coldly, then stood in front of Uchiha Al and said, Why, Orochimaru, you want to snatch someone from me? Orochimaru stared at the scene with wide eyes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he glanced at Jiraiya out of the corner of his eye. Jiraiya scratched his head, unaware of this. Orochimaru was speechless. Jiraiya was really stupid. Never mind. He stopped thinking about him. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade and said, No, I'm just interested in Owl-sama's detection ninjutsu. Besides, this is the confidant chosen for you by Mito-sama. How could I snatch him away? HMPH, you are the best. Uchiha Al is a favorite in Tsunade's heart. He has double bloodline, can fight, is not greedy for credit, and always thinks of her. This is simply the best assistance God has given her. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head. It was not right for him to speak or not speak then. Tsunade took Uchiha Al's arm and walked to the main seat in the office and pushed him up. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Rope Tree, Uchiha Al, is this the position he deserves? This is the position of the Commander-in-Chief, or in other words, most of the credit for this victory should be attributed to the Commander-in-Chief. Uchiha Xiao hurriedly tried to get up, but Tsunade's strange strength came up, and Uchiha Xiao's face turned red, and he couldn't move at all. Lady Tsunade, didn't we agree on this before? This time I am just assisting you, I don't want any credit, Uchiha Al said hurriedly. Before was before, and now is now. Just now, Jiraiya suggested that the three of us have a decisive battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. I think it's a good idea, but in this way, the command of the army becomes a problem, Tsunade said with a smile. Orochimaru also figured out the key and said with a smile, That's right, Lord Owl, At this time we need a commander who can lead the army to defeat the other ninjas of the Rain country. That's right, Owl. I heard from Tsunade that you are a military genius, so you are the only one who can lead the troops. Jiraiya laughed. Uchiha Xiao was stunned and frowned. Tsunade said who proposed the duel with Hanzo. He even forgot to struggle and looked at Jiraiya with a strange look in his eyes. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Could it be that this kid? Jiraiya was stunned. Isn't this a good plan? The three of us are under a lot of pressure. Tsunade blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at Jiraiya, and then at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao patted Tsunade's arm, and Tsunade withdrew her hand that was suppressing Uchiha Xiao. Then Uchiha Xiao rested his chin on his hands and asked, "Why do you want to duel with him?" Jiraiya scratched his head. Because the intelligence says that the people of Rain country, except for Hanzo the Salamander, are basically a motley crowd. So, you three want to delay the main force, and then let the army clean up those ninjas and inflict heavy damage on them, Uchiha Xiao said coldly. Orochimaru was thinking silently. He had felt something was wrong just now, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. But looking at the Owl Lord's posture, it seemed that there was a better way. Tsunade listened carefully to Uchiha Owl's words, looked at Uchiha Owl's back, and remained silent. Lord Jiraiya, what does Hanzo of the Salamander think about? He wants to expand his territory and show his strength and skills to other countries. If you fight him and lose, it will be shameful. If you win, he will be fighting 1 against 3, and it will boost his reputation anyway. So why fight? Uchiha Xiao said in a deep voice. Then, if we don't fight, how do we resolve this battle? Jiraiya frowned. He thought his method was the best. Uchiha Xiao suddenly looked directly at Jiraiya and said, Master Jiraiya, if we follow your method, we will win. But don't forget that there are more than just our family in the land of Rain. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure are watching us. If we take action and win, and then those two guys take advantage of us and severely injure the rest of us, or even kill us, then we will win? Or lose? Uchiha Xiao's fingers tapped the table rhythmically. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, and Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Yes, they were not the only family in the Rain country, and they might be taken advantage of by others. No, according to the information about Inoki, he would definitely take action. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Owl with eyes full of admiration. Tsunade spoke at the right time. Lord Owl, how should we fight this battle? Uchiha Xiao looked at the map. The Rain country bordered the Earth country and the Wind country to the west and south respectively, and the Fire country to the east. So, tomorrow, we will send out our troops to attack Uji Castle, the capital of the land of Rain. Lady Tsunade will lead the Senju troops to surround the east gate of the city, Lord Jiraiya will lead the troops to surround the south gate, and Lord Orochimaru will lead the troops to surround the north gate. We will fortify our defenses and clear the fields every day, and cut off all the food supply routes nearby. As long as they send out troops, we will retreat. After they retreat, we will surround them. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. What about Zeman? Jiraiya asked. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with a strange look, as if he was meeting Jiraiya for the first time. What does the West Gate have to do with us? That's the land of Earth. It's enough for us to surround these 3 gates. When the time comes, the land of Rain will be forced into a corner and break out from the West Gate, and it will be that guy Inoki who will be seriously injured, Orochimaru said with a smile. Tsunade also nodded, and by doing this, we can preserve the integrity of the army to the greatest extent and achieve our desired goals. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, war is not only about the strength of the ninja and the army, but also about resources, national strength, weapons and other supplies. As long as we cut off their food supply for 2 months, they will either surrender or rush out of the West Gate. It will then be a fight between trapped beasts. It will not be easy for the land of Earth to deal with a group of starving people. After Uchiha Xiao said all this, he leaned back, closed his eyes and thought. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all looked at Uchiha Xiao, which made Uchiha Xiao shudder. He opened his eyes and looked at the 3 of them. No, why are you all looking at me? Is this strategy feasible? Give me an answer. Orochimaru smiled and said, okay, of course. I'm just curious. Who taught our lord such a high level of military skill? Tsunade also nodded. Yes, Lord Owl's military strategy is indeed very powerful. He has turned the population war into a resource war that is in our favor. Jiraiya was convinced. Sir, I am convinced now. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. Oh no, he was being too arrogant. This scheme seemed to be the first of its kind in the Naruto world. Oh my god. He failed to hide his incompetence. Chapter 19. The enemy advances. We retreat. General Uchiha Owl had explained the strategy very clearly, and even Jiraiya had understood the specific implementation methods. Tsunade led the Senju clan to block the east gate to prevent the enemy from attacking Konoha village. Jiraiya led the Uchiha clan to guard the south gate to prevent the enemy from contacting and colluding with the Sand village. And Orochimaru led the elite of the major clans to guard the north gate to prevent the enemy from attacking Konoha village from a roundabout way. The three men led the team and stationed themselves clearly within the enemy's field of vision and out of the range of their shuriken throwing. All the troops transporting food supplies from the surrounding towns to Uji were intercepted by the three men's senior ninja teams, and without exception, all were successful. Hanzo of the Salamander naturally knew that something was wrong, so he led his troops out of the city gate and headed straight for Tsunade. Tsunade saw that the city gate was open. He quickly ordered everyone retreat, and sent out a green flare. The Senju troops evacuated in an orderly manner. The rain ninjas pursued them relentlessly and encountered countless traps, detonating tags, and ground spikes from the Konoha ninjas in a dense forest. The screams were heard one after another, and even Hanzo of the Salamander could not help but twitch his eyebrows. Damned Konoha ninja, don't let me catch you, otherwise I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. He looked at Tsunade in the distance with blood-red eyes, while Tsunade looked at him from afar without taking a step forward. In the words of Uchiha Xiao, this is called guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stays, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Period. In any case, frontal combat does not exist. This 16-word mantra was proposed by a great man. It goes without saying how powerful its effect is, right? Hanzo of the Salamander looked at the rain ninjas who kept dying and became a little crazy at this moment. He began to use all his chakra and added it to his speed. He wanted to cut Tsunade into pieces. And the next moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru at the south gate and north gate began to order an attack on the city. Bursts of shouts and screams rang out, and a flare arrow was quickly shot in the direction of Uji. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air, making a sharp sound. It was this voice that made the bloodthirsty Hanzo stop. He looked at Ujichin behind him and couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. This was bad. They were just trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Their real target was Uji, his base. If he continued to pursue Tsunade, even if he could kill her, his base would be captured. Then, he wouldn't have to fight anymore and would be defeated immediately. Hanzo gritted his teeth and shouted, "Guys, we'll settle the score with them next time. Let's go back to the city." Yes. Ren was filled with rage. Being cut off from food was one of the problems, but the enemy neither fought nor retreated, and even designed traps and set ambushes. Is this the demeanor of a great country? If Uchiha Xiao knew what they were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. "A bunch of brave but foolish people, let me teach you a lesson about the Chinese art of war." Seeing that Hanzo of the Salamander was withdrawing, Tsunade's troops sent out another red flare. When Orochimaru and Jiraiya saw it, they immediately led their troops away from their previous garrison. When Hanzo returned to the city, all he saw was a mess, traces of the city being bombed by explosive talismans, and the city gates being almost broken. Looking up, he saw corpses all over the city wall. They were the Rain Ninja city defense troops. Faced with this scene, even Hanzo, the salamander who was known as a demigod, had no way to deal with it. Uchiha Xiao sat in the command center. In front of him appeared a sand table with 3 flags on it, representing Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. According to intelligence, he was responsible for moving the flags and observing the situation. In a word, he was planning and strategizing from thousands of miles away. Outside the command center were Uchiha Kiyoshi himself and some Uchiha clansmen. They insisted on protecting Uchiha Xiao. Seeing their determination, Tsunade had no choice but to agree. Currently, apart from Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, no one can enter the command center. Even if the Hokage comes. The scout report came back again, and Uchiha Queen brought the report into the headquarters. Uchiha Xiao sat on the chair, closed his eyes and said, "Is it possible that Hanzo of the Salamander retreated and returned to the city?" There is no sound anymore. The scout knelt on the ground and said, "Your Excellency is wise. According to the strategy you proposed, our casualties will not exceed 200, while the enemy's casualties will be at least 800. The scout's eyes lit up when he looked at Uchiha Xiao. A 1-to-4 casualty ratio, what a brilliant strategy and layout. He had never expected to witness it firsthand, and to be able to be a scout and pass on the news. It was truly an honor for him. Uchiha Queen opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But looking at Uchiha Xiao's figure at this moment, His throat seemed to be choked, and no sound came out. It's no wonder that he was so excited that he lost his voice. After all, throughout the entire Warring States period, the highest casualties of the armies of various ethnic groups were only 1 to 2, and now it has doubled. Uchiha Qing, who watched Uchiha Xiao's operation throughout, felt complicated at the moment. He looked at Uchiha Xiao with admiration in his eyes. At the same time, he was filled with anger. He wanted to ask the clansman who had bullied Uchiha Xiao, "How dare you bully such a talent? Are you worthy?" Putting aside Uchiha Xiao's terrifying fighting talent, his strategy alone is not something that those simple-minded clansmen can bully. This is simply, Qing, Uchiha Qing, are you listening to me? Uchiha Xiao waved his hands and frowned. How come this guy looked so reliable? So why was he distracted? Uchiha Qing quickly came back to his senses, knelt on one knee, and said naturally, "I'm sorry, Commander, I was distracted for a moment. Please forgive me, Commander." Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Qing, you don't have to be so nervous, it's nothing serious." Uchiha Xiao leaned over and whispered in Uchiha Qing's ear, This is not good." Uchiha Qing twitched a corner of his mouth. Oh my god, he wanted to take back his previous praise for Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao was just a ruffian with no bottom line. Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes at him. What do you know? When two countries go to war, the best way is to destroy their plans, the next best is to destroy their alliances, and the worst is to attack their cities. Wouldn't it be better to resolve this battle here without sacrificing a single soldier? Go quickly, don't delay the military intelligence. Uchiha Xiao glared at Uchiha Qing, then crossed his legs and hummed a song lazily. Uchiha Qing took a deep breath, then bowed and accepted the order, heading to Tsunade's front line. Tsunade was still observing Yuji City in the distance when one of her subordinates suddenly came to report, "Master Tsunade, Uchiha Qing wants to see you." Tsunade raised her eyebrows, Uchiha Qing, and then relaxed her brows. It should be Owl who sent him. Could it be something urgent? So she said, "Bring the person in." Chapter 20. Rain and songs from all around. Uchiha Qing ran all the way, his feet flying as if there was an evil ghost chasing him from behind, and he didn't dare to stop or delay for even a moment. At this moment, he was panting and sweating profusely, his clothes were torn by branches, his hair was messy, and he looked extremely embarrassed, even more embarrassed than those soldiers who were fighting bloody battles on the front line. Seeing this, Tsunade frowned slightly, wondering in her heart what had happened. She waved her hand gently, signaling the subordinate beside her to hand over a pot of water, and said in a gentle voice, "Drink slowly, don't choke." Seeing Uchiha Qing so anxious and flustered, Tsunade became more and more confused. Could it be some urgent order? But why was it Uchiha Kiyoshi himself who delivered the message, rather than a regular scout? And judging by his disheveled appearance, the news he brought must be of great importance. But seeing Uchiha Qing so anxious and busy, Tsunade didn't know how to ask directly about the details. After Uchiha Qing took the kettle, he began to swallow it hungrily. All he could hear was the sound of gulp-gulp as he drank several mouthfuls of cool water in succession. After slightly relieving his thirst, he finally raised his head and looked at Tsunade, panting and saying intermittently, "Uchiha. Owl, Lord Owl, say." However, the words seemed to be stuck when they came to his lips, and he was unable to finish the rest of the words. "What did you say? Hurry up and tell me." Tsunade urged anxiously, beads of sweat even appearing on her forehead. Not only Tsunade, but also the ninjas Ryuchi and Ryuji, as well as the other Uchiha clan members present, were also extremely anxious. However, seeing Uchiha Kiyoshi's solemn expression and his hesitation, they didn't want to force him too much. Finally, Uchiha Qing took a deep breath and slowly said, "Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the enemy's heart is superior. Now that the enemy's food and grass have been cut off, their morale will inevitably be weakened at this time. We only need to send ninjas to learn local special songs from the people in the surrounding towns, and then let these ninjas sing loudly in front of the enemy. This will surely disrupt the minds of Hanzo and his men, breaking their psychological defenses in one fell swoop and ultimately winning the battle without a single drop of blood." It turned out that on the way here, Uchiha Qing had repeatedly considered and sorted out these words in his mind. After hearing this, Tsunade's face was filled with a hint of doubt. After all, could a foe as powerful as Hanzo be made to surrender with just a few songs? She couldn't help but fall into deep thought, muttering to herself, "If Salamander Hanzo doesn't choose to surrender, then how should we deal with it?" Then she raised her head and looked straight at Uchiha Qing, waiting for him to give a convincing answer. At this moment, a low and majestic voice suddenly sounded, since the other party refuses to surrender, then continue the siege. When the food reserves in the city are exhausted and cannot be supplied, they will naturally fall into chaos. As the words fell, Uchiha Xiao's tall and straight figure slowly emerged. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Uchiha Xiao, clad in a black battle robe, standing against the wind like an unshakable mountain. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, revealing a terrifying aura. Seeing Uchiha Xiao appear, the slightly tired Senju ninjas suddenly became energetic, and their faces showed joy. This was because in the past period of time, Uchiha Xiao's wisdom and military skills were amazing, which impressed everyone. His appearance was like a shot on the arm, instantly causing a stir in the crowd. However, after her initial joy, Tsunade's expression quickly turned serious. She quickly walked up to Uchiha Xiao, her eyebrows raised, and said coquettishly, "Our lord, how can you be on the front lines? As the commander of our army, don't you even know the simple truth that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall?" Facing Tsunade's question, Uchiha Xiao's smile faded slightly. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and explained, Lady Tsunade, please don't be angry. I'm really bored staying in the command center in the rear. Seeing you all fighting bloody battles, how can I just sit back in the tent? That's why I couldn't help but come here to join in the fun." Uchiha Xiao's eyes wandered. As if he didn't dare to look at others. The reason why he came here secretly was entirely out of concern for Tsunade's safety. Not long ago, he had just carried out his carefully planned psychological warfare strategy, but after that, an indescribable feeling of unease lingered in his heart, making him feel as if something bad was about to happen. Under the influence of this strong premonition, after some inner struggle, Uchiha Xiao finally made up his mind to rush to the front line. After all, if an unexpected situation really occurs, he can take appropriate countermeasures as quickly as possible at the scene to avoid more serious consequences. Tsunade kept staring at the slightly panicked Uchiha Xiao in front of her. After a long while, she sighed helplessly, "Forget it, I won't think about these annoying things. I can't figure it out anyway." Tsunade has never been keen on thinking about complex problems because it is too energy-consuming. Then, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao with a serious expression and said solemnly, "However, Owl-sama, I have to be frank with you. Since you have come to the front line and joined my troops, you must obey my command and arrangements, and you are absolutely not allowed to act on your own." Although these words sounded like a stern warning, in fact, Tsunade did this out of consideration for protecting Uchiha Xiao's personal safety. Uchiha Xiao is such an intelligent person, how could he not understand the deeper meaning in Tsunade's words? He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and said firmly, "I will obey Tsunade-sama's orders. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, I will charge forward without hesitation and will never retreat." After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head, a confident and calm smile on his face. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at this and nodded mentally. Then, she began to deploy the next action in an orderly manner. He first ordered his subordinates to learn the local special songs carefully, and then sent his scouts to quickly inform Jiraiya and Orochimaru of the relevant matters. Chapter 21. Worthy of being the shadow of a village. After the rain, Lord Hanzo, the food in the city is no longer enough to supply the people and the army. We will run out of food by tomorrow at the latest. A rain ninja reported to Hanzo. The salamander Hanzo of the salamander sat in the leader's position without saying a word. He was a little silent now. It had been 4 months since he declared war on the 3 major countries, fire, wind, and earth. In the first 2 months, he caught the 3 parties off guard and entered their territory, but the 3 major countries did not care at all. He organized his own ninjas and killed their armies in just 1 day. They then turned and rushed towards his Yuji. Only then did he realize that it was not that the 3 major countries were weak, but that they were waiting for an opportunity to counterattack or even gain greater benefits. Although Hanzo of the salamander has the strength of a cage, his strength is far inferior to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Anoki, and the 3rd Kazekage. He knew exactly how many weak ninjas there were in the Rain Country. He just wanted to prove to other countries that his Rain Country was not a soft persimmon that could be bullied. As a result, it was only now that he realized how huge the gap was between small countries and big countries, and how humiliating it was to be a citizen of a weak country. He should have been full of high spirits, but now there were visible white hairs on his hair. Hanzo sighed and waved his hand, signaling his men to retreat. He slowly walked out of the territory and looked at the sky. The rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. The original meaning is that the sky is clear after the rain. He established a capital here so that the Rain Kingdom can bid farewell to the days of being bullied and usher in its own sunny days. But the drizzle continued to fall, and his heart was heavy at this moment. The troops surrounding the three city gates began to sing the Ballad of the Rain Kingdom. At this moment, Hanzo of the Salamander's face changed, and then he became furious. What does Konoha mean by this? He then climbed up the east gate and looked at Tsunade's troops, and found that they were still out of their reach. He used chakra to infuse his mouth to make the sound travel further until it reached their city. However, just 2 or 3 minutes later, Hanzo of the Salamander understood what Konoha meant. He saw the Rain Ninja army put down their swords, their eyes turned red, they lost their fighting spirit, and even began to cry. Hanzo gasped. Great, very good. Konoha's commander is formidable. Just hearing the folk songs of his hometown had already made his troops homesick, causing them to lose most of their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, they were now out of food, and morale had already reached its lowest point. At this moment, he saw 2 scouts walking towards Tsunade. Looking at the situation of his own army, he wanted to surrender, but he always felt that there would be a turning point. Tsunade camp report. Report to Lady Tsunade, Commander. The one who came was an Uchiha scout, Jiraiya's man. He was covered in wounds and had a heavy face. Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything, his face turned pale, as if he thought of something. We were originally besieging the city gates and everything was going smoothly. Who knew that Xiao, a cage-level expert from the Sand Village, would lead 500 Sand Ninjas to launch a surprise attack on our army? Our army has suffered heavy losses and is now closing in on Lady Tsunade. After finishing the report, the scout fainted. Uchiha Xiao's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with anger. Damn Sand Village. Tsunade sighed. This matter could not be blamed on Uchiha Owl. There was nothing wrong with Uchiha Owl's tactics against the Rain Country. The sneak attack by other countries was an accident. She was just about to comfort Uchiha Xiao when another scout came with information. This was a member of the Yamanaka clan. He was dressed decently and seemed to be fine, reporting to Lady Tsunade. Lord Uchiha Inoki personally led an army of 1,000 ninjas to attack our rear. Lord Orochimaru made arrangements. There were 200 casualties in this battle. Lord Orochimaru is currently leading 600 soldiers to converge on Lady Tsunade. There was anger in his eyes and his voice trembled. He was not targeting Uchiha Owl, but Inoki and the Iwagakure. He hadn't seen these guys before, and they were about to capture Yuji, but now they came out to stab him in the back one by one. Period. Uchiha Owl's expression was gloomy. What a bunch of rats. Tsunade took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Then he asked someone to take the scouts down to rest. Uchiha Xiao took a breath and knelt on the ground. Please punish me, Lady Tsunade. I made a mistake in command. Long Yi and Longer looked at each other, opened their mouths and were about to say something, but were stopped by a middle-aged member of the Senju clan. Now everyone knew that it was not Uchiha Xiao's fault, but they just couldn't say it. Tsunade walked up to Uchiha Owl and helped him up. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, know exactly how powerful Owl-sama's strategy is. Lord Xiao allowed us to nearly break through Yuji and restrict the movement of Hanzo Salamander using only the vanguard. This is a plan that no one can match. Our goal was to intimidate the Rain Country and make Konoha famous. We have already achieved this. Not even the sensei could have planned something like this, so, Mr. Owl, don't blame yourself. Everyone knows how strong your strategy and ability are. Raise your head. What we need to do now is to meet up with Jiraiya and Orochimaru and think about how to fight next. After Tsunade finished speaking, she smiled at Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Xiao slowly stood up. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. He forgot that people should leave 3 points for themselves as a way out. He only thought about breaking the rain and ending the war, but he did not consider that the goal of the other 2 countries was not only to end the war, but also to weaken them. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Owl bowed, then stood aside with his eyes closed, thinking about countermeasures. Soon, Jiraiya returned with 300 ninjas, and Orochimaru returned with 500 ninjas. After the 2 reunited, they immediately asked where the commander was. Uchiha Xiao sighed, probably just here to blame him. After he opened his eyes, he walked towards the 2 of them, but Jiraiya and Orochimaru knelt down in seconds. Uchiha Owl, what are you 2 doing? Uchiha Xiao was confused. Shouldn't they be blaming him? He quickly helped the 2 of them up. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you are not leading the troops well. When you were about to capture Yuji, you became too proud of yourself and forgot to guard against ninjas from other countries. Commander, please punish you. The 2 men's voices were so loud and powerful that even Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but be moved. Indeed, in a normal war, the commander only needs to give the general direction, and the rest of the execution should be the problem of the leader. It's just that Uchiha Xiao is too responsible, so he takes everything on himself. Uchiha Xiao was stunned and quickly helped the two of them up. What are you talking about, my lords? It was obviously my lack of consideration that led to this situation. Orochimaru shook his head. Command is your problem. Leading the troops is our problem. As a general, we should be prepared for various situations instead of blaming the commander. So this is our problem. Jiraiya nodded and said, that's right, Commander. Just now, our troops saw that the city gates were about to open, but they forgot to defend the rear, which led to the defeat. So please don't blame yourself, continue to command, and seek the greatest benefit for us. Uchiha Xiao's eyes flickered. Yes, the Konoha now is united. They will not blame each other, but will only look for their own shortcomings. This is the Konoha he likes. Tsunade smiled and walked over to stand with the two men. Commander, please make a decision as soon as possible to seek the greatest benefit for us. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes flashed and he smiled. I will. Chapter 22. Three families confronted. Uchiha Xiao helped the three of them up, then said thoughtfully, our current strength is about 1,600 men. Inoki of the North Gate leads 1,000 men, and Xiao of the South Gate leads 500 men. With our current strength, we are unable to cope with this situation. Inoki and Xiao are both powerful cage-level warriors. We will be at a disadvantage against either of them. Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama, and Jiraiya-sama can deal with a cage-level warrior with their combined strength, but the remaining two cage-level warriors are not fools. They will attack us when they see us getting anxious. Uchiha analyzed the current situation, and the three of them nodded in agreement. Tsunade and the others were now close in strength to that of a cage, but they were still planned to be Johnny and the middle-aged Xiao, and the young Inoki felt that the three ninjas would lose if they faced each other. He also said good things, saying that the three of them could deal with a cage-level ninja. What he meant by dealing with it was not to win but to harass him. Therefore, the key to this war lies in the South Gate. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up, and the three nodded. So you mean to attack the South Gate? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. He was now extremely angry with old woman Xiao. He was about to capture Yuji, but she made a surprise attack. It was all over, and Yuji saw hope again. Orochimaru laughed heartily, thinking that his good friend deserved to lose. Tsunade did not participate in the evaluation and pretended to be deep, because this way she would not appear stupid. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. If you were Hanzo, would you lead your troops to fight Xiao with 500 men, Inoki with 1,000 men, or us with 1,600 men? Of course it's Xiao, Jiraiya answered without thinking. He still had some common sense. This is not only because of strength, but also because we are now in opposition to the Rock Ninja. No one dares to act rashly, so Hanzo will attack the South Gate, Uchiha Xiao said. But how do we deal with the Iwaga Cure? If we confront them, we will suffer heavy losses, Tsunade asked. Orochimaru was also looking at Uchiha at this moment, wanting to hear his solution. Uchiha Xiao stretched and smiled. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Tsunade was slightly stunned, while Orochimaru's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. He said, could it be that the Owl Lord is talking about the Hidden Cloud Village? Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, yes, it is the Hidden Cloud Village. Now that Tsuchikage has appeared in the Land of Rain, it means that there is no strong man in the Rock Village at the moment. Based on the character of the Third Hokage, he would not remain indifferent if he knew the news. Uchiha Xiao laughed. I don't know if the Cloud Village and the Iwagakure Village are just incompatible, but they always fight each other every time they fight. So once they know that there is no cage in Iwagakure Village, given their abandoned nature, they will definitely raid Iwagakure. Then, Orochimaru also laughed. What a great move. The commander is indeed a man of unparalleled strategy. I admire him. He was already thinking that after this war, he must interact more with Uchiha Xiao. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other, as if to say, are we the only ones who didn't understand? However, Tsunade quickly turned her gaze back to Uchiha Owl. This man seemed very charming when he was giving advice. Uchiha Xiao didn't notice this, but looked at Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, your intelligence system should be very strong. According to the original work, Jiraiya is Konoha's source of information outside the village, and he can know many things that happen immediately. Jiraiya nodded. I do have a lot of subordinates collecting materials everywhere. If you say it's an intelligence system, then it's correct. In his view, these people were like-minded friends who helped him collect materials. He never thought about collecting and transmitting intelligence. Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, "If I let you mobilize your people, how long will it take for the information to reach Kumagakure? Half a day at most." Jiraiya patted his chest. He was still very confident about his friends. "Okay, Lord Jiraiya, please pass on the message immediately. Just write that Tsuchika Jinoki has appeared in the land of rain. Don't write anything else." Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. "Yes." Jiraiya immediately went to take care of this matter. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. As long as this matter succeeded, he would definitely take down Yuji. Orochimaru also smiled and said, "Congratulations, Commander, for capturing Yuji. Congratulations to Lady Tsunade. This was all her idea. I'm just a confidant." Uchiha Xiao shook his head. Orochimaru was stunned, then thought of his name, and finally sighed. Those old guys were still too afraid of Uchiha. Tsunade frowned, but she also knew the reason. In the end, the pre-war meeting ended in silence among the three of them, and then everyone went about their own business. The next day, Cloud Village AI held a Q&A. His eyes flashed, and he laughed heartily. He then summoned the higher-ups and decided to select 3,000 soldiers and send them to Iwagakure, Rain Country battlefield. Namin, Chihaya and Hanzo have already exchanged blows, with one performing puppetry, while Chikamatsu Juyuri's relentless attacks and impenetrable defense are on full display. Hanzo of the Salamander roared, slapped the ground with his right hand, and the salamander summoned a spirit beast that was summoned. It took off 30 or 40 sand ninjas in one gulp and rushed towards Chihaya. Then he released purple poisonous gas that filled the battlefield. Chihaya shouted, "Everyone take the detoxification pills." Chihaya, the poison master of Sand Village, has a deep research on poisons, so her detoxification pills can temporarily make people immune to the toxins of Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander drew out two samurai swords and rushed towards Chihaya. Chikamatsu Juyuri was quickly controlled by Chihaya to stop Hanzo of the Salamander, and the two fought hard for a while. The East Gate and the North Gate remained motionless, and both sides were watching each other's movements. At this moment, Konoha's scouts observed someone heading straight for Inoki's camp from the north direction of Iwagakure village. After telling the news to Uchiha Owl, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and others, Uchiha Owl raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Let's explore again." I thought to myself, the hidden cloud village is quite fast. It seems AI is an open-minded person. North Gate. Inoki Barracks. Inoki was so angry that he was shaking all over, cursing, "Those bastards, those stinking soldiers, blamed me for this big thing, damn them." Akatachi, Inoki's guard, stepped forward and said, "Sir, what should we do now?" Inoki said with a gloomy expression, "What should we do? Humph, of course we should return to defend immediately. I heard that the Third Hokage can fight against the tailed beasts. Now that no country has deployed its Jinchuriki, his strength is equivalent to an invincible existence. If I don't go back, the Iwagakure village will suffer heavy losses. Damn it, how come the news spread so fast? Is it Konoha or the Rain Ninja?" Inoki shook his head. "Now is not the time to think about these things. Pass on my military order. The rear army will be transformed into the front army, and return to defend at full speed." Inoki gave the order, and then used the light and heavy rock, stood on the rock, and rushed back to the village as fast as possible. During this time, he looked back at Yuji reluctantly and sighed. Chapter 23 Chikamatsu Juyuri vs. Kusajima 2 Stage Strike. Southgate. Chihaya is now a middle-aged woman with cold eyes. At the moment, the Sand Village is in financial crisis and is in deficit. This time, Hanzo's declaration of war has successfully diverted their internal conflicts. In order to repay the kindness of Rain Village, I will work harder and repel all of you scum. Thinking of this, Chihaya stretched out her hands, and 10 chakra lines shot out from her 10 fingers, then landed on Chikamatsu Juyuri. Then he raised his hands and moved his fingers slightly, and all the 10 Kanmatsu guards moved, as agile as real people, rushing towards the rushing salamander. Hanzo of the salamander roared, turned around and passed the first of the 10 guards of Chikamatsu, then raised his right hand and chopped it down. Whoosh, with a turn of the long sword, the second Chikamatsu Juninwai was knocked down. Just as he drew his sword, the third Chikamatsu Juninwai raised the spike in his hand and pushed towards Hanzo of the salamander. Just when he was about to fight back, the knockdown 10-man guard grabbed the long sword in his right hand tightly. Hanzo's face changed, and his right hand loosened. With the force of drawing the sword, he stepped back and avoided the attack of the third man. Then he turned around and chopped off the third man's head. Before he could rest, the first of the 10 guards threw a poisoned thousand-blade spear at him. Hanzo used all his instincts to perform the substitution technique. A thud, a thud, a thud, a thud. The original location of Hanzo was transformed into a wooden stake, and then the poisonous thousand bones struck the stake. The poison was very strong. In a blink of an eye, the stand-in stake turned from brown to purple-black. Hanzo of the salamander looked cold and said, "You old woman, you are so cruel." Old woman? Xiao originally just wanted to hold him back, not to really fight him, but what did he say? Old woman, boom. A huge burst of chakra exploded, causing the chakra lines in Xiao's hand to become much thicker, while Chikamatsu Jyuri took out all his weapons' various forms: swords, forks, guns, cannons, torpedoes, saws and hooks. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, threw the samurai sword in his hand, then reached behind his back and took out a sickle. All the ninjas who knew his reputation knew that he was serious. After all, this was his exclusive weapon and could not be replaced by any samurai sword or long sword. Asshole, hasn't anyone told you that you can't casually talk about a woman's age? After saying that, Xiao roared, and the powerful chakra blew her hair upside down. Chikamatsu Jininwei rushed towards Salamander Hanzo at twice the speed as before. The salamander retreated, and the Tenjin guards of Chikamatsu pursued closely. Then, the salamander formed seals with both hands, and raised the corners of his mouth, fire style, explosive flame formation. Xiao raised his brows and withdrew 4 of the 10 guards, and then the remaining 6 stated the location where the explosive flame formation was detonated. In an instant, many detonating tags buried in the ground flew out and then stuck to the 6 Chikamatsu Tenjinwei, followed by a roar from Hanzo of the salamander. The detonating talisman exploded. Bang! The 6 Chikamatsu Jyuri were blown away and maimed. Xiao tried to control them, but found that the 6 puppets could no longer move. Then she retracted the silk thread with a serious look in her eyes. She didn't know when Hanzo of the salamander had buried the detonating tags, and why it didn't work when Jiraiya attacked the south gate before. In fact, it is not surprising that Xiao is suspicious. The explosive flame array is an A-level ninjutsu, which means that it can be activated by at least a true Jonin, and a ninja with a large amount of chakra. And in the Rain Village, besides Hanzo of the salamander, who else meets the requirements? Period. Therefore, Jiraiya and his troops were not harmed by the explosive flame formation. Hanzo of the salamander snorted coldly, thinking that the old woman was making a fuss out of nothing. He then swung the sickle in his hand and attacked Xiao. At this moment, a bull-headed puppet among the 10 guards appeared and stopped Hanzo of the salamander puppetry. Guard! With a ding sound, the sickle was bounced away, and Hanzo's eyes lit up, and then he used the force of the recoil to swing it again. A double strike of the Kusarigama. The tip of the Kusarigama pierced the back of the bull-headed figure, piercing it. Then, Hanzo grabbed the root of the Kusarigama with his right hand and pulled it hard. The metal of the bull-headed puppet's torso was pulled out, and another member of the Chikamatsu 10 guards was lost. Salamander Hanzo licked his lips and looked at Xiao with a playful expression. Now 7 of the 10 puppets were gone, leaving only 3 puppets that didn't look very good. He didn't think he would lose. Xiao's face was solemn. He originally thought that Rain Village was just a small ninja village and Hanzo's strength was just exaggerated. Who knew that Hanzo would be so powerful now? As Hanzo prepared to deliver the final blow to the old woman, he yelled Sancho. The salamander responded instantly, first turning into a puff of white smoke, and then reappearing next to the salamander Hanzo, following the tacit understanding between it and the salamander. The salamander immediately spit out a purple poisonous mist. The poisonous mist was not only highly toxic, but also had an extremely wide range, enveloping Xiao in an instant. Hanzo of the salamander sneered, "Ninjutsu, mist technique." Then his figure suddenly disappeared in the poisonous fog. He quietly approached Xiao, looking for an opportunity to attack. Xiao snorted coldly, and made a single move with his right hand. Then the remaining Chikamatsu Tenjinwei turned into Chinese character, and Xiao pulled it with his right hand. The 3 puppets suddenly opened their mouths and shouted, "3 treasures suck up." A large amount of poisonous fog was immediately absorbed by the 3 puppets. Even Hanzo of the salamander was desperately trying to resist Xiao's ninjutsu. Damn, this ninjutsu is a natural counter to him. He is so annoyed now. After the poisonous fog was cleared, Xiao smiled and ordered, "Everyone come to me." The sand ninja stopped fighting instantly and hid behind Xiao. Hanzo of the salamander seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh no." He was just about to throw the Kusarigama at Chikamatsu Jyuri. As a result, a shield formed by iron sand blocked the sickle. Ling. The sickle was bounced away. This time, Hanzo's face changed. Magnetic escape, or iron sand? Could it be? Then, he saw a man with a hedgehog head and long blue hair appear, with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. The third Kazekage. He's here. The strongest Kazekage in history. Hanzo is about to face a huge battle, and he's not sure he can stand up to two cage-level warriors. The third Kazekage raised his eyebrows, tilted his head, and pointed in the direction of the Rain Ninja troops. Xiao's mouth curled up. I will follow the orders of Lord Kazekage. Then the three puppets opened their mouths and sprayed the strong poison mist of the salamander at the Rain Ninja. The salamander roared, "Run!" and then rushed towards Uchiha at the fastest speed. The Rain Ninja troops were in a miserable situation. Just as they were about to run, an iron wall rose from the ground, blocking their way. After the poisonous fog enveloped them, their bodies lost their strength to support themselves, purple spots appeared all over their bodies, and they fell to the ground. Only then did the third Kazekage signal Xiao to stop. Xiao was also very honest. She followed the instructions and used Shikamatsu Juninbi to suck back the poisonous mist of the salamander. She would go back and study it carefully, as it might be of great use in the future. Chapter 24, Defeat Clauses. Xiao has faith in the third Kazekage. Although she is the wife of the first Kazekage and has a long career, the Kazekage has always been the one who is most capable. Considering the strength of the third Kazekage compared to the previous two generations, he is indeed the strongest Kazekage, there is no doubt about that. And the third Kazekage also respects and cares about Xiao very much. Elder Xiao, are you hurt? The third Kazekage came to ask about Xiao's injuries as soon as he landed. He had not forgotten the care that Elder Xiao had given him. Xiao smiled and shook her head. Thanks to Lord Kazekage for arriving in time, otherwise I might have been seriously injured this time. She was not saying this casually. Hanzo's individual strength is undeniable. If he and Xiao were allowed to fight, Xiao would definitely lose. Even according to Hanzo's personality, Xiao might die on the battlefield. This was something the third Kazekage could not accept. Xiao was a real cage-level fighter. There were very few people in the Kazekage village who had cage-level strength. There were only him and Xiao. Although he had two talented apprentices under him, their strength was only that of a Jonin. Therefore, it is impossible for the third Kazekage to sit idly by and watch Xiao allow Hanzo to attack. Haha, I'm glad you're okay. 7 of Elder Xiao's 10 Shikamatsu guards were damaged this time. We have to ask the Rain country for some compensation. The third Kazekage raised his eyebrows. Now the finances of the Sands village can finally be more relaxed. Afterwards, Xiao and the third Kazekage chatted for a while. This time was for the ninjas to rest. In the afternoon, they would force Hanzo of the Salamander to sign a contract outside the city. Southgate Salamander. Hanzo snorted coldly. Who's on duty on the tower? Open the door. Your leader is back. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly appeared on the city wall. She looked at Hanzo with a smile on her face and said, Hey, who's that at the bottom of the city? Tell me your name. This city has been occupied by Konoha. Please take a detour. Tsunade naturally knew who was downstairs. Wasn't it Hanzo? I haven't seen him for a few days. How could he be so shabby? Hanzo's eyes widened. He stared at Tsunade on the tower in disbelief. What was going on? Would the Kazekage just sit there and watch them eat Uji? No, the two villages formed an alliance? That couldn't be right. As far as he knew, Ninomiya Inoki was an extremely ambitious guy. How could he possibly cooperate with Konoha? What's going on? Damn it. What should I do now? Yuji has been taken away, and the Sand village is chasing after me. Damn it. Hanzo said gloomily. Could it be that the ninja god's statement that Konoha never invades other countries' territory is false? Tsunade shook her head and said, Of course not. She was informed of what might happen by Uchiha before the siege, so she was able to speak fluently with Hanzo of the Salamander. Then what do you mean, sir? You are violating the rules set by Hashirama Senju. Hanzo of the Salamander was sweating coldly. Who would care about the rules of a dead person? This is what he thought in his heart. However, he always had a hope that the Konoha ninja would return it to him. Konoha will naturally be returned to him, but how to return it is a matter of some thought. Mr. Hanzo, do you still remember that you declared war on Konoha before? Uchiha Xiao walked up to the city wall and said with a smile. He wanted to see what Hanzo the Salamander looked like. This embarrassed demigod in the ninja world was rarely seen. Hanzo frowned. There was no such person in the intelligence. Who are you? I naturally remember the declaration of war. Now you have occupied Konoha, Yuji, you have won. If you withdraw from Yuji now, I will not hold you accountable afterwards. This made Uchiha Xiao laugh. Hanzo-sama, are you kidding me? Why are you so arrogant when declaring war, and still so arrogant after being defeated? Is this war a joke? Hearing Uchiha Xiao's words, Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help but feel his heart sink, but the other party did not refuse to return it. Yuji, this means that the other party has conditions. Well, Your Excellency is right, then state the conditions. Hanzo closed his eyes and took a breath. There was nothing he could do, it was his own fault for losing. First, the Rain country must sign a surrender document. Second, the Rain country must pay us 300 million taels of silver as compensation. Third, after the war with the Rain country, 10% of the ninja missions must be handed over to us, Konoha. Before Uchiha Xiao spoke out the amount of compensation he and Orochimaru had discussed, it was within the range that the Land of Rain could afford, and in a situation where they were defeated by the Sans Ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander had to agree to this condition. Hanzo shuddered. Although he had already anticipated Konoha's offer of compensation, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when they came up with this price. But did he have the right to refuse? No. He said with despair, okay, I agree, let me in. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Xiao sneered, empty words are not enough. Outside the city, our senior ninja Orochimaru and 800 troops are here. He will sign a contract with you. After the contract is signed, we will withdraw our troops. Then, we will release your Rain ninja and let them open the gate for you. Salamander Hanzo clenched his fists. He originally wanted to wait for the door to open and then rush in, maybe he could change the outcome then. But it turned out that this brat and that little girl had planned everything out. Okay, send the envoy. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru sent 3 ninjas to take out 3 contract papers, a total of 3 copies, 1 for Konoha, 1 for the Land of Rain, and 1 for Hanzo. To ensure the fairness of the contract, Hanzo gritted his teeth and signed the contract. After Uchiha Xiao and the messenger exchanged glances and the messenger nodded, Hanzo said, Master Hanzo is indeed a straightforward person. We will release your people now. Please wait a moment, Master Hanzo. Then he gave Tsunade a look, and Tsunade nodded. Leaving Yuji with the soldiers to reunite with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. About 10 minutes later, Uchiha Xiao said, then see you later, Hanzo-sama. Uchiha Xiao's figure turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. This was a clone. Then the Rain ninja opened the city gate and let the Salamander Hanzo in. Salamander Hanzo was enraged. He killed the Rain ninja with a sickle and cursed, a bunch of trash. He snorted coldly and looked at the cowardly ninjas around him. Thinking of the contract he had just signed, he sighed and said, forget it, give him a proper burial. Then he walked towards his home in a daze and sat down. No one dared to disturb him. He looked at the walls of his home and couldn't help shedding tears. Shame, pure shame. He had already surrendered to Konoha, and this battle was already lost. On the other side, Konoha troops, they had reached the border of the Fire Country. After entering the Fire Country, they met Sarutobi Hiruzen and the main force who were about to rush to the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, why are you back? Did you lose the battle? The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Then Tsunade handed the contract to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up and he took a breath. You won. You even made Hanzo sign the terms of defeat. Chapter 25. Was it all in vain? Konoha border. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade with a smile on his face and patted her shoulder. Tsunade, tell me how you defeated the Rain village? Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Xiao, and seeing Uchiha Xiao's mouth corners raised and nodded, Tsunade turned around and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed this, turned his head to look at Uchiha Xiao, and pondered in his heart. So Tsunade began to tell the story, and the more Sarutobi Hiruzen listened, the more he felt that Tsunade was strategic and wise, just like him. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen used the word we instead of me when explaining the situation. Although Uchiha Xiao had told her in advance that all the credit would be given to her, she was still embarrassed to take all the credit alone. Orochimaru and Jiraiya side on the side. Uchiha Xiao wanted to hide his weakness due to his political stance, but it was estimated that his plan would fail this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen had heard the word we many times, so at this moment he narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Xiao, who was lowering his head and had an expressionless face, with the corners of his mouth raised. Okay, Tsunade is indeed brave and resourceful, wise and brave, Orochimaru negotiated calmly, and Jiraiya delivered the message thousands of miles away. You are all the pride of my Konoha village. When saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Xiao, but Uchiha Xiao seemed not to notice and looked down at the stones on the ground. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen led Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and the army and began to walk towards Konoha village. The war is over and we have received compensation, so why bother going to the Rain village? Ling. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement ending the Rain Country War. Rated medium, S level. Using strategy, you easily entered the city and then signed a contract. Rewards, 3 Magatama Sharingan, to be activated, Jonin Chakra, Magnetic Style, Iron Sand, Magnetic Style, Iron Sand. Rain. In just a moment, the chakra in Uchiha Xiao's body at the end of the team surged, and his magnetic escape technique also underwent some special changes, seeming to be harder and sharper. As for the Sharingan, Uchiha Xiao did not choose to activate it immediately, because every evolution of the Sharingan would consume a lot of mental power and chakra, and the body would be very weak. Besides, he was on his way back to the village and didn't want to attract attention. South Gate. After the rain, the third Kazekage, along with Xiao, Ebizo, and 2,000 sand ninjas, stood at the gate. After getting permission from the third Kazekage, Ebizo walked out of the army and shouted, Hanzo of the Salamander, now that you have been defeated, I advise you to sign the contract, otherwise my sand ninja army will attack the city. Although Ebizo is not strong in actual combat, he is very good at politics, so he was sent to speak at this moment. Hanzo climbed up the South Gate Tower and said, You are too late. We, the Rain Village, have already signed the terms of defeat with Konoha. We no longer have any funds to sign a contract with you, so everyone, please go back. Ebizo was stunned and looked at the third Kazekage, who frowned. He immediately questioned Hanzo, Are you bullying our sand village because they don't understand the war situation? The Rock Ninja and Konoha are restraining each other, and you signed a contract with Konoha. Hanzo sneered twice. The Hidden Rock Village was attacked by the Hidden Cloud Village, and Inoki led his troops back to defend it. While I was fighting you, Konoha took the opportunity to capture Yuji. What do you think? The third Kazekage was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fire. At this moment, he seemed to be ready to choose someone to devour. This damn Konoha always uses these insidious tricks. Chiao's face was gloomy and she gritted her teeth. She paid the price of 7 10-man guards to repel Hanzo of the Salamander, but now the peach was picked by Konoha. You really don't have any compensation? The third Kazekage gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Hanzo said indifferently, How about I give you the Rain Country bill, and then you can see if there is any money left in the city. Period. The third Kazekage's body trembled, and Ebizo stepped forward to support the third Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, this, the third Kazekage snorted coldly, retreat. Return to the village first, and then declare war on Konoha village. We will denounce them for reaping the fruits of others' labor, and demand massive compensation. He knew that the Rain Country was a small country, and it would take all his strength to pay compensation to that country. There was probably no surplus food in the city at the moment, which meant that the battle was fought in vain. Thinking of this, the third Kazekage spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Xiao hurriedly comforted him, Lord Kazekage, please don't be angry. The third Kazekage waved his hand, then took a breath and led his troops back to the sand village. He had to declare war, but he needed to rest first. Just like that, the group headed towards the sand village. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at their backs and couldn't help but sneer, so what if a bunch of losers can beat me? In the end, it's all in vain. But that kid is very smart. Uchiha Xiao, who was at the entrance of Konoha village, suddenly sneezed yawn, which instantly attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others. Who the hell is talking about me behind my back? Uchiha Xiao touched his nose. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed out loud, this sound is like a sudden thunder. Then he looked at Uchiha Xiao. Danzo Shimura didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen without even looking at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Hokage-sama, I caught a cold last night. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and straightened his collar. Thank you for your hard work. Take care of yourself. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then saluted and said, It is the responsibility of every ninja to fight for the country. Hokage-sama, this is what we villagers should do. Uchiha Xiao did not mention Uchiha, but mentioned Konoha village. He was expressing his support for Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. This little guy was interesting, different from other Uchiha. The other Uchiha clan members were a group of people who cared too much about the family's honor and became more and more arrogant day by day. Although they had no bad intentions, they also caused dissatisfaction among many villagers. Uchiha Xiao, on the other hand, is humble, sensible, intelligent and knows how to hide his edge. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then walked to the front of the team and said, "My heroes of Konoha are back home." He looked at the ninjas and smiled, "Oh hoo. Finally home, long live Hokage-sama." Cheers rang out one after another. Looking at this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with joy. He thought that after this battle, his position would be secured. This battle was a great victory. After a post-war speech, everyone began to walk towards their homes, while Uchiha Xiao went to the Senju clan's territory. He wanted to report his safety to Lord Mito. Uchiha Queen originally followed Uchiha Owl and wanted to take him back to the clan, but he saw Uchiha Owl and Tsunade standing side by side, talking and laughing as they walked towards the Senju clan's territory. He opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent as he walked towards the Uchiha clan's territory. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to let the Uchiha clan know about Uchiha Owl's genius. Chapter 26. Visiting Mito. Tsunade gently raised her hand and knocked on the ancient and heavy door of the Senju clan with her knuckles. A moment later, a question came from the yard, "Who is it?" The voice sounded a little low, as if with a hint of fatigue, but also vaguely revealed a sense of intimacy. Tsunade couldn't help but startle slightly, thinking to herself, "Is there a guest at home?" Listening to the voice, it seems like a middle-aged woman. At this moment, another familiar voice suddenly sounded, "Is that Tsuna an owl?" Hearing this voice, Tsunade's face instantly showed surprise, and she quickly responded, "Grandma, it's us." Before she finished speaking, the gate of the courtyard was slowly pushed open, and the kind face of Uzumaki Mito appeared in front of her. Uzumaki Mito saw Tsunade and Uchiha Owl standing outside the door safe and sound at a glance. Her originally worried heart suddenly relaxed, and then she couldn't help but laugh happily. "This morning I heard magpies chirping non-stop on the branches. I was wondering what good news had happened. To my surprise, it turned out to be my little Tsuna and little Owl returning safely from their battle." As Uzumaki Mito spoke, he looked at Tsunade and Uchiha Owl with a smile on his face. His eyes were full of love and care, as if he was looking at his most beloved granddaughter and grandson. Seeing this, Uchiha Owl hurriedly greeted Uzumaki Mito respectfully, "Mito-sama." However, as soon as he said this, Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly and said in feigned anger, "Didn't I tell you to call me grandma?" After hearing this, Uchiha Xiao was slightly startled, and then he coughed twice. "Grandma," although his voice was not loud, it was full of awe and intimacy. Mito Uzumaki, who was standing aside, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. She stretched out her left hand to hold Uchiha Owl, and held Tsunade with her right hand, and slowly walked towards the clan territory. After entering the clan territory, Uchiha Owl and Tsunade looked around curiously. They saw a crowd of people in front of them. Hundreds of Uzumaki clan members were busy with their own affairs without exception. The hair color of these people is bright red, as dazzling as a burning flame. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but gasp, secretly exclaiming in his heart, "These Uzumaki clan members actually have such a huge amount of chakra in their bodies." He scanned the crowd, noticing that even a young girl among them possessed only slightly less chakra than himself. He had to admit, the Uzumaki clan truly lived up to their reputation. Just as the two were looking around, suddenly a small figure came running like an arrow, pounced on Uchiha Xiao, and hugged his thighs tightly. Uchiha Xiao was startled again, and when he looked down, he saw that it was little Nagato. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly, "It's little Nagato." Then he reached out and gently stroked the top of Nagato's head. Uzumaki Nagato raised his head and grinned at Uchiha Owl, his eyes filled with excitement and joy. Since arriving in Konoha village, he had discovered that the sky wasn't always cloudy and rainy, and that there were so many delicious foods in the world. Thinking of this, Nagato couldn't help but swallow. Uzumaki Mito, who had been observing all this silently, smiled even brighter after seeing this warm and harmonious scene. She even felt a little more favorable and satisfied with the young man. Uchiha Owl. Just as everyone was immersed in this joyful and peaceful atmosphere, there was suddenly a rapid knock on the door, accompanied by a loud shout, "Grandma, Grandma! I'm back, your great-grandson is back." The corners of Uzumaki Mito's mouth curled up slightly, outlining a gentle smile. Originally, she was about to get up and go to open the door for Naoki herself, but at this moment, Uchiha Owl, holding the young Nagato in his arms, walked towards the door with light steps. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened. Standing outside, Senjunaki's face immediately blossomed into a simple and bright smile. Without even recognizing who was coming, he suddenly lunged forward with open arms, hugging the person in front of him tightly, muttering to himself, "Grandma, hey, your grandson misses you so much?" However, the next moment, when he heard a familiar cough, he couldn't help but look up. He was stunned when he saw that the person standing in front of him was not his beloved grandmother, but Uchiha Xiao, who was smiling uncontrollably after realizing that he had recognized the wrong person. Senjunaki quickly untied his hands, stood up straight, then lowered his head and said respectfully, "Commander." Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao smiled and waved his hand, saying softly, "The war is over. From now on, just call me Xiao. This is your home. There is no need to be so restrained." After saying that, he smiled bitterly helplessly, muttering to himself, "Why does it feel like Shengshu is the guest in this scene?" Just as Uchiha Xiao was about to close the door, he suddenly saw two figures walking quickly in the distance. Looking closely, he saw a man with white hair and a gift in his hand, and a slightly thin man with black hair. These two people were none other than Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They had come to the Senju clan's territory specifically to visit Mito-sama, but they had never expected to encounter Uchiha Al here. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other and hesitated for a moment, but eventually they slowly pushed open the wooden door and walked into the yard. When Jiraiya's eyes fell on the quietly sleeping child in Uchiha Al's arms, his heart suddenly shook, and a mysterious prophecy that the Toad Sage had once given him emerged involuntarily in his mind. He would have a disciple, and this disciple had great potential to shake the entire ninja world. At this moment, Jiraiya stared at the child in front of him, especially when he noticed his deep and bright eyes. An indescribable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. For some reason, Jiraiya always felt as if there was some special bond between him and this child. This feeling made him involuntarily stretch out his right hand and gently stroke Nagato's little head. Nagato looked at the strange man in front of him with white hair and a friendly face in some surprise. However, in just a moment, Nagato felt a warmth and intimacy coming from the other's palm. The inexplicable sense of trust made him give up resistance and let Jiraiya gently caress his head. It must be said that having his head stroked so gently, Nagato actually felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and security. Seeing this, Uchiha Al, standing nearby, couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He thought, as expected, even in this completely different world line, the bond between master and disciple in the original novel remains so deep and inseparable. Thinking of this, Uchiha Al handed Nagato carefully to Jiraiya without hesitation, and introduced him with a smile. "Jiraiya-sama, please hold him. This child is called Uzumaki Nagato." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Xiao turned and walked towards the depths of the house, leaving Jiraiya standing quietly there holding Nagato. A wonderful and warm atmosphere filled the air between the two of them. Today is the author's birthday. Haha. Chapter 27. Uchiha Uritoshi. Compared to the Senju compound, the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Uritoshi was sitting cross-legged on the ground, listening to Uchiha Kiyoshi's report. When he heard that the commander-in-chief of this battle was Tsunade on the surface, but was actually Uchiha Al of his Uchiha clan, his eyes lit up. He looked at his 6-year-old son, who was sitting upright beside him. He sighed. His son, Fugaku, was good in every way except for this particular seriousness. It was really worrying. Uchiha Guangzi did not let Uchiha Queen go down, but said to Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, "What do you think about this matter?" Uchiha Fugaku bowed and said, "I think Uchiha Xiao did the right thing. Now that our Uchiha clan is at the center of the storm, we should bide our time and recuperate." Uchiha Heihachi's face looked ugly, and he gave Uchiha Fugaku a big BB. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. He looked at his father in confusion, and his eyes indicated that, "Am I wrong?" Uchiha Guangzi snorted coldly, "Then let me ask you why Uchiha Xiao gave up the credit?" Uchiha Guangzi was the smartest and most powerful person in the Uchiha clan. The reason why he asked his son these questions was to test his son's tolerance. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Because he doesn't want to attract attention? Uchiha Fugaku was half right this time, and Uchiha Heihachi nodded. Uchiha Guangzi asked again, "Whose attention will I attract you if I don't believe it?" Uchiha Guangzi closed his eyes. He knew that no matter how smart his son was, he would not be able to think of the answer. "I guess only the patriarch of each family can think of the answer. If Fugaku can think of it, it proves that he has the thinking of a patriarch." Uchiha Fuayu pondered and said, "He doesn't want to attract our attention. After all, the Uchiha clan, He didn't say anything more, and Uchiha Guangzi said it for him, because no one in the Uchiha clan supports him, treats him well, and even insults and bullies him. Uchiha Guangzi opened his eyes, his pupils turned into three Magatama Sharingan, and a sense of oppression and coldness was released from him to the surroundings. Father! Father! Uchiha Fugaku was blown backwards and grabbed the tatami tightly to prevent himself from being blown away. Uchiha Qing was also sweating coldly. Uchiha Guangzi closed his eyes again, and his aura dissipated, as if nothing had happened. Fugaku, your answer is incomplete. In addition to the point you mentioned, there is another most important point. Fugaku raised his head and looked at his father. He knew his father would say it, and sure enough, just 2 seconds later, Uchiha Hiratoshi smiled and said, on the other hand, he doesn't want to attract the attention of Konoha's top brass. Sometimes a big tree attracts the wind, not to mention because his last name is Uchiha. Fugaku was stunned. Uchiha? He had heard that Uchiha Xiao had beaten up the eldest elder son, Uchiha Yamazaki. At that time, he didn't care about the Uchiha name. He didn't think Uchiha Xiao would care about his last name, and he would never know that if Uchiha Xiao was here, he would definitely break out in a cold sweat. Uchiha Hiratoshi, the head of the Uchiha clan, is indeed a smart man. He basically guessed what he was thinking. But Uchiha Guangzi saw his son's puzzled face and couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at Uchiha Qing and said, Qing, thank you for your hard work. In the evening, take Uchiha Xiao back to the clan land and tell him that I want to talk to him. Uchiha Qing accepted the order and then left the clan compound. Uchiha Guangzi walked out of the house and looked at the sky, thinking, Uchiha Xiao, can the fate of a family be changed? Then, without anyone noticing, his three Magatama slowly disappeared and turned into three pupils in the shape of plum blossom petals. If Uchiha Xiao saw this scene, he probably wouldn't dare to come. Damn it, Mangekyo Sharingan, who the hell would dare to come here? But it was only for a moment, and the Sharingan turned black, without any ripples. He walked into the room and began to rest. After all, he still had to talk with Uchiha Al in the evening. It's time to conserve your energy and be more organized later. The other side, Uchiha Xiao was not only taken care of by Mito in the Senju clan's territory, but even Tsunade held his arm without hesitation and took him for a walk in the yard. His arm was wrapped in 2 balls of XX, and the warm and soft feeling coming from his arm made his face a little red. Jiraiya discussed with Nagato some things about the Ninja World War and the Savior, and also taught him some C-level ninjutsu for self-defense. Nagato was very smart and learned everything right away, which pleased Jiraiya. Orochimaru was asking Miro-sama about some sealing techniques. Mito Uzumaki was very convinced by Tsunade and Uchiha Al in the distance, and taught Orochimaru a lot of knowledge. This trip was a success for both parties, and both the host and the guests had a great time. However, this time, Uchiha Xiao had to return to his clan. After all, as an Uchiha, he would cause trouble for Tsunade and the Senju clan. The two were not husband and wife, nor were they boyfriend and girlfriend, so when Uchiha Xiao was about to leave, Tsunade called out to Uchiha Xiao, who paused and turned around. Then a beautiful figure took advantage of his inattention and pounced on him from behind and hugged him. The 2 soft balls made Uchiha Xiao's eyes suddenly widen. Sir Tsunade. Before Uchiha Al could speak, Tsunade said in advance, thank you, Al-sama. Without you, our Senju clan would have lost a lot of power. Although the Senju clan has become a civilian clan, the clan's senior ninjas and backbone forces are still alive. These people are Tsunade's relatives. If one of them dies, she would probably be extremely sad. This time, under the leadership of Uchiha Xiao, the Senju troops suffered almost 0 casualties. Although there were more than 100 seriously injured, they could all be cured. Period. So Tsunade was very grateful to Uchiha Al at this moment. She might not realize how much harm her current behavior would cause to an adult male. Uchiha Xiao was stunned after hearing this, then smiled and said, Lady Tsunade, this is what I should do. Tsunade then let go of Uchiha Al, pouted angrily, and snorted, from now on, Al-sama can just call me Tsunade, or call me little Tsunade like grandma. Tsunade-sama makes me sound very old. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth and said, okay, Tsuna-kun. Tsunade was also stunned. What kind of address was this? But she shook her head and said, Xiaojin, it's getting late. Let's go quickly. The guards will start their patrol soon. Uchiha Al nodded, then waved his hand and left the Senju clan's territory. Tsunade watched Uchiha Al leave until his back disappeared, then turned around with some disappointment. Who knew that she saw Uzumaki Miro looking at her with a smile? Tsunade's face turned red, and then Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything, but hugged Tsunade and went back into the house. The other side, at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Queen suddenly appeared. He bowed to Uchiha Xiao and then saluted and said, "Master Xiao, the clan leader invites you." Chapter 28, Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishing. Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Queen, as if trying to read something from his expression, but found that Uchiha Queen's face was stiff at the moment. Without any change in expression, Uchiha Owl sighed and said, "Lead the way." "Yes." Uchiha Queen answered, then opened the gate of the clan territory and walked in with Uchiha Xiao. Although Uchiha Xiao had never visited the Uchiha clan territory and was a little curious, he was called by the clan leader to negotiate at this moment, so he could not lose his momentum. So Uchiha Owl looked straight ahead, ignoring the looks and discussions of the people around him. Most of the Uchiha clan members were interested in Uchiha Owl. After all, they heard privately that he was the commander of this war in the Rain Country, but they are all rumors, nothing confirmed. Otherwise, why wouldn't the clan leader and Hokage say anything? Uchiha Xiao sighed. He knew these guys would have this kind of expression, but he was not a soft persimmon that could be easily watched by others. So he snorted coldly, and gathered chakra from his hands, using magnetic style, Datun Wind Curtain, a self-created ninjutsu, without rank, to block out the probing gazes of all his clansmen. A curtain of sand formed by wind and sand blocked the Uchiha clan members' view, preventing them from seeing Uchiha Owl at all. Everyone's face changed. It was magnetic release, bloodline limit magnetic release. Plus Uchiha Owl's Sharingan, a double bloodline genius. The eyes of the Uchiha people at this moment were no longer filled with inquiry, but with shock and ecstasy. Although they are a clan that admires the strong, they are also a clan that puts honor above everything else. Now that there are two bloodline geniuses in the group, they will be the darlings of the Uchiha clan. Since the genius won't let us see, let's go. We all have the Uchiha surname anyway, so just know this. In just a moment, all the ninjas left. All the Uchiha clan ninjas respect the geniuses and strong ones. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows. This Uchiha clan is not bad. Following Uchiha Queen's lead, Uchiha Xiao soon arrived at the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Guangzi. Uchiha Xiao knocked on the door, but Uchiha Guangzi did not respond. Uchiha Xiao frowned and knocked again. Still no response. He sneered. "Haha, are you trying to show off your power? Fine, I'll flip the table." Uchiha Xiao said, "Queen, get out of the way." Uchiha Queen was stunned and didn't know what Uchiha Xiao was going to do. He saw Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and spit out high-temperature flames, fire style, great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Guangzi could no longer remain calm. He opened his eyes and formed seals with his hands, water style, water array wall, and water style, water prison technique. The water array wall blocked the attack of the great fire extinguishing for 2 seconds. During these 2 seconds, the water prison spell wrapped around the house. Finally, the water prison spell and the great fire extinguishing collided with each other and both dissipated. A figure slowly emerged from a cloud of white steam. His whole body was red. Don't ask, it was just steam from the steam. Uchiha Queen's eyes widened, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Uchiha Xiao, thinking to himself, damn it, he just used ninjutsu when there was a disagreement. Uchiha Guangzi walked out with a frown on his face. He just wanted to leave you alone for a while, but you used your skills directly. It was a bit too much. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Greetings, Master Clan Leader." Uchiha Guangzi's brows relaxed. "Xiao, you're here, please come in." He pointed to his own home. Uchiha Xiao didn't move. He looked at the house with a smile on his face. Uchiha Guangzi scratched his head, and neither of them moved. Finally, he gave Queen a look. Uchiha Queen immediately understood, walked out of the yard, closed the door, stood at the door, and observed the surroundings. Uchiha Guangzi and Uchiha Xiao sat around the stone table in the yard. Neither of them spoke. Uchiha Xiao knew that they were competing to see who would speak first, and the one who spoke first would be at a disadvantage. Uchiha Guangzi couldn't help but gasp when he saw Uchiha Xiao's appearance and temperament. He looked a bit like that adult, and his temperament was somewhat similar to Uchiha Izuna, elegant and wise, as if everything was calculated. He was a little confused, why Uchiha Ao looked so similar to that adult, and his personality was like Lord Izuna? I have to find some time to look through the family tree. This kid is extraordinary. When Uchiha Xiao observed Uchiha Guangzi's appearance, he found that he looked a bit like Uchiha Itachi, with 2 obvious tear troughs, and his hair was also very soft, hanging on both sides. The only difference from Uchiha Itachi is that there is light in his eyes, and unlike Uchiha Itachi, he is not so young and has deathly eyes. Finally, after a period of silence, Uchiha Guangzi sighed and said, "Heroes emerge from youth. Xiao, I want to ask you if you are interested in becoming an elder in the clan." Uchiha Xiao was silent and did not respond immediately. He was thinking in his mind whether this would be beneficial to him. Uchiha Guangzi did not urge him. He believed that Uchiha Xiao would agree. The Uchiha family needed a smart person. He did not have much time left. When he died, the Uchiha family would be watched by many people. Uchiha Xiao thought about it for a long time. Becoming an elder means that the life and death of the Uchiha clan is closely related to him. This is a responsibility. But becoming an elder means that he can have his own intelligence system. What is intelligence? Intelligence is the initiative. The sooner you know the enemy's layout, the faster you can come up with a countermeasure. Also, the Uchiha clan is very practical. Although they are a little arrogant, they will never plot against you. He has to be on guard against a future Danzo Shimura and Hirozen Sarutobi. He cannot deal with them by himself, so he must obtain the power of the family, and real power. As for Fugaku, he's good at maintaining the status quo, but not at forging ahead. In a clan like Konoha, if you lack the drive to make progress, you'll be devoured and enslaved. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Okay, but I have a request. If the clan leader doesn't agree, I can only choose to keep myself safe." Uchiha Guangzi was delighted. His goal was to tie Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha together, so proposing the position of elder was just a test. If it didn't work, he could increase the offer. "Xiao, just say it. The clan leader, will definitely agree." Uchiha Guangzi smiled slightly. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Leave the Uchiha family's intelligence system to me. If there is any situation, inform me immediately." Uchiha Guangzi nodded and said, "No problem. You are an elder and have the right to review it, Chief. What I want is not the right to access intelligence, but the right to control the intelligence system." Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. Uchiha Guangzi was silent. He had just changed the subject deliberately because he knew that this thing was very important, but seeing Uchiha Xiao's attitude, he knew that he could not fool him anymore. Okay, this time Uchiha Guangzi did not change the subject, because he saw that Uchiha Xiao's eyes turned into 3 Magatama Ding, triple Magatama Sharingan, used in order to increase his bargaining chips, that is, his talent. Uchiha Xiao chose to directly force his way to upgrade to 3 Magatama at the age of 18. He has 3 Magatama and magnetic style bloodline. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely be a cage-level strongman in the future. What should Uchiha Guangzi do? Just be obedient. Chapter 29 The Origin of Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Uritoshi agreed to Uchiha Owl's conditions. An 18-year-old genius with 3 Magatama and magnetic jutsu bloodline agreed to be the elder of the family, which deepened the bond. He chose to agree to Uchiha Xiao's requests as much as possible. It was just an intelligence system, a small matter. However, he did not expect that Uchiha Xiao's next words would make him sweat. "Master Clan Leader, there is one more thing. Leave the position of the head of the Konoha Guard Department to me. I will be responsible for communicating with the village leaders." Uchiha Xiao's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Guangzi, because he knew that the Guard Department was the only authority of the Uchiha. Uchiha Guangzi was a little hesitant. He opened his mouth and finally closed it. He lowered his head and was thinking about these things. The Guard Department is usually inherited by the clan leader, who is in charge of the clan on one hand and in contact with the top leaders on the other, and now Uchiha Xiao obviously wants to divide power from the clan leader. Even the clan leader of each family has to be present at the meeting, but the Minister of the Security Department has the final say. In addition, the Guard Department is the main source of the Uchiha clan's organization. It can combat lawlessness and punish crimes, and it is a particularly decent job. Uchiha Xiao sighed and said, "If the clan leader is unwilling to agree, then I will leave immediately and never ask about the clan's affairs again." After that, he stood up and prepared to leave. "The implication is that if you are not willing to give it, then I will not be the elder, and whatever happens to the Uchiha in the future will have nothing to do with me." "Wait, Xiao, I want to know why you want to take over the Guard Department. Do you want to divide the power of the clan leader's lineage?" Uchiha Guangzi stared at Uchiha Xiao. He wanted to see the changes in Uchiha Xiao's mood. He was disappointed. Uchiha Owl remained calm and said, "Haha, let me ask, what is the attitude of the villagers towards Uchiha?" Uchiha Guangzi's face turned pale. Because of this Guard Department, many members of the tribe were disobeyed by the villagers. They acted honest on the surface, but called them bastards behind their backs. Even the Uchiha guards had lost their enthusiasm. They didn't even bother to explain and were now arresting people directly, their faces gloomy. Besides, clan leader Guangzi, don't you think that power is sometimes a double-edged sword? What do people outside call the guard department? The Uchiha guard department, it has become our families. Have you considered the opinions of the higher-ups? After saying that, Uchiha Xiao pointed in the direction of the Hokage building. Uchiha Guangzi's face turned pale again. Uchiha Xiao knew that this was the final attack. Master clan leader, you have held power for too long and are almost becoming a slave to power. This has put you at a disadvantage and you can't think calmly. After saying this, Uchiha Xiao stopped talking and sat there calmly. When Uchiha Guangzi recalled the past, it seemed to be just as Uchiha Xiao said. When he first inherited the clan leader and the Uchiha guard, he not only held the power of the clan, but was also a high-ranking official in the village, protecting the safety of the villagers. But since when the guards began to be maliciously injured, and they, the Uchiha, were rumored to be evil people who would arrest anyone they disliked, he reported the matter to the higher-ups, but they always said they would deal with it, and the matter was never dealt with. However, he was still unwilling to give up the power of the Guard Corps and chose to remain silent and search. In this way, the Guard Corps became a department that everyone disliked, and the reputation of the Uchiha clan was also hit. From the first powerful clan to a family that bullied others by taking advantage of its power, only the members of the clan's Guard Corps knew how aggrieved they were. Their original intention was to protect the property and personal safety of the people of Konoha, but they were insulted as bullies. Uchiha Guangzi looked up and asked, Xiaojin, do you have a way to change all this? Uchiha Xiao retreated tactically. 100%, I am 100% sure, but I need the cooperation of the clan leader, otherwise I can't guarantee success. Uchiha Guangzi nodded and said, since the Lord Xiao is so confident, I am willing to give up the position of the head of the guard regiment. I will go to see the Hokage tomorrow. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. Now, just after nightfall, is the most appropriate time. Now? You are too anxious. Lord Hokage has gone to bed at this time. Uchiha Guangzi was stunned, then said in disbelief, Master Clan Leader, what I want to say is that I will visit the Hokage-sama tonight and mainly mention that the Uchiha clan fully supports the Hokage-sama in power. The change of guards is just a matter of convenience. Have you forgotten the pride of Uchiha? You actually made us, the Uchiha family, bow our heads. Uchiha Guangzi's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the person he was optimistic about would turn out to be such a person. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said, you have to know that at this time, Lord Hokage has just taken office and his foundation is not stable. At this time, we are not bowing our heads, but making a bet. As the saying goes, it is better to send charcoal in the snow than to add icing on the cake. We will be the first to visit Lord Hokage and express our support for him. Do you believe that by then all the bad messages about us will disappear? Uchiha Xiao said confidently, even if we can't disappear, Lord Hokage will come forward to clear our name. Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Uchiha Guangzi was still hesitating, and Uchiha Xiao frowned and said coldly, Chief, I hope you understand that I am doing this for the Uchiha. If you feel ashamed, then give me the chief as well. I guarantee that the Uchiha in the clan and the village will feel much more comfortable, instead of being ostracized and seriously injured like now. Uchiha Xiao said this in a cold voice, looking at Uchiha Guangzi. Uchiha Hirachi's face turned pale. He seemed to see Lord Madara from the Warring States period. The glance he had just given him was filled with contempt and mockery. I promise, Lord Xiao, we will set off immediately. After saying that, Uchiha Guangzi grabbed Uchiha Xiao's hand and prepared to set off. Uchiha Xiao pulled his hand away and said, Master, you are going empty-handed? Uchiha Guangzi was stunned. I have already lined up, so can't I go empty-handed? Uchiha Owl sighed and said, Master Clan Leader, let me tell you this. The Hokage has a son named Sarutobi Shinosuke, who is also a student at Konoha School. You should give him a set of ninja tools, preferably made by the Ninja Cat Clan. Uchiha Guangzi nodded. He now felt that what Uchiha Xiao said was very reasonable. He could not compare with Uchiha Xiao in understanding human nature. They Uchiha were a bunch of reckless rogues, and this was the first time a wise man appeared. After saying that, Uchiha Guangzi summoned the summoned beast of the Ninja Cat Clan and talked with it in just 10 minutes. A set of brand new ninja tools and a ninja tool bag were delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Al pushed open the door and walked towards the Sarutobi clan's territory. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at the information, which was the information about Uchiha Al collected by the Anbu, Uchiha Xiao, son of Uchiha Danpu, grandson of Uchiha Izuna, and grandfather is Uchiha Tajima. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Izuna is a legendary figure, as wise as his teacher. This kid has inherited a lot of his skills. Chapter 30. Visiting the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette, looking at Uchiha Al's information, and smiled. Just as he put it down, a disciple from the clan came to report, Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan leader has brought a young man to visit you. After he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, then stood up and said, You said the Uchiha clan leader is here? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, stood up straight, frowned. Why did he come to visit in the middle of the night? Welcome them into the lobby first, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately changed into a more formal-looking kimono. Then he walked towards the lobby, where Uchiha Guangzi and Uchiha Xiao were sitting in the guest seats. It was not known whether it was intentional or not, but they sat in the first seat among the guests. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, then laughed out loud, Ha ha ha, it's a great honor for the Uchiha clan leader to visit my Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Guangzi glanced at Uchiha Xiao, and after getting his nod, he began to say what he and Uchiha Xiao had discussed before. Hokage-sama, you are too polite. Uchiha Hirachi has long admired you and wanted to visit Hokage-sama, but the war was urgent and Gu was unable to come for a while. Now that the situation has just been alleviated, Hirachi has come to visit with the younger generations of the clan. Uchiha Hirachi's words were beautifully said and logical. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally noticed the expressions between Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Ao, but he did not point it out. Some things are enough to be clear in one's heart. Oh, what are you talking about, clan leader Guangzi? I'm a newcomer here, and this is my first time as Hokage. I have no experience and need to rely on the care of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to test him. Uchiha Hirachi was stunned. This had not been rehearsed in advance. He looked at Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl stood up and pulled Uchiha Hirachi to bow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, your words are too polite. You are the Hokage, the supreme leader of the village. We Uchiha should hope to be taken care of by Hokage-sama, and we Uchiha are willing to fully support all decisions made by Hokage-sama. Uchiha Xiao did not fall into the trap, but went straight to the point, stating that the Uchiha clan stood on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, then his face flushed, and he quickly helped Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Hirachi up. Hey, hurry up, get up quickly, Chief Guangzi. Xiao, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were already smiling. This was a good thing. Konoha's #1 powerful clan stood on his side, so the other ninja clans would probably not have any big problems. Someone, come here and serve tea to the two of you. You all have no eyesight at all. As he said this, he helped Guangzi and Xiao up and personally sent them back to their seats. The servants of the Sarutobi clan hurried to make tea, because this was a distinguished guest. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was sending Uchiha Ao back, he patted him on the shoulder and smiled inexplicably. Uchiha Ao also smiled slightly. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to return to his seat, Uchiha Ao used a ninjutsu scroll to summon a ninja tool bag and then handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this is a complete ninja tool bag containing all the ninja tools that we obtained through trading with the Ninja Cat clan. I heard that your eldest son has already attended the Ninja Academy, so this is a little gift from us. I hope you will accept it. Uchiha Ao handed over the ninja tool bag. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Well, I can't accept your things. You are my guests, so I should treat you well. Take it back, Uchiha Xiao then said. Hokage-sama, you fought a great battle for Konoha. Thank you for your hard work. We just want to express our gratitude. Please accept it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said righteously. It is the Hokage's responsibility to protect the villagers. What are you doing? Take it back. And pushed it back again. Uchiha Xiao unleashed his trump card. Oh, Hokage-sama, this is the sincerity of my Uchiha clan. We don't have anything else, but we have a lot of ninja tools of good quality. As soon as we heard that the young master was going to school, we sent the latest and best batch to you so that you can try it out and see if it works well. This is also a favor from the young master. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Owl. This kid is a talent. It's obviously a gift, but he makes it seem like his own kid is helping him. And when he said there are many ninja tools and they are of good quality, does that mean he wants to provide me with ninja tools? After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, haha, then I will thank my nephew Xiao and Chief Guangxi on behalf of my son. Uchiha Xiao quickly said, Hokage-sama, please don't say that. I believe that Master Shinosuke will be a pillar of Konoha village in the future and become a powerful leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed out loud at the flattery and patted Uchiha Owl on the shoulders repeatedly, while Uchiha Uritoshi on the side fell into deep thought, thinking that perhaps Uchiha Owl was more suitable to be the clan leader than him. Then the servants of the Sarutobi clan handed 3 bowls of tea to the Hokage, the Uchiha clan leader, and Uchiha Owl respectively, and just as the 3 of them took a sip of tea, suddenly a man came running over. It was the Sarutobi tribe member who had reported the news before. Report to the Hokage. Outside, he stopped after seeing Uchiha Uritomo and Uchiha Owl and said no more. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, the Uchiha clan leader and nephew Xiao are family, so you can speak without worry. Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Guangxi stood up and bowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and motioned them to sit down and listen together. Yes, Lord Hokage, the heads of the 3 Ino, Shika, and Jo families are here to visit. As he said this, he glanced at the 2 people from the Uchiha family. Sarutobi Hiruzen was happy. Before, Ino Shikacho was neutral, neither supporting nor opposing him. Now that the 3 families came together, his old friend Akimichi Tauka would surely speak for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said to Uchiha Uritoshi and Uchiha Owl, please wait a moment, I will go and fetch the 3 clan leaders, and then we can discuss the matter together. It should be so. Uchiha Guangxi smiled. Uchiha Xiao was sitting on the side drinking tea. He guessed that it should be Ino Shikacho who came to take sides. Humph, no matter what, my Uchiha clan was the first to take sides, and in terms of influence and strength, we are more important as expected by Uchiha Xiao. After a while, the 3 family heads followed Sarutobi Hiruzen into the lobby, talking and laughing. After seeing the people coming clearly, Uchiha Uritoshi took a breath. It was Akimichi Tofu, a member of the second-generation Hokage's guard team. The remaining 2 were Yamanaka Unkei and Nara Shikamine. These 3 were the Ino Shikacho and the 3 family heads of this generation. Then he glanced at Uchiha Xiao. No wonder this guy asked him to visit him overnight. Uchiha Xiao continued to sip tea without moving his eyelids. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen and Ino Shikacho introduced the 3 families. Oh, I forgot to tell you, tonight is a really good day. The head of the Uchiha clan and the outstanding children of the clan are also here to visit. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this intentionally, and he also wanted to see the reactions of both sides. Chapter 31 Cooperation. Narakuma's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that at this time, the Uchiha family would also come to seek refuge. You know, no family has come to seek refuge yet. He saw this opportunity to provide timely assistance, so he brought the heads of the Ino and Jo families to visit, but he did not expect that the Uchiha clan, one of the 2 powerful ninja clans, would also make the same choice. This made him look at Uchiha Guangxi involuntarily, but as far as he knew, although Guangxi was smart, he should not have thought of the twists and turns here. Then he looked at Uchiha Owl, who put down his teacup and nodded and smiled at him, then stood up and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage-sama, our clan leader said before he came here that no matter what, we will follow your lead from now on. Then Uchiha Guangxi also nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction, and then said with a smile, what are you talking about? It's too kind. I am honored to have the trust of the Uchiha clan. In the future, please take good care of me, clan leader Guangxi. It is we who need Hokage's care. Uchiha Hiruchi smiled slightly. Narakumae paused, and then expressed a similar idea, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen happy. They drank tea for more than 2 hours, and both the host and the guests were very happy. Before leaving, just when Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Guangxi had just stepped out of the Sarutobi clan's territory, Nara Shikaku called out, you 2, please stay. Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Guangxi were stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Nara Luming. The 2 looked at each other, and Uchiha Guangxi asked, Chief Luming, what can I do for you? Nara Luming also looked at Uchiha Xiao deeply, and then smiled at Uchiha Guangxi and said, Clan leader Guangxi, you are really far-sighted. Uchiha Guangxi was stunned and didn't understand what Nara Luming was referring to. Just as he was thinking about answering, Uchiha Xiao spoke, Chief Nara is not bad either. After all, It's better to invest early than late. Uchiha Xiao's tone was slightly cold. Everyone is here to invest. And it's a bit rude for you to say it so bluntly. To put it nicely, it's investment. To put it bluntly, it's betting. They are all now Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff, and none of them is better than the other. Naraluming suddenly realized that it was indeed this guy. This guy was the leader of this operation. He had observed that Uchiha Guangzi looked at Uchiha Xiao more than once while drinking tea. He resorted to this last resort just to make sure. Of course, people who were not so smart would not understand what he meant by asking, "I am sorry for being rude, Lord Xiao, clan leader Guangzi. As compensation, I will give a 30% discount on the medicinal materials business of the Uchiha and Nara families in the future." Naraluming is a smart man. Even if he doesn't give compensation this time, it doesn't matter. It was just that because of Uchiha Al's intelligence and the background of the Uchiha clan, and the fact that they were both aides of the Sarutobi lineage, he decided to give a discount after considering many factors. Just as Uchiha Guangzi was about to agree, Uchiha Xiao said, "As fellow ninjas from the Warring States period, from now on, the Uchiha and Ino Shikajo families can offer a 30% discount on their ninja tool business." Naraluming was stunned, and so were the Ino, Shika, and Jo families. Did they hear correctly? A 30% discount on ninja tools? That stuff is hard currency. Uchiha Guangzi was stunned, but did not contradict Uchiha Xiao in person. He nodded. Naraluming looked at Uchiha Xiao deeply, then smiled and said, "Thank you for the generosity of the Uchiha clan, it's mutually beneficial," Uchiha Hiratoshi said with a smile, and at this moment, Akimichi Tofu also said, "From now on, the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant will also give Uchiha people a 30% discount, and can provide jobs for Uchiha civilians." Uchiha Hiratoshi was shocked again. The Akimichi family's barbecue business was no smaller than their ninja tool business. Not only did they offer discounts, but they also provided jobs for civilians. While he was still thinking, Yamanaka Yunhei also smiled and said, "In the future, the Yamanaka clan is willing to share information with the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Guangzi could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Who knew that just by making a concession, he could get so much in return? He was a little excited. The other clan leaders smiled faintly at this and went to observe Uchiha Xiao. He saw that Uchiha Xiao's face was calm. Was he unhappy? No, he was happy, but he was the best negotiator because he did not show his emotions. The Ino, Deer, and Jo families have been large clans since the Warring States period and have long been famous. Now that we are all members of the Konoha Ninja clan, we hope you will give us guidance and take care of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. Naraluming smiled and said, "Speaking of great clans, the Uchiha clan is the most powerful clan in the Warring States period. Now the Uchiha clan has made so many contributions to protect the safety of Konoha. We, Ino-Joe, also admire them very much. Please give us your guidance." After exchanging some polite words, the two began to walk towards their own family. Uchiha Guangzi began to ask, "Xiaojin, did you guess that they would return the favor, so you gave up 30% of the ninja tools?" Uchiha Xiao paused, and he slowly said, "Master Clan Leader, they were the ones testing us at the beginning. If they agree to 30% of the medicinal materials directly, we can indeed benefit directly without any loss, but we will lose our cooperative relationship with these three companies, and in their eyes, we are short-sighted guys, so they will naturally not cooperate with us. The vast majority of people only think about taking without giving. They are the ones who are greedy for small gains. We are the Uchiha, a powerful ninja clan. If our leaders are short-sighted, we will only be weakened and weakened again." Uchiha Guangzi was stunned and his face turned a little red, because when Naraluming tested him for the first time, he was a little moved. Compared with Xiao, his IQ and EQ were simply crushed, and does the clan leader think that we have gained huge benefits today? Uchiha Xiao said again. Uchiha Hirachi nodded. Although they also paid 30% of the benefits of ninja tools, they gained more. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. The greatest benefit today is not money, intelligence, or jobs, but the friendship between the three families. From now on, this will become the bond between the Uchiha and Ino Shikacho. We have gained an ally." The other side. Chiudeo Chufeng chuckled and said, "Luming, you are really generous. You are giving me 30% off on the medicinal herbs. Won't your tigress eat you?" Naraluming waved his hand and said, "You're talking about me, aren't you? The same, 30% off barbecue plus a job offer. Don't think I don't know what you think. Compared to my two brothers, my information is not that important." Yamanaka Yunhei sighed. and Nararikume patted his shoulder after hearing it. Yunhei, you are wrong. Among the cooperation offers from our 3 companies, yours is the most important. Things that can be solved with money are small matters, and things that cannot be solved with money are big matters. A light flashed in Nara Luming's eyes. Chiudeo Chufeng also nodded and said, that's right, Yunhai, money is secondary, your information is more valuable. Shanzhuang Yunhei chuckled, then hugged Luming and Qifeng's necks, and the 3 of them walked towards their home with laughter. Uchiha Owl is a very interesting guy. I guess the future of Uchiha will depend on him. Nara Luming thought. Chapter 32. Meeting Uchiha. Guangzi dragged his slightly tired body and slowly pushed open the door. The moment he stepped into the house, he still felt as if he was in an illusory dream. Everything that happened today was unbelievable to him. Although the successful establishment of diplomatic relations with the Sarutobi clan was within his expectations, it was still a matter of great significance as Hokage. Maintaining peace and stability in Konoha village and promoting unity and cooperation among the various ninja clans are the top priorities. However, what really surprised Uchiha Xiao was the cooperation intention with the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans. You know, the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans have always been closely interdependent and have never established a formal cooperative relationship with any other ninja clan. Period. And now, their Uchiha clan can actually break the rules and cooperate with Ino Shikajo, which is undoubtedly a groundbreaking move. Thinking of this, Uchiha Guangzi couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the direction of the yard where Uchiha Xiao was, and sighed in his heart. It must be said that Uchiha Xiao did have extraordinary abilities and foresight compared to those old guys in the clan who only know how to emphasize the so-called Uchiha glory all day long. Xiao is really much more powerful. Meanwhile, Uchiha Xiao was alone in his room, concentrating on calculating the generous rewards granted by the system. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant reminder sounded. Ling. Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement Snow in the Snow. Since the Uchiha clan became the first family to invest in Sarutobi Hirozen, you will be rewarded with a peerless weapon, the Fiery Flame Fan, Folding Fan. This fan's blade is blazing with flames, making it not only a powerful melee weapon, but also capable of significantly enhancing the power of fire release techniques by simply shaking the fan. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Xiao's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Ling. A crisp prompt sound rang out, and Uchiha Xiao was delighted because he had successfully reached a cooperation with Zulujo and actually triggered a hidden achievement. Few enemies, many friends. Along with this pleasant sound, the system generously awarded him 6,000 points as a reward. At this moment, his total points had reached an impressive 20,050 points. The corners of Uchiha Xiao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He gently reached into his arms and carefully took out the fiery flame fan. The blade of the fan was flashing with cold light and was extremely sharp. The fan body had a transparent and bright texture, as warm and delicate as ruby, and was printed with a vivid fire dragon pattern, as if it could take off from the fan at any time. What a treasure! Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but secretly admire. With a thought, the fiery flame fan in his hand was instantly retracted into the system space. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, looking a little exhausted. It turned out that in order to gain Uchiha Xiao's attention, he had forcibly activated his 3 Magatama Sharingan. You know, doing this would be extremely draining on his mental energy. Despite this, he forced himself to suppress his fatigue and gather his energy, first accompanying Uchiha Xiao to the Sarutobi clan's territory, establishing a friendly relationship with Sarutobi Hirozen, and then testing the waters with Nararikume. After this series of psychological battles, Uchiha Xiao was already exhausted, both physically and mentally. Finally, he dragged his heavy feet back to his own house in the clan land. As soon as he entered the room, he didn't even have time to take off his clothes before falling headfirst onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. However, Uchiha Xiao, who was soundly asleep, didn't know that the next morning, those people in the village who had slandered the Uchiha clan suddenly disappeared as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. No trace of them was ever heard from since then. The members of the Uchiha guards went out of their homes in high spirits to carry out their mission. Along the way, they felt an atmosphere that was completely different from before. The villagers along the way not only looked at them with friendliness and respect, but some enthusiastic villagers even took the initiative to step forward and handed each of them a glass of cool water with a smile. This unprecedented cordial treatment surprised and delighted everyone in the Uchiha Guard. These heartwarming scenes were quickly reported to the head of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Xiao. At this moment, Uchiha Guangzi stood in front of the window, looking at the bright sunshine outside, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He thought to himself, sure enough, the Lord's approach is absolutely correct. Recalling last night when he and Al went to the Sarutobi tribe to invest, combined with today's report from the Guard Regiment, his heart was as clear as a mirror this morning. An important post-war meeting was about to be held. Surprisingly, the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen actually sent his own Enbu personnel to the Uchiha clan territory to inform Uchiha Hiratoshi to attend the meeting. What's more worth mentioning is that the Enbu members reminded us before leaving, don't forget to bring Uchiha Xiao with you. After receiving the news, Uchiha Guangzi did not dare to delay and immediately set off for Uchiha Xiao's residence. When he arrived at the door, he knocked lightly a few times, but there was no movement in the house, so he knocked harder and shouted, "Owl, wake up." However, the only response he got was a vague mumbling, "Hey, what are you doing? I haven't slept enough." Sleep a little longer obviously. Uchiha Xiao was in a bad mood and was lying in bed, refusing to get up. Seeing this, Uchiha Hirachi's eyes flashed, and he suddenly came up with an idea. He formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." In an instant, two small, blazing fireballs streaked through the air like meteors, flying straight towards Uchiha Owl's quilt. Uchiha Owl woke up instantly. After he sensed the chakra, his original confused feelings disappeared immediately and he entered a combat state, magnetic style, Datun wind curtain. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao jumped up, raised his hands, and a sand iron wind curtain appeared. The Phoenixan fire fell on it and was extinguished in an instant. He waited until Uchiha Xiao reacted before retracting his chakra. After all, the Datun wind curtain isolated everything. No matter how capable you are, don't even think about getting in. Hey, clan leader, what time is it? It's not even 8 o'clock yet and you're waking me up. I don't want to go to the morning class. Uchiha Xiao said in an naughty way. Uchiha Guangzi was speechless. Hokage-sama is going to have a meeting and asked you to be included. Why don't you go and talk to him? I have postgraduate entrance exams tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so I'm taking a leave. Chapter 33 Elders Controversy. Uchiha Xiao put on his clothes. This time he wore the robe of an elder of the Uchiha clan. It was plain black with a symbol of the Uchiha fan on the back, matching his hairstyle. He was definitely a handsome guy, and the older elders were shocked when they saw Uchiha Owl dressed like this. This hairstyle and this face made them fall into memories during the Warring States period. When they were still young, they had seen the elegance of that adult in the Uchiha tent. The Eagle faction's chief elder seemed to be breathing rapidly. And it was only when the second elder patted his shoulder that he came back to his senses. As for those things about his grandson, he knew nothing about it. Seeing Uchiha Xiao dressed like this, he couldn't help but want to worship him. They look alike, so alike. Lord Madara was also so arrogant and coquettish back then. The elders had different thoughts, but Uchiha Guangzi did not react at all. Instead, he said, "Everyone, I believe you all know what happened today. Yes, this is all thanks to the new elder next to me, Uchiha Xiao." The great elder's eyes lit up. He actually judged people by their appearance. Because Al looked very similar to Uchiha Madara, and he was the leader of the Hawk faction of the Uchiha clan, he had a good impression of Uchiha Al. The second elder is a neutral person, neither joining the Hawk faction nor the Dove faction. Because of his character, he and the Uchiha behind him are very unpopular in the clan. The third elder and the fifth elder are the eldest elder's biological brothers, and are naturally Hawks. The fourth elder is a Dove who chooses to stand with the village. His son is Uchiha Kagami, who died in battle. Master clan leader, may I ask what abilities the new elder has that allow him to be qualified for the position of elder at the age of less than 20? It was the fourth elder who spoke. He frowned, feeling that this matter was not simple, and wanted to know the truth. The first elder and the fourth elder were at odds, so he snorted coldly, "Haha, fourth elder, don't you believe in the clan leader's abilities? Since Uchiha Xiao was chosen as the new elder, he must have some abilities." The third elder also sneered, "Haha, that's right. Just based on this face, he can also become an Uchiha elder." What he meant was that Uchiha Owl was very likely a blood relative of Madara-sama. Do I need to say more about Madara-sama's talent and strength? The fifth elder nodded, the fourth elder looked at the second elder, and the second elder lowered his head and said nothing, as if he had heard nothing. The fourth elder was speechless. Do these people only care about appearance? Uchiha Xiao looks like that adult, but that adult betrayed Uchiha. Uchiha Xiao crossed his arms over his chest, watching the scene coldly, and then said coldly, "Does anyone among you have any objections? Why don't you have a fight?" After saying that, he looked at the elders, and the three Magatama Sharingan appeared. the corners of whose clothes moved without wind. As he looked at the fourth elder, the other elders shuddered all over. It was this action, even the tone of their voices were 70% similar. The fourth elder frowned, then his Sharingan transformed into 3 Magatama, and a kunai appeared in his hand. He said softly, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. You can easily hurt yourself. Let me teach you a lesson." After saying that, the fourth elder rushed in front of Uchiha Xiao with a body flash technique. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly, then jumped and clapped his hands, using fire style, Phoenix fire technique. His chakra was natural chakra, so the fangs and fire grew from a small fireball to as big as a ball. The scorching temperature even made everyone present start sweating. The fourth elder frowned, formed seals with his hands, and with a bang, he turned into a piece of wood, and his figure appeared outside the attack range. The fangs and fire hit the ground and created a big hole in the ground, with high temperature flames burning in it. "Hey, old man, do you want to dance too?" Uchiha Xiao looked at the fourth elder with an aggressive look, and the fourth elder laughed. Then he used the instant body technique again. How should I put it? He is worthy of being Jing's father. His use of the instant body technique is simply unpredictable. Uchiha Owl's Sharingan turned back and forth to capture the figure of the fourth elder, and at this moment, the fourth elder seized the opportunity. His figure appeared in Uchiha Owl's blind spot, and stabbed Uchiha Owl with a kunai fiercely. If he hits, even if Uchiha Xiao doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Uchiha Xiao's eyes are cold. Does this old guy want to kill me? Then he snapped his left fingers, activated his chakra, and a steel shield formed out of thin air to block the kunai of the 4 elders. With a ding, the kunai collided with the steel shield, sending out sparks. Its magnetic release. The first elder, second elder, third elder, and fifth elder all gasped. Kekai Genkai magnetic release. This child has incredible talent. With such terrifying power, he might be on par with Madara-sama in the future, or even the god of the ninja realm. Our Uchiha clan has a hope of becoming Hokage. Their eyes revealed desire and ambition, but what they didn't know was that in the eyes of Uchiha Xiao, the position of Hokage was not that tempting, and was even a trouble, magnetic escape, or iron sand. You guy. The fourth elder gritted his teeth, and before he could say the next word, Uchiha Xiao stretched out his right hand without turning around. Then he slowly clenched his fist and said, "Magnetic style, sand iron binding." As soon as he finished speaking, the steel shield turned into a plate of scattered iron sand that surrounded the fourth elder and then wrapped him up. Uchiha Xiao decided to teach him a lesson. Then, the sand iron binding system appeared, gradually gathered together, and then put pressure on the 4 elders. The fourth elder spat out a mouthful of blood, then stared at Uchiha Xiao, feeling a little panicked. Could it be that this new elder wanted to kill me? Just when 3 of his bones began to be squeezed and broken, Uchiha Xiao waved his hand, the iron sands dispersed, and the fourth elder fell from the air. The dove-like people hurried to support the fourth elder. The fourth elder's face was pale, staring at Uchiha Xiao. Embarrassment was secondary, as now such a person appeared in Uchiha. Can the relationship between the village and the Uchiha be restored? It's already difficult to integrate, and now there's a talented young man like this. Will the higher-ups let it go? Otherwise, how could his son? Thinking of this, he felt depressed. Some are happy while others are sad. Just when the fourth elder was feeling disappointed, the Hawk's eyes were already shining. Regardless of Uchiha Xiao's strength or temperament, he was the perfect person to be their Hawk. The Uchiha clan is a fighting clan, so they should solve everything with force. Uchiha Guangzi chose the opportunity to stand up and asked, "Does anyone else have any questions about Xiaojin being the elder?" The hawkish elders were all smiling. The Uchiha people admired the strong, so naturally they had no questions. The fourth elder, the dovish elder, sighed. Now that he had been defeated, it was useless to say anything more. He looked at Uchiha Xiao, who was standing there with a complicated look in his eyes. Uchiha Xiao didn't feel anything about this. For him, the Uchiha clan was currently beneficial to him and could provide him with information, so he must take the position of elder. Chapter 34. First meeting. The elders' opinions were resolved as quickly as lightning. In less than 10 minutes, everything was settled. At this moment, Uchiha Guangzi slowly spoke, "Since everyone has no objection, then I hereby officially declare Uchiha Xiao as the 6th elder of our Uchiha clan." After he finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent, followed by a burst of warm applause and cheers. However, Uchiha Hirachi was not affected by the lively atmosphere. He continued, "In addition, Lord Hokage specifically asked me to lead Uchiha Owl to attend an important meeting, so I would like to ask you to make way for a while." After speaking, Uchiha Xiao showed a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, everyone and the elders acted quickly without hesitation, moving aside to make way for a wide path. Uchiha Xiao walked ahead with steady steps, while Uchiha Guangzi followed behind him at a leisurely pace. The two walked farther and farther away until their figures disappeared at the end of the clan's territory. After they left, the originally quiet crowd suddenly exploded, and people began to whisper and talk. "Brother, for some reason, I always feel that Uchiha Xiao's face looks familiar." The fifth elder frowned slightly, turned his head and asked the first elder thoughtfully. The great elder smiled slightly, gently stroked his beard on his chin, and said slowly, "Fifth brother, you were still young when what happened back then, so it's normal for you to have forgotten some of it. In fact, this Uchiha Owl's appearance is surprisingly similar to Lord Madara of the past. Not only that, his high talent and the unique temperament revealed in his every move are exactly the same as Lord Madara's." At this point, the great elder couldn't help but laugh out loud. The fifth elder nodded slightly in approval, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his weathered face. His thoughts were instantly drawn back to his childhood, when he was only 5 or 6 years old, and by chance, he had witnessed a legendary Uchiha Madara. Although a lot of time has passed, the shock brought by that fleeting glimpse is deeply imprinted in his young heart. On the other side, the atmosphere seemed a little solemn. "Xiao, were you too cruel in your attack just now?" Uchiha Guangzi frowned slightly, sighed heavily, and looked helplessly at Uchiha Xiao, who was standing beside him with a stern face. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. "HMPH. Some people have been willing to serve others as lackeys for so long that they would even kill their own people. For such people, I think my methods are quite merciful." Hearing this, Uchiha Guangzi nodded helplessly, hesitant to say, "Alice, these 4 elders." However, before he could finish his words, Uchiha Xiao suddenly stopped, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "Why? Master Clan Leader, do you want to take this opportunity to teach me a lesson?" Period. Facing Uchiha Xiao's questioning, Uchiha Guangzi quickly waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, no. Let's go. Right now, it's more important to attend the meeting first." In his mind, it was not worth it to offend this rare genius in the clan just for the misbehavior of the 4th elder. After receiving the answer, Uchiha Xiao nodded slightly, and then the two continued to move forward, heading towards the Hokage building. Along the way, they passed by many patriarchs and elites from other families, nodding to each other or exchanging brief greetings. Among them are Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the 3 heads of the Ino Shikacho families. There are also 2 other people whose pupils are white. Uchiha Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts racing in his mind. After a moment's thought, he came to a conclusion: the shorter man was most likely Hyuga Hayashi. After all, as the eldest son of the Hyuga clan, his status and position were undoubtedly extraordinary. As for the tall and calm elder next to him, it was obvious that he was his father. However, his name was unknown for the time being. At this moment, Uchiha Guangzi followed Uchiha Xiao's gaze, and when he saw the Hyuga father and son, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Mr. Xiao, look at the 2 people over there. The older one is the current head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Akaji, and the handsome young man standing next to him, if I am not mistaken, should be his eldest son, Hinata Hayashi." Uchiha Xiao nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Uchiha Guangzi, and then hummed in response. He then turned to Uchiha Guangzi and thanked him. After doing all this, the two walked side by side towards the Hokage building. Because an important meeting was waiting for them to attend, Tsunade was originally uninterested, as she had to attend the meeting so early in the morning and was speechless. But when she saw Uchiha Owl, her eyes lit up and she walked towards him. She smiled and patted Uchiha Xiao's broad and strong shoulder, saying in a soft voice, "Hey, Xiao-jun, it's really unexpected to see you in this place." Uchiha Xiao was originally concentrating on the things in front of him, but when that familiar voice reached his ears, he immediately came back to his senses. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint arc, and he responded softly, "Well, it is indeed a coincidence." Tsuna, Jiraiya, who was standing by, overheard the conversation between the two and his eyes widened, almost popping out. Then, he stuck out his long tongue, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. He muttered to himself, "What did I just hear? Tsuna? What's going on?" Then, he quickly turned his gaze to Tsunade beside him, wanting to get an explanation from her. At this moment, Tsunade's pretty face instantly flushed, like a ripe apple. However, Surprisingly, not only did she not show any signs of anger, but she seemed a little shy and embarrassed at this moment. Jiraiya suddenly felt as if his heart was stabbed hard. A sharp pain came over him, and it seemed that a deep crack was slowly spreading in his heart on the other side. Orochimaru narrowed his narrow eyes slightly and chuckled twice. He first reached out and gently patted Jiraiya's shoulder, and said in a slightly teasing tone, "Okay, stop daydreaming, the old man is still waiting for us." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Al not far away. With a playful smile on his face, making it hard to guess what he was thinking at the moment, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing in the crowd, was completely stunned by the scene before him. He could never have imagined that the meticulous Uchiha Xiao last night would have such a close relationship with the extremely noble Princess Tsunade, even to the extent that he could directly call each other by a nickname. Tsunade blushed a little, but within 2 seconds, she said to Uchiha Owl, "Let's go. This should be your first time attending a meeting. Owl, remember to listen more and talk less." Basically, the meeting is over. Uchiha Owl smiled and nodded. Okay, so the two of them walked into the Hokage's office side by side, leaving Uchiha Itachi alone in the corridor doubting his life. Chapter 35, Medical Ninja Construction. In the spacious and bright Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting upright on the chair that symbolized supreme power. I saw him with his eyes slightly closed, resting peacefully, his hands gently supporting his chin, as if he was thinking about something important. Standing beside him were 3 advisory elders, Danzo Shimura, Kahoru Utane, and Enma Dakato. Everyone was feeling quite relaxed outside, but as soon as they stepped into the Hokage's office, they immediately felt an invisible pressure coming towards them, making the atmosphere in the entire room instantly become solemn and depressing. Faced with this situation, everyone chose to remain silent, no one daring to disturb the tranquility. They silently searched for a suitable spot to stand, then waited quietly, without making a single unnecessary sound. This is actually one of the common methods used by those in a position of power. By creating such a tense atmosphere, they can not only effectively establish their own majestic image, but also take this opportunity to carefully observe the subtle changes in facial expressions and psychological activities of every person who comes to attend. The meeting time ticked by, and the hands of the wall clock slowly pointed to 9 o'clock. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the office like a ghost. It turned out to be an Anbu ninja wearing a black tights and a mask on his face. The Anbu ninja quickly walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaned down, and whispered a few words to him in a low voice. After listening to the Anbu ninja's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, finally slowly opened them. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He then glanced at everyone present and asked softly, "Is everyone here?" The office was so quiet at this moment that you could hear a pin drop, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn in this dead silence. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice broke the silence. "Uchiha family representatives Uchiha Uratoshi and Uchiha Al have arrived." The voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the office. The person who said this was Uchiha Al himself. When everyone heard this, they all looked puzzled and confused. They secretly muttered to themselves, "The Hokage is not blind, can't he see someone coming in? Why bother with this?" However, these thoughts only flashed through their minds, because soon people realized that things might not be that simple. Nara Luming's eyes suddenly lit up, and his originally serious expression was instantly replaced by a sly smile. Then, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and imitated Uchiha Xiao's tone just now and said, "The representatives of the 3 Ino, Shikoku and Jo families, Nara Shikoku, Yamanaka Unkei, and Akimichi Tofu, have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a low laugh was heard around him, but more people looked at Nara Luming thoughtfully. Nara Luming couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He thought to himself, as expected of the Lord of Owls, this simple sentence doesn't just tell everyone who's coming, it's also a statement of his attitude. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been sitting at his desk, smiled and nodded, then said to the few people who had just arrived, "Come on, Chief Guangzi, Xiao, and Luming, all of you come over and sit in the front. Don't stand so far away." As Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Uchiha Uratoshi, Uchiha Owl, Nara Ratumai and others walked to the front seats of the office and sat down one by one. Everyone stared at these people closely, revealing a variety of complex emotions in their eyes. Some were full of curiosity, some were doubtful, and some seemed a little wary. For a moment, the entire office was filled with a tense and subtle atmosphere, as if a fierce contest was about to begin. Tsunade also said, "Teacher, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, are here too." After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and waved to them. "Come and sit down." Tsunade chuckled, then walked towards Uchiha Al and sat next to him. Now everyone understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was asking which family was willing to stand on his side. The current situation was that Uchiha and Inoshikacho had become the Hokage factions. One was a 1,000-year-old powerful family, and the other was the family that was most willing to place the bet. Tsunade and the others are Sarutobi Hiruzen's students. There are still many seats, but the number of seats near the front is getting smaller and smaller. When all the family heads were hesitating, Hyuga Akagi said, "Hyuga Akagi and his young son Hyuga Hayashi have arrived." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. "Please sit down." He pointed to the remaining seats in the front. Hinata Akagi nodded, then sat down and saw that after Uchiha and Hyuga expressed their opinions, each major family expressed their opinions one by one. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and gave Uchiha Al a wink, saying "Well done." Uchiha Al raised the corner of his mouth and nodded after each family expressed their stance and took their seats. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "First of all, as Hokage, I would like to thank each family for sending their ninjas to fight in the Land of Rain. This victory belongs to everyone." After saying that, Nararukumae was the first to applaud, looking at Uchiha Al with a smile on his face. Uchiha Al understood what he meant and started to applaud as well. Led by these two people, the others began to applaud. The applause lasted for 3 minutes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and signaled everyone to stop. The applause gradually died down, and Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "Originally, the rewards were to be made public to each family, but we received a secret report last night." As he spoke, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darken. The Sand Village has already sent out its troops and is heading towards Konoha. Now that a great battle is about to begin, I can only record your previous achievements and reward you after this battle. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Who had any objection to this? With the war imminent, the most important thing was to deal with Sand Village first. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in agreement and then slowly spoke. "Since everyone agrees on this matter, I would like to invite you to speak freely and express your opinions and views on the current battle situation." As soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade suddenly stood up. She looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious expression and said solemnly, "Teacher, after my personal experience in the Rain Country battlefield, I think we should increase the number of medical ninjas deployed in the combat troops. Every team of 3 should be equipped with at least 1 medical ninja. This way, we can greatly reduce the number of casualties." Hearing Tsunade's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown. As we all know, medical ninjas are rare in all countries today. If these precious medical ninjas were assigned to various teams, they would most likely die at the hands of powerful enemies if attacked. This approach is really inappropriate. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly, rejecting Tsunade's proposal, and responded bluntly, "Tsunade, your starting point is certainly good, but given the current situation, this method is not feasible." Tsunade was stunned upon hearing this. After a moment, she slowly lowered her head, a look of loss and frustration on her face. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Hokage-sama, I think that the suggestion made by Tsunade-sama is very desirable." Sarutobi Hiruzen had obviously not expected Uchiha Al to actually support Tsunade's point of view, and was stunned for a moment. After coming to his senses, he frowned slightly and asked, "Oh well, then tell me, where's this proposal feasible?" Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also the clan leaders and future heirs of other clans looked at Uchiha Al, somewhat curious about what this guy could say. Chapter 36 Field Dr. Uchiha Xiao completely ignored the strange looks from the people around him. He said solemnly and seriously, "Hokage-sama, in my opinion, the reason you rejected Tsunade-sama's suggestion must be because you are worried about the number of medical ninjas and their actual performance in battle, right?" Hearing this, Tsunade was slightly startled and began to think to herself, "Right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, not all medical ninjas are like her, capable of charging into battle and killing enemies while also being able to bring people back to life. Most medical ninjas are only good at healing and know nothing about fighting." At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting at the head of the group, nodded slowly, expressing his agreement with Uchiha Al's opinion, and responded, "What Al-kun said is absolutely right. As you said, the overall combat effectiveness of our Konoha village's medical ninjas is indeed relatively weak. Instead of letting these medical ninjas who are not good at fighting follow the team to the front line to kill the enemy, it is better to leave them in the rear and concentrate on providing medical services to their injured companions. This way, We can not only protect the lives of our personnel to the greatest extent possible, but also fully utilize the expertise of the medical ninjas. Uchiha Xiao nodded again, then changed the subject. However, Lord Hokage, regarding this matter, I wonder if you have considered the following two possible situations. Oh? Tell me about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with great interest. He knew in his heart that this young man Uchiha Xiao was not only intelligent and well-versed in the ways of the world, but his most astonishing thing was his extraordinary tactical thinking ability. Although Tsunade and the others had not revealed to him the specific details about Uchiha Xiao's command of the operation, as the saying goes, there is no airtight wall in the world, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has a powerful intelligence system? How could such information escape his eyes and ears? However, one of the important reasons why Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent about the matter and never exposed it was that the beneficiary of this incident was his beloved disciple, Tsunade. Furthermore, since Uchiha Xiao himself has already expressed his acquiescence, then he naturally has no reason to interfere at this moment. When he heard Uchiha Xiao speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened attentively, not missing a word. Uchiha Xiao's face was as calm as water as he slowly said, "Let's first consider the first possible scenario. Those seriously injured ninjas were not sent to medical ninjas for treatment in time, causing their wounds, which could have been healed with just the palm technique, to worsen. Ultimately, extreme measures such as amputation were necessary to save their lives. What's worse, some of our companions who could have survived with timely treatment have become incurable due to delays." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in agreement, because situations like this were common on the battlefield filled with smoke and life and death. Even though he had been through many battles and was well aware of these situations, he often felt helpless when faced with the cruel and ruthless reality of war. Next, let's discuss the second possibility. If the enemy disregards their bottom line and launches a frontal assault, this is actually just a feint to divert our main force. Then, they can take advantage of this opportunity to lead a large force to raid the position of our medical ninjas. Just imagine, who will be able to stand up and resist this thunderous attack? There was a loud bang, as if a bolt of thunder had split the sky, and everyone's heart was shocked. Although the first situation is tricky, it is still within everyone's expectations. However, the second situation has never actually occurred. Once it comes true, the consequences will be unimaginable. All medical ninjas will probably not be able to escape the disaster, and medical ninjas are a key part of the entire combat system. They are responsible for treating the wounded and maintaining combat effectiveness. If the ninjas fighting bloody battles on the front line lose the protection and support of these angels in white, what kind of tragic ending will they face? Period. The answer is self-evident. Even if you suffer only minor injuries, you may lose your life if you do not receive timely and effective treatment. In this way, the enemy only needs to advance steadily and engage in a protracted war of attrition with us. No matter how powerful our army is and how sophisticated its tactics are, it will eventually fall into despair and suffer a crushing defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He looked at Uchiha Xiao with a gleam in his eyes. "Awa-sama, are you saying that Tsunade's suggestion can resolve the risks brought about by these two situations?" Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded. "That's right. Medical ninjas have no combat capabilities, so they need the protection of combat ninjas. Sending them to the team is the best way. They have the protection of their teammates, and when their teammates are injured, they can receive timely treatment. This forms a cycle, and the team's fighting time can be extended. In addition, if the medical ninjas are dispersed into various teams, then there is no need to worry about the attack on the camp." After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, he glanced at Tsunade, blinked at her and smiled slightly. Tsunade's mouth curled up, feeling happy in her heart. "Our Lord spoke up for me in front of so many people, but our Lord's brain is really useful." Every ninja could understand what Uchiha Xiao said, and he was right on the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen now began to think carefully about the reasons given by Uchiha Xiao. The white-haired man in the corner was stunned. Looking at Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade smiling at each other, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had stood up faster, it would have been better. This man is the genius ninja Kato Dan, who has mastered the art of spiritualization. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Xiao, only to find that he and Tsunade were smiling at each other, with a strange look on their faces. "Owl, are you sure you're only saying this because it's a feasible suggestion? Are these two kids in love? Tisk tisk, Senjo and Uchiha? Would Mito-sama agree?" Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." In the original work, the suggestion proposed by Tsunade is still being used in Boruto, so it is completely feasible. Xiao of the Sands Village is best at surprise attacks. Maybe she will sneak attack the medical position behind us, Uchiha Xiao said casually. In fact, Xiao really did this kind of thing. It seemed to be during World War II. Because of this incident, after the end of World War II, the village passed Tsunade's opinion and the system that every team must be equipped with a medical ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, okay, although the two situations mentioned by Al have never happened before, we must be prepared. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, regarding the establishment of medical ninjas, I want to see the complete system regulations tomorrow. Tsunade chuckled, yes, teacher. She was filled with strength. She had to sort it out tonight. She could ask Al Lord. Then Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had thought it through and was ready to implement this system. Chapter 37 Konoha's Commander-in-Chief, Shimura Danzo. Well, let's discuss how to resist the attack of the Sand Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice. Then looked at his old friend Danzo. After Shimura Danzo received a look from his best friend, he slowly walked to the front of the group and said, Hiruzen, I am willing to lead the troops to defeat the invading enemies from Tsunade. Is there anyone present who does not respectfully address Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage-sama? The only one is Danzo, the Hokage's teammate and closest friend at this time. Danzo Shimura was in his prime, with a strong face and bangs evenly distributed on both sides of his forehead. His handsome face was almost perfect. Although there was a knife wound on his chin, it did not affect his appearance but added a cool temperament. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Among all the Hokage assistants, the one he liked most was his good brother Danzo Shimura, who is loyal to Konoha and could fight. The only bad thing is that he inherited his teacher's prejudice against Uchiha, and he often said things like Uchiha bred is born evil in private. Now that Uchiha has chosen a side, he is one of us. I have to find a way to change my old friend's mind. However, for now, I should first solve the issue of the Commander-in-Chief. After all, the Sand Village has already sent troops, and war is imminent. But he couldn't directly ask Danzo to accept his fate, so Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be thinking, but in fact he was winking at Uchiha Uritamo and Uchiha Al. I just gave you face, now you have to give me some, right? Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said, Hokage-sama, the commander-in-chief of this war is none other than Danzo-sama. You need to stay in the rear and take charge of the overall situation. Lord Danzo was once your teammate and he was also the direct disciple of the second Hokage. No one is more suitable than him to be the commander-in-chief of this fight against Sand Village. Although Uchiha Al was a little resistant to Danzo, he couldn't pretend not to see the instructions given by the Hokage. Uchiha Guangzhou also nodded and said, yes, I agree with Xiao's opinion. Following closely behind were the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans, and then the ninja clan that had been close to the Uchiha clan and the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans since the Warring States period spoke up. There are the Kurama clan, the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Yui clan, the Gecko clan. The remaining Hyuga clan and their close ninja clans saw that more than half of the ninja clans present agreed, so they naturally would not continue to remain silent in this way. Most of the well-known ninjas present supported Danzo's decision to lead the troops. Danzo Shimura looked deeply at Uchiha Al, but then turned his head and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, Danzo, since everyone recommends you to be the commander-in-chief, I will choose you. However, are you sure? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked this as a routine question. If he answered directly, it would seem a bit too hasty, so he wanted Danzo to express his opinion to everyone himself. I will lead the Konoha army to strike a heavy blow to the arrogance of the Sand Village. Shimura Danzo raised the corners of his mouth, with the momentum of his youthful youth. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, but it was only for a moment before his face became serious. Then he slammed the table and stood up. I declare that the commander-in-chief of Konoha in this battle against the Sand Village is Danzo. Please cooperate with Danzo's orders and fight this battle well. Then I will celebrate your victory. If anyone disobeys orders and acts recklessly, he will be punished by military law and will be executed without mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was loud and firm, causing the ninjas present to tremble all over. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen like this. In the anime, the old Sarutobi Hiruzen made many stupid moves. I was submissive to the outside world, but I punched hard inside. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a true ninja hero. He fights when he says he will fight. If you dare to come, then we will fight. If I don't hurt you, You won't know how to stop what exactly caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to change so much? Uchiha Al pondered, and finally a flash of inspiration came to him. It was power in age. Once people enjoy the beauty of power, they don't want to step down and are corrupted by it. In addition, as they get older, they become more afraid of death and lose the drive they had when they were young. How is this different from Dongzhou of Zillion? In his youth, he traveled across Zillion, befriended many heroes, and finally went to Beijing to quell the rebellion and enjoyed the benefits of power. Adding to his age, didn't he also make stupid decisions and lack the drive? Uchiha Al shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The most important thing right now was the battle with the Sands village. If he remembered correctly, a lot of things were going to happen in this war. Naoki accidentally stepped into a detonating tag, Kato was stabbed to death in the camp, White Fang flashed, Xiao cried, and Xiao attacked the medical camp at night. He was a little dazed at the moment. Just after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished saying a lot of polite words, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. Uchiha Al stood up and was about to leave, but Tsunade grabbed his arm. Mr. Owl, why are you leaving now? The teacher just told you, me, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Lord Danzo to stay and discuss something in detail. Tsunade was a little confused, but seeing Uchiha Al's look, she knew he was distracted. Uchiha Xiao came back to his senses and said, oh. He was indeed thinking about a lot of things just now, so much so that he was distracted the whole time. Tsunade sighed when she saw this. Uchiha Hiroshi chuckled and walked over, bowing to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I'll leave Al to you. I'll go back first, it's my duty, Uncle Hiroshi, don't worry. Tsunade was originally not fond of the Uchiha clan, but now Uchiha Al is the elder of the Uchiha clan in the spirit of loving the house and loving the dog. Just call Uchiha Hirotoshi uncle, you won't lose anything. Uchiha Guangzi chuckled and gave Uchiha Xiao a look that probably meant I'll be waiting for you in the clan. Come on. Uchiha Al smiled helplessly, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya were about the same age as Uchiha Owl, and were also walking towards Tsunade and Uchiha Owl. After all, they were in the same grade and had a lot to talk about. Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment, while Orochimaru remained calm until most people in the meeting room had left and the Anbu closed the door again. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his arm around Danzo's shoulders and looked at the four people with a smile. Old brother, these four are the deputies I left for you. Shimura Danzo frowned. Why, Sarutobi, you don't trust me? You still want these young brats to supervise me? The three little ones, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya all looked a little unhappy. Only Uchiha Al remained calm and smiled faintly. How could that be? Old brother, just tell me how I treated you. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Shimura Danzo's shoulder with some amusement. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly. He was also at Sundeer. He knew exactly how Sarutobi Hiruzen treated him. He was just a little unhappy why they sent a few greenhorns to him. Chapter 38, The Wisdom of the Owl. Unparalleled in the ages. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a genial smile on his face and said cheerfully, I'm sure you know how exciting the war in the Land of Rain was. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo nodded without hesitation and replied, of course I know that. I have to say, your apprentice, Tsunade, truly has the demeanor of a great general. She knows how to assess the situation and weigh the pros and cons. Such a person is completely qualified to serve as deputy. Having said that, he made this comment without any scruples in front of everyone else present. Then, Shimura Danzo continued to express his opinion. I heard that Jiraiya and Orochimaru's performance in this protracted battle was also remarkable. I also have no objection to the two of them. However, at this point, he suddenly changed the subject, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an extremely aggressive gaze, and asked, as for that brat from the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen, what exactly do you mean? At this time, Danzo Shimura did not yet have the root organization as his source of intelligence, so the information he had was far less comprehensive than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because of this, he still firmly believes that this victory was achieved because Sarutobi Hiruzen's three beloved disciples personally led the army. Faced with such aggressive a questioning from Danzo Shimura, the three little ones standing aside were immediately furious, especially Tsunade, who was straightforward and hot-tempered, could not suppress her anger. Just as she was about to open her mouth to retort, she was suddenly met with a stern look from Sarutobi Hiruzen. After seeing this, even though Tsunade was unwilling, she finally forced herself to swallow back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. At this moment, Uchiha Owl was gently stroking Tsunade's long hair that was as soft as a waterfall. His movements were gentle and delicate, as if he was comforting a frightened kitten. His fingers gently slid through Tsunade's hair, with a reassuring strength, signaling her not to be too impatient and to remain calm. As for Uchiha Xiao himself, he remained calm and watched everything happening in front of him calmly, as if the noise and tension around him had nothing to do with him. He looked calm and composed, like a bystander who is quietly observing the development of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting nearby, took in the entire scene. He nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. His admiration for Uchiha Xiao increased even more. This young man can remain so calm and organized in the face of such a complicated situation. He is truly a rare talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a smile on his face, reached out and pulled Danzo next to him, asking him to sit down with him. Then, he waved to Uchiha Xiao and said warmly, "Uchiha Xiao, come over here quickly." After hearing the call from the Hokage, Uchiha Xiao nodded without hesitation and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with steady steps as they approached. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew even wider. He turned to look at Danzo beside him and said with a smile, "Danzo, did you know that in the war in the Land of Rain, the strategy of protracted warfare, cutting off the enemy's food supply, and the sneak attack on Yuji were all the work of Uchiha Xiao?" Hearing this, Shimura Danzo, who had been somewhat nonchalant, was suddenly startled and sat up straight. He stared at Uchiha Xiao with wide eyes in disbelief, his eyes full of confusion and shock. However, since these words came from Sarutobi's mouth, they could not be false. Thinking of this, Danzo once again looked at the young man in front of him, who seemed ordinary but had hidden talents. What puzzled him was that since all these were done by Uchiha Xiao, why didn't he admit it, but instead put the credit on Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru? Could it be that he has some plans? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo's eyes turned cold again, and he glanced at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao noticed this, smiled slightly, and nodded in response, which made Shimura Danzo a little annoyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen also became interested. Xiao, tell me, why are you unwilling to accept the credit?" Upon hearing this, Danzo also looked at Uchiha Xiao. His eyes were like a ruler. He could tell at a glance that others were not lying. "So, you born evil Uchiha brat, if you dare to lie, I will grind you to dust." His eyes turned cold and the corners of his mouth turned up, as if the person in front of him was not one of his own, but a criminal. "Danzo, take your eyes off me." Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless as to why his old buddy couldn't control his little thoughts when he saw the Uchiha clan. "What did the Uchiha do to you?" Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. It was indeed that Danzo. He sighed and said, "First of all, Tsunade-sama saved me when I just opened my eyes during Hokage-sama's pre-war speech. Later, Mito-sama took great care of me. I was having some issues with the Uchiha clan at the time, and I didn't want to be in the spotlight, so I gave most of the credit to Tsunade-sama. She needed it more than me. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya relied on their ability to lead troops to implement the fighting style I proposed, so this is their credit. I just made some suggestions," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Good boy, you are the pillar of Konoha. The most important thing is to know when to advance and retreat, not for a fame, but for contribution." Danzo Shimura was shocked. He found that what Uchiha Xiao said seemed to be the truth. His expression and tone were very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He was sure that Uchiha Xiao was not lying, and just as he said, he didn't care about these credits at all. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart that if it were him, he would never give up the credit, but would publicize it loudly instead. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily and said, "Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled throughout the history of the ninja world. There has never been anyone better at leading troops than you." Sarutobi Hiruzen praised sincerely, "I don't deserve it, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Xiao will always be Uchiha Xiao of Konoha and will always be your supporter." Uchiha Xiao took the opportunity to express his stance, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen even happier. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly and turned his head away. He admitted that this Uchiha brat was quite capable. Sarutobi Hiruzen then said to Danzo, "Old friend, do you think Xiao can be your deputy?" His voice was teasing. Shimura Danzo choked and said, "Well, it's okay." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and turned to Uchiha Xiao and said, "Little owl, in this war with the Sand Village, I hope you can also give me more advice like the Rain Ninja." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was calm at this moment. He had already made his intention clear. He wanted Uchiha Xiao to help his good friend gain victory. Danzo Shimura also looked over. He knew that Uchiha Xiao was a talented person, and he also knew that his old friend was helping him. He couldn't help but feel touched. Uchiha Xiao pondered the current situation and finally nodded, "I will do my best to assist Danzo-sama." The current Danzo Shimura is still the Danzo he was in his youth. He is not as vicious and cruel as he was later, and he does not gouge out his eyes and transplant them. The protagonist helps him for political reasons. I hope everyone will not get too excited. Every book has its own opinions. Chapter 39, The Sand Village Troops Commander Xiao. What are we doing? Asked a female ninja. Her hair is dark green and tied up in a bun, with brown-yellow hair hanging on both sides of her forehead like pendants. She has a perfect figure, fair skin and beautiful looks. I believe everyone has guessed her identity. Yikang, the pride of the Sand Village, is a genius who has fused the wind and fire bloodlines into the Scorch release. At this moment, she is only about 20 years old, but her chakra capacity has reached the level of a Jonin. Xiao originally didn't want to pay attention to anyone, because what they were going to do was to set up an ambush on the road that Konoha had to pass through and install explosive traps. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. At this moment, she frowned and tilted her head slightly to look at the female ninja who was speaking. After discovering that it was Yikang, her brows relaxed. It's Yikang, haha, Grandma is going to take you to set up a trap. Trap? Isn't it too late to install a trap now? After all, Konoha is not stupid. Yikang was a little confused. Xiao smiled and said, now that Konoha has just won a great victory, their minds are in turmoil. If there is a careless commander, it might have a miraculous effect. Yikang's eyes moved. Yes, everyone knows that a proud army will be defeated, but this problem keeps happening again and again. This just proves the saying that what has happened will happen again, what has been done will be done again, and there is nothing new under the sun. Yikang nodded, and without further doubt, he followed Xiao and began to work seriously. Xiao nodded to this and looked at Yikang with kindness in her eyes. The current Kazakage of the Sands Village is the strongest Kazakage. He has two apprentices, one is Yikang who is good at Scorch Release and the other is Raza who is good at Magnetic Release. Yikang is closer to the elders, while Luo Shang is closer to the common people. As a member of the elders, Xiao naturally likes Yikang more. Luo Shang is like a hypocrite. He talks about the people all the time and denies the contributions of their predecessors. Thinking of this, Xiao shook her head, and the troops continued on their journey, trying to reach the location as soon as possible and make the detonating talisman trap more concealed. Konoha. After everyone left a meeting room, Uchiha called out to Tsunade. Tsunade-chan, Tsunade turned her head and looked at Uchiha, very happy, not just because he spoke up for her when she made a suggestion. The teacher also recognized his ability. It is most commendable that Zyajin has won the recognition and admiration of the senior management with his talents. This also means that from now on, Uchiha has entered the core circle of Konoha. Whenever there is a war, people will think of Uchiha, and his status has greatly increased. Mr. Owl, is there any problem? Tsunade asked with her eyes curved and a charming smile. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, well, there are some things, very important things. Is it convenient for us to talk about them when we get back? Tsunade was stunned for a moment and smiled. Okay, then she turned to look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Are you two going? Jiraiya hesitated to speak, then forced a smile and scratched his head. I'd better forget it. The Great Toad Sage suddenly told me to go to Meiboku Mountain. Orochimaru tutted and shook his head. I have some things to study recently, so I won't go. After saying that, Jiraiya teleported and disappeared from the spot, while Orochimaru used the instant body technique to leave the scene. Seeing that no one was around, Tsunade stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Uchiha's arms. The two softballs came up and smiled slightly. Let's go. Uchiha was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said okay. Then, under Tsunade's guidance, he began to walk towards the Senju clan's territory in the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, took a deep breath and exhaled. He saw Uchiha and Tsunade walking together and behaving intimately, and sighed. Jiraiya, it seems you have no chance. Then he shook his head and returned to his seat to continue reviewing the documents. Uchiha took the opportunity to ask the system, is there any explosion-proof equipment? Ding. Received the host's idea, checking them all. Ding. 2090 explosion-proof suit, resists all damage caused by explosions, and has maximum defense. It can withstand 3 attacks from shadow-level strongmen points. Would you like to purchase it? Seeing this price, Uchiha's heart trembled. He didn't expect it to be available. But this price? He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Tsunade's bright smile, attractive figure and huge. Well, he decided, he had to buy this thing. After all, the battlefield was full of dangers, and just warning his brother-in-law might not be enough. So he thought to himself, "Bye, the system became much happier ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 2090 bulletproof suit. You can take it out and fit it 1-to-1 according to the size of the character in your mind. The remaining points are 10,050, Ling. Congratulations to the host for spending over 10,000 points, completing the achievement, and spending lavishly. You will be rewarded with a random talenting. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction completed. Reward, space talent, undeveloped. When Uchiha Xiao saw that he was rewarded with a talent, he felt that the money was worth it. He thought to himself, "Brother-in-law, I'll save your life this time." He was in a good mood, with a smile on his face, and soon he and Tsunade returned to the Senju clan's territory. The guards of the Senju clan saw that the eldest lady had returned, holding Uchiha Xiao, so they knew everything was fine. So one of them opened the door and the other reported. Soon Mito appeared there before the two of them even reached the door. After seeing Uzumaki Mito, the two quickened their pace. "Grandma," Tsunade shouted, but her hand did not let go of Uchiha Owl's arm. Uzumaki Mito nodded with a teasing look in his eyes, and Uchiha Owl coughed twice. Tsunade then looked at Uchiha Owl. "What happened?" Uchiha Xiao was embarrassed and said, "Hands." Tsunade saw that her hands were still holding Uchiha Owl, and quickly let go and looked at her grandmother. "Grandma, I'm not, it's because Owl-kun just spoke for me." Before Tsunade could finish her words, Uzumaki Mito interrupted her. "Xiao Atsuna, you go in first. I have something to tell Xiao Xiao," Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. When Tsunade was about to say something, she saw Uzumaki Mito narrow his eyes, and the power of blood suppression came. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Owl worriedly, and finally gritted her teeth and walked in. Uchiha Owl smiled slightly. "Grandma Mito," Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, "Come with me." Then he brought Uchiha Owl to the pavilion in the courtyard. Uzumaki Mito raised his right hand, and a ceiling barrier appeared. The surrounding scenery changed, and all the nearby flowers, plants and trees disappeared. The surroundings were golden, and Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Owl were sitting on the stone benches, neither of them speaking. It wasn't until a while later that Uzumaki Mito sighed. Xiao, tell me the truth, how do you feel about Xiao Tsuna?" Uchiha Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Although he had expected Uzumaki Mito to ask this question and he had thought of many excuses, he was very nervous when he really opened his mouth. Chapter 40 Free Love. Uchiha Xiao had originally conceived countless brilliant answers in his mind that he had seen on the internet, but when he really faced the reality, those words seemed to be stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. The reason is simple. I just feel that those words are too false and exaggerated, and totally inconsistent with my true mood at the moment. Just then, Mito-sama, Uchiha Xiao hurriedly stood up and saluted respectfully. Then he took a deep breath, gathered himself together, and said, "Tsunade-sama is not only stunningly beautiful, but also a brave and kind person. I think there is no one in the world who would not like such a beautiful woman, right? Of course, the same is true for me. However, the person standing in front of him at this moment is not an ordinary person, but Uzumaki Mito, who possesses the Kagura's mind, under the inside of that magical ability. Any trace of lies and even the slightest change in expression could never escape Uzumaki Mito's sharp eyes. Therefore, facing such a powerful existence, Uchiha Xiao knew that the best strategy was to be honest with him." Hearing what Uchiha Xiao said, Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly and said softly, "I didn't ask you whether other people like her. I only want to know about you, Uchiha Xiao. Isn't it a bit impolite for you to beat around the bush with me like this?" Hearing this, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but feel embarrassed, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. He then laughed dryly and responded, Master Mito, you are right. In fact, I also like Master Tsunade very much." "Then when are you going to propose?" Uzumaki Mito opened her red lips slightly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The words she spoke were like a thunderclap, exploding in the air, catching people off guard. Uchiha Xiao's eyes widened instantly, and he stood there blankly as if frozen. He suspected there was something wrong with his ears. How could he suddenly hear such words? Propose, marriage. He shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind, but Uzumaki Mito's words just now kept echoing in his mind. "No, Lord Mito, isn't this a little too early?" Uchiha Xiao, who had finally come back to his senses, stuttered, and even a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought he must have misheard, or that Uzumaki Mito was joking with him. After all, he and Tsunade were not yet at the stage of discussing marriage. However, Uzumaki Mito looked at him seriously, with a determined light in his eyes. "It's not too early. When Hashirama married me, he was only in his early 20s. Besides, I am Tsunade's elder. If you two are in love, I can naturally make the decision to marry Tsunade to you. She said it as if it was a matter of course, as if everything had been arranged. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but frown, secretly groaning inwardly. As an upright man from the 21st century, deeply influenced by modern ideas, he simply couldn't accept this kind of arranged marriage without any emotional foundation. Although this might be the quickest way to marry Tsunade, it was definitely not the love and marriage he expected. Mito-sama, please forgive me for being frank. Although I do have feelings for Tsunade, I really cannot accept this approach. I sincerely hope that Tsunade chose to be with me because she truly loves me, and not because of other external factors. If they marry just for the sake of marriage, without deep feelings between each other, then even if they enter the marriage hall, it will undoubtedly be a great injustice to Tsunade. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to express his true thoughts. When saying these words, Uchiha Xiao raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Mito. He was not timid or guilty, but firm and serious. Uzumaki Mito's heart trembled suddenly. She had never expected this child to have such a unique idea. Her heart could not help but ripple, and even she, who had experienced countless hardships, was deeply touched with the powerful detection ability of Kagura's mind's eye. Uzumaki Mito clearly felt that every word Uchiha said was the truth from the heart. Period. Because of this, at this moment, the corners of her mouth rose involuntarily, and a look of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. She just snapped her fingers lightly and said with a smile, Xiao, I have to admit that you really satisfy me. As soon as the words fell, the mysterious barrier that originally enveloped the surroundings instantly dissipated without a trace, and the figures of the two returned to their original position. Then, Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled softly. As for the matter between you and Tsunade, I won't interfere too much. However, I still hope that you can treat her sincerely. That girl, although sometimes her brain is not very bright and her personality is a bit stubborn, but her heart is very kind. So, if there are any frictions or conflicts in our future interactions, I hope you can be more tolerant and understanding. At this point, Uzumaki Mito chuckled again. Hearing this, Uchiha Xiao nodded solemnly, then quickly raised his right arm, pointed his clenched fist at his chest, and responded seriously, Don't worry, Mito-sama, I will definitely take good care of Miss Tsunade, and I will bet on the supreme glory of our Uchiha clan. After saying this, his eyes were firm, as if he had made an oath that would never change. Seeing Uchiha's solemn behavior and resolute attitude, the smile on Uzumaki Mito's face became even more profound. She nodded slowly, acknowledging the other party's promise. After all, for a warring states clan with a long and prestigious history like the Uchiha, the oaths they swore often carried an unshakable weight and binding force. Okay, come with me into the house, otherwise Tsunade will be worried. That child, Uzumaki Mito told Tsunade's childhood stories as they walked, making Uchiha tremble with laughter. Indoor, Tsunade worried, wondering if she had gotten Owl-kun into trouble. Will Grandma misunderstand something? She asked. Whatever. If Grandma gets angry later, I'll just say I volunteered. Thinking of this, Tsunade's eyes became determined. She clenched her fists and prepared to go out to find her grandmother and Uchiha. Just then, the two of them walked into the house talking and laughing, which surprised Tsunade. Why was Grandma so happy today? Tsunade shook her head and said, Never mind, as long as Lord Owl is okay. Then she looked at the handsome Uchiha beside her, with a smile on her face. Chapter 41. Uchiha Madara. As the door was gently pushed open, the two slowly walked into the house. Tsunade's originally restless heart gradually calmed down like a stone thrown into a lake. She did not ask what had happened, but walked to the table very obediently and began to prepare tea skillfully. At this time, Uzumaki Mito was chatting with Uchiha about some trivial matters. Uchiha Xiao was seen smiling and responding with ease, finishing every sentence just right without interrupting the conversation at all. Not only that, his humorous words often made Uzumaki Mito laugh, filling the whole house with a happy and peaceful atmosphere. Tsunade, on the other hand, stood quietly by and concentrated on brewing tea. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile, and her eyes looked gently at Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha who were chatting happily, as if she was completely immersed in this warmth. However, in this peaceful and harmonious moment, a sudden shout shattered the tranquility. With a loud bang, the door flung open, and a figure rushed in, shouting, Grandma, sister. This time, Master has finally agreed to let me fight on the front lines. As the shout rang out, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. Uchiha raised his eyebrows with interest and smiled faintly. Tsunade frowned, with obvious worry on her face, and Uzumaki Mito's face suddenly turned gloomy, and she was obviously not happy about the news. At the same time, Uchiha turned his attention to the child, Senju. He had once encountered Senju at the Rain Country camp before, but he hadn't looked closely at him then. Now, taking a closer look, he couldn't help but secretly admire him. He's truly a young man full of energy and vigor. Tsunade frowned tightly, her heart filled with worry. Although her brother Naoki was already 12 years old and had become a Jonin, in her eyes, Naoki was still just a child. Even though Rope Tree has become Orochimaru's apprentice, Tsunade still has deep concerns about whether he can survive the cruel battlefield at this moment. Uzumaki Mito's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. You know, the descendants of their family are only Tsunade and Naoki. Now that Tsunade is going to the battlefield, it is her duty as the Hokage's disciple. Uzumaki Mito will not say much about this. However, her precious grandson, the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was only 12 years old. How could he be sent to the front lines at such a young age? If something were to happen, who would bear the responsibility? Would it be Orochimaru? The answer is obviously no. Orochimaru is well aware of Rope Tree's special identity and will never let him go to the dangerous front line of the battlefield easily. But this time, Orochimaru unexpectedly agreed to it. Uzumaki Mito would never believe that there were no other people with ulterior motives involved. Uchiha Xiao understood Uzumaki Mito's worry, so he smiled and said, "Shangshu, do you still remember me?" Senju looked at Uchiha Xiao, and then his eyes lit up. "It's you, Lord God of War. The last time we met, we were in a hurry and didn't exchange a few words properly. Why are you coming to my house today?" Uchiha Xiao, every ninja who participated in the Rain Country battlefield in World War II knew him. There was even a faint voice in Konoha calling him the God of War. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. God of War? What's going on? But he shook his head and smiled. "Shangshu, I came to your house to discuss something important with your sister and your grandmother, so I came here." "Oh," Shangshu nodded. "Naoki, I want to ask, did you ask Orochimaru to let you go to the front line?" Uchiha Xiao asked. He was a little confused. Why did the grandson of the first Hokage die so unjustly? He was hit by an explosive talisman and his internal organs were hollowed out. When he died, there was not even a complete body. "This is unbelievable." Naoki nodded and said, "Yes, because I am the grandson of the first Hokage and I will become Hokage in the future, I must go through the baptism of the battlefield to grow up." Uchiha Xiao was stunned, then said coldly, "Who told you these words?" He finally understood that someone must be luring Shangshu to the battlefield, because although he also had the desire to become stronger and the dream of becoming Hokage before, he did not have such an understanding. So there is only one truth, that is, someone has bewitched Senju. Shangshu was stunned. He looked at Uchiha Xiao's stern face and couldn't help but shudder. "Yes, it's an old man." Then he tried to recall and looked at Uchiha Xiao. His pupils shrank. "It's just like the face of the God of War, but a little old." Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then sat down on the chair with a bang. His action scared Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, in particular, quickly asked, "Is El-sama alright?" Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "It's okay, he was just distracted for a moment." He had seen his appearance and found that he was 80% similar to Uchiha Madara. Senju said that the man was very similar to himself, more like his older self. The identity of that person is also obvious. Warring states rose, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Xiao never expected that Madara's shadow would still appear in recent years, and the reason why Madara acted like this was probably not his own intention, but he was bewitched by Black Zetsu. Otherwise, given his relationship with Hashirama, how could he possibly provoke Naoki to go to the battlefield? Uzumaki Mito saw the clue. "Xiao Xiao, did you see anything?" She had a hunch that Xiao Xiao had guessed some secrets, huge secrets. Otherwise, with Xiao Xiao's calmness, he wouldn't have lost his mind like this. Uchiha Xiao raised his head and was about to say something, but suddenly swallowed it back because he didn't know how to explain to Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito seemed to see through Uchiha Xiao's thoughts, and forced a smile and said, "It's okay, Xiao, if you have any guesses, you can tell me." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the person Rope Tree saw should be Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara? This is impossible. Wasn't he killed by our great-grandfather?" Tsunade exclaimed. She couldn't believe that a ninja who had been dead for more than 10 years suddenly appeared in Konoha. Uzumaki Mito's eyes narrowed. "Xiao Xiao, what evidence do you have that that person is Madara?" She began to frown. She had always thought that Madara could not die so easily, but when she saw Madara's body on the day of the burial, she believed that Madara was really dead. "I don't know if you have heard of Izanagi," Uchiha Xiao was a little solemn. Uzumaki Mito's eyes narrowed and her pupils shrank. As a member of the Uchiha clan, a long-established and powerful ninja clan in the Warring States period, she had naturally heard of Izanagi. Chapter 42. Izanagi. Uchiha Owl knew from the expression on Uzumaki Mito's face that she had heard of it, but seeing Tsunade and Naoki looking silly, he shook his head. The Uchiha family's Izanagi is a forbidden technique. It was once popular in the Uchiha family. During that time, the Uchiha family was in chaos. Uchiha Xiao murmured, Izanagi, also known as the reality distortion technique, can change the reality of the dead and allow people to come back to life from death. Uchiha Xiao sighed when he said this. Tsunade and Naoki's eyes widened. Distorting reality? Reversing life and death? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? If the Uchiha had such power, they would have become the #1 ninja clan long ago, don't you believe it? Uzumaki Mito looked at his grandson and granddaughter and said, this is all true, but there aren't many records of it in our Uzumaki clan. But it seems that activating this technique requires a huge price, right? Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, Lord Mito is right. The price is indeed huge. After saying that, his eyes instantly turned from black to blood red, and the three Magatama in them were moving after Uchiha Owl opened the three Magatama Sharingan. Tsunade and Naoki were stunned at first, and then a sense of oppression swept over them. At this time, there was only one person in Konoha who had the main Gekkai Sharingan, and that was Uchiha Hiratoshi. But he liked to hide his abilities, so he also showed it with three Magatama in the eyes of the Konoha villagers. Uchiha's Sharingan with three Magatama is its strongest state. Tsunade, a strong man at the half-step cage level, has seen many three Magatama Sharingan. But this is the first time she has seen one as oppressive as Uchiha Owl's. Although the other people's three Magatama Sharingan is similar to Uchiha Owl's, she just feels a different sense of oppression. It's no wonder Tsunade feels this way. The current Uchiha Owl possesses the chakra of a Jonin, and his chakra is all natural chakra. Natural chakra is stored in the body, constantly improving Uchiha Owl's physique, and the Sharingan, as one of the organs, is naturally strengthened in terms of eye power. His current three Magatama eye power is comparable to that of an ordinary main Gekkai, which is also the eye power of a cage. Therefore, it is normal for Tsunade to feel suppressed. Back to the topic. The price of Izanagi is a Sharingan, Uchiha Xiao said calmly. After activating Izanagi, you can distort reality and return yourself from the state of being killed to your original prime state. At the same time, the pupil of one Sharingan disappears, leaving only the white of the eye, turning it into a useless eye. Tsunade, Naoki took a breath. Doesn't that mean there are two more lives? So you mean that Uchiha Madara was really dead at that time? He calculated the time and prepared to launch Izanagi in advance. Uzumaki Mito said solemnly, yes, Uchiha Madara was probably betting that Hashirama would not let anyone touch his body or take away his eyes. Fortunately, he won the bet. Uchiha Owl chuckled, Uchiha Madara is still alive. What should we do then? Tsunade was a little worried. Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, what's wrong with him being alive? The outside world said he was dead, and he didn't come out to clarify. This means that although he is still alive, his strength has greatly decreased. We can do what we should do, and he won't take action. Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly, indicating her agreement with what Uchiha Owl said. You have to know that Uchiha Madara, as the Shura of the ninja world, is well deserved. Compared to the simple and kind-hearted Senju Hashirama, who is known as the silly and sweet man, Uchiha Madara is decisive and uncompromising, truly a man of decisiveness. Back in the days of the first 5-Cage Summit, when Uchiha Madara hadn't left the village yet, Hashirama Senju actually planned to distribute the tailed beasts to various countries in order to maintain the so-called peace. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara bluntly retorted, give it to them? Hashirama, you are kidding? Surprisingly, the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had always disagreed with Uchiha Madara, actually stood on Uchiha Madara's side in this matter. Unfortunately, Senju Hashirama was stubborn and insisted on carrying out his plan despite everyone's opposition. In the end, he even made a surprising move. He kowtowed to the other 4 countries and asked them to listen to his suggestions. If the hot-tempered Uchiha Madara were to handle this matter, he would probably roar in a domineering manner, just kowtow to me and this will be over. How could he swallow his anger like Senju Hashirama? Back to the point, Uzumaki Mito sighed softly, shook his head helplessly and said, it seems that Madara knows Hashirama's temper very well. Uchiha Owl nodded thoughtfully in agreement, and further speculated, this time, Madara persuaded Rope Tree to fight on the front lines, presumably because Rope Tree has something he is determined to obtain. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, her face full of disbelief. Naoki is just a small Jinan. How could he possibly attract the attention of someone like Madara? Period. Obviously, Tsunade couldn't accept this statement at all. However, Uchiha Xiao simply responded calmly, "Don't forget, he has Hashirame's bloodline. In other words, it's Hashirame's cells." After hearing these words, Uzumaki Mito's face turned pale instantly. Indeed, although Naoki has not yet awakened the wood release technique, it is undeniable that the blood flowing in his body is closest to that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Even Tsunade, who is his biological sister, cannot compare to Naoki in this respect. Seeing everyone fall silent, Uchiha Xiao immediately spoke up, "If that time really comes, and Rope Tree encounters an unexpected situation, and Madara's men are lurking in the shadows, watching closely, then, what will be the fate of Rope Tree? I'm afraid I don't need to say more, right?" These words were like a thunderbolt, striking Tsunade's heart hard. A horrific scene involuntarily emerged in her mind, the scene of Naoki being brutally killed by the enemy. In an instant, Tsunade felt dizzy, her vision went black, and her whole body began to shake. She stumbled backwards, her steps unsteady. In panic, Tsunade reached out a hand to the table beside her, trying to steady herself. However, due to her extreme fear and anxiety, her arms were somewhat out of control. After exerting a lot of effort, she was able to barely support her body, which was about to collapse to the ground. Tsunade's eyes turned red as she looked at Rope Tree and said, "Stinky boy, can you please not go to the battlefield this time? Go and tell Orochimaru that you won't go out this time, okay?" Tsunade pleaded, her voice trembling. Chapter 43 2090 Explosion-Proof Clothing. Looking at his sister Tsunade in front of him, Naoki couldn't help but be stunned, and a trace of hesitation arose in his heart. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Madara did surprise him, but the words Madara said flashed through his mind like a flash of lightning and were deeply imprinted in his heart. That's right, only by experiencing the hardships and baptism of war personally can one truly thrive. For Naoki, who is determined to become the great Hokage of Konoha village, going to the front line to fight is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And he does not want to let it go easily. Therefore, Naoki stared steadily at Tsunade's concerned and worried face, and said in a firm tone, "Sister, even though the enemy is obviously coming for me this time, I still insist on going to the front line to join the battle." Having said this, he paused for a moment, his eyes becoming even more resolute, as if burning with a raging fire. He then continued with absolute certainty, "Let's not discuss for the moment whether Uchiha Madara is good or evil. Just based on his last words, you must go through the baptism of the battlefield in order to grow up. I have made up my mind to go." At this moment, Naoki's eyes were filled with determination and resolve, showing no sign of retreat. Faced with such a resolute brother, Tsunade was momentarily bewildered, unsure how to respond. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao slowly reached out his hand and gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, trying to calm her slightly anxious mood. Uzumaki Mito was a little dazed. Looking at Naoki, she seemed to see Hashirama of the past, who still bravely moved forward even when faced with many powerful enemies. Naoki's strength was a little less than Hashirama's, but she was too embarrassed to fight back against his aggressiveness. She sighed deeply, a helpless look on her face, and shook her head gently. As his children and grandchildren gradually grew up and became more independent, Uzumaki Mito sighed inwardly, "Alice, children and grandchildren have their own blessings." However, at this moment, what she missed most was the child Senju Naoki, and she sincerely hoped that he could return safely. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and returned to his room. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiao sighed, and then prepared to take out the explosion-proof suit he bought and give it to his brother-in-law. Uchiha Xiao concentrated his mind and accurately transmitted detailed data such as Senju Naoki's height and age to the mysterious system through his thoughts. After receiving this information, the system adjusted the 2090 explosion-proof suit at an astonishing speed so that its size perfectly matched the rope tree. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Xiao skillfully took out an exquisite storage scroll from his arms. Under the curious gazes of Tsunade and Naoki, he began to circulate the chakra in his body. In an instant, accompanied by a crisp explosion, a cloud of thick white smoke suddenly rose up with a bang. While Tsunade and Naoki's attention was completely attracted and distracted by the sudden white smoke, the system cooperated with Uchiha Xiao seamlessly and silently teleported the modified explosion-proof suit into the smoke. In an instant all these operations were done smoothly, as if the explosion-proof suit was originally taken out from the storage scroll. Tsunade and Naoki were caught off guard and choked by the thick white smoke, causing them to cough repeatedly. Especially Tsunade, her plump and big breasts kept shaking with her violent coughing, and the surging momentum almost made Uchiha Xiao's Sharingan stare straight. After realizing his own loss of composure, Uchiha Xiao quickly came to his senses and quickly looked away and rubbed his eyes in panic, secretly thanking himself. Luckily, Tsunade and Naoki were both unable to open their eyes due to the stimulation of the white smoke, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself on the spot and died socially. Just after the curling white smoke and the mysterious scroll completely disappeared, Uchiha Xiao, who had kept his eyes closed, finally slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a smile as gentle as the spring breeze, and this touching scene happened to be seen by Tsunade, who was gradually recovering from her shock. Tsunade looked at the charming smile of the man in front of her and couldn't help but feel her cheeks getting hot and her heart seemed to skip a beat. She subconsciously wanted to look away, but found that her sight seemed to be firmly attracted and could not be moved away at all. At the same time, Senju Naoki on the side did not pay attention to Uchiha Xiao like his sister, but instead focused all his attention on the other's hands and Uchiha Xiao's palm. There was a seemingly ordinary piece of clothing lying quietly. Brother Xiao, what kind of clothes are you holding in your hand? Kyanju Shengshu asked curiously, pointing at the clothes. Hearing her brother's question, Tsunade finally woke up from a dream and turned her attention to Uchiha Xiao's hand. Only then did she notice that Xiao had a black, jacket-like piece of clothing in his hand. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on the clothes, Uchiha Xiao was secretly happy, knowing that he had successfully aroused their interest, so he quickly explained with a smile, Tsunade, don't underestimate this dress. It is not an ordinary piece of clothing, but a special ninja tool specially prepared for Naoki. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance, which looks just like ordinary clothes, but it actually has extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Not only is it completely immune to all damage caused by explosions, but its defense is also quite amazing. Even if it faces an all-out attack from a cage-level expert, it can withstand it 3 times. Hearing this, Tsunade's face first showed a hint of surprise, but then she frowned and said doubtfully, Sir, are you really sure that just a small piece of leather like this can withstand such a fierce attack from a cage-level strong man? It's no wonder that Tsunade was skeptical about this. After all, the clothes in front of her looked really plain and unremarkable at first glance. Its color is dull and its style is ordinary, without any unique design or decoration to attract the eye. Tsunade even felt that with just a slight wave of the knife in her hand, the clothes would be easily torn into pieces like fragile paper. However, in the face of Tsunade's questioning, Uchiha Xiao did not explain much, but just smiled and waved to Senju Naoki, who was standing beside him. Seeing this, Senju Naoki couldn't help but feel a little doubtful, but out of trust in Uchiha Xiao, he walked towards him without hesitation. Chapter 44. I'm fine. When Uchiha Xiao saw Naoki coming over, he smiled slightly, touched Naoki's head, then turned his head to look at Tsunade. Tsunade was a little confused, and at this moment Uchiha Xiao explained the reason to her. Experiment is the only criterion for testing the truth. Since Xiao Tsunade doesn't believe it, then try it yourself. Uchiha Xiao's confident smile coupled with his good look seems very convincing. Tsunade thought for a moment and nodded. We should try it indeed. If it really works, then Rope Tree's ability to go to the battlefield this time will be guaranteed. Try? How to try? Let your sister hit this dress. Shengshu scratched his head. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, and then his face became serious. Shengshu, let me ask you, do you want to go to the front line to fight and gain experience? Seeing Uchiha Xiao's expression, Shengshu couldn't help but become serious. Yes, Brother Xiao, I want to go. Looking at Shengshu's serious face, Uchiha Xiao felt a little embarrassed. He felt guilty for fooling the silly boy, but it was only a moment later. Uchiha Xiao said, Then Naoki, put on your clothes. I'll let your sister test your defense. Only when your defense is strong enough, will your sister agree to let you go to the battlefield. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao patted Shengshu's shoulder. Okay. Just as Shengshu was about to put it on, he suddenly came to his senses. Wait, test his defense? Let his elder sister beat him? Recalling the scenes of his elder sister beating him since he was a child, his face turned pale. Uchiha Xiao naturally saw this scene. His eyes rolled and it seemed that he had to add fuel to the fire. Naoki, you know your sister's character. If she can't guarantee your safety, then your sister will definitely not sit idly by when you go to the front line this time. Uchiha Xiao smiled and glanced at Tsunade. Right? Tsuna, Uchiha Xiao asked again. After all, he did not hide his conversation with Naoki from Tsunade, and Tsunade could hear the whole thing. Tsunade nodded and said, That's right, Naoki. Nothing is more important than your safety. If I can't ensure your safety, I will never agree to let you go to the front line. Hearing what Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade said, Naoki let out more breath and looked at Tsunade. I understand, sister. After saying that, He took the explosion-proof suit from Uchiha Xiao and put it on directly. Uchiha Xiao nodded to Tsunade, then jumped back and away from the rope tree. Tsunade inherited Hashirama Senju's extraordinary strength. Even though she's only a Jonin, she can exert a power close to that of a cage if I get punched nearby. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and stopped thinking about it, otherwise he would not be able to sleep. Shangshu looked at Uchiha Xiao walking away and his serious-looking sister, and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. I'm going to attack. Brat, get ready. After saying that, Tsunade stepped out with her right foot, and the ground in the Senju clan's territory cracked. Then Tsunade turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Rope Tree. Although Naoki also has a talent for strength, he is 6 years younger than his sister, so his strength is not enough in front of Tsunade. Super strength, mountain collapsing strike. Tsunade appeared in front of Naoki. She leaned back with her right hand and waist, and then threw a punch. Boom. The punch hit Shangshu's explosion-proof suit with a loud bang. Shangshu flew out and only stopped when he hit the wall. Her body was 3/4 into the wall, and this was still Tsunade controlling her strength, which was at the peak of Chunin strength. Naoki, Tsunade shouted, and Naoki quickly replied, Sister, I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Naoki's reply in a full voice, while Naoki struggled hard and jumped out of the wall just when Tsunade felt that she had not yet touched Rope Tree. A light film appeared and she hit the light film, and Rope Tree flew out. Shangshu had the most experience with this. Yes, a pale yellow light film appeared just now. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice that his sister's punch didn't hide him, but hit the light film, and he himself was not hurt at all in the light film. He smiled and knew that all this was thanks to this explosion-proof suit. Sister, before he could express his feelings, Tsunade instantly flashed in front of him, with a cold face, painful sky kick. This is the most domineering of her physical techniques. Although she is a Jonin, but with her extraordinary strength and physical skills, this call can reach the peak of Jonin. Although Rope Tree has witnessed the powerful defensive power of this explosion-proof suit, the oppressive feeling he feels from his elder sister seems even more terrifying. With a bang, Tsunade's kick stomped Naoki to the ground. She felt it carefully and realized that what she stepped on was not flesh, but a layer of membrane, a very soft membrane. After dissipating her strength, it disappeared, leaving her stepping on Naoki's chest. This attack was close to the cage level, but the layer of foam was still able to withstand it without any signs of breaking. Tsunade was a little excited at this moment. With this ninja tool, as long as Rope Tree didn't encounter the shadow of the village on the battlefield, basically nothing would happen. Tsunade turned around and looked at Owl Lord on the other side, then pounced on him. Uchiha Owl didn't pay attention and was knocked to the ground by Tsunade's pounce. Thank you, Mr. Owl. With this ninja tool, Naoki can be safe. Tsunade's heart was full of gratitude. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, feeling the soft touch on his chest, and took a breath. If Tsunade didn't get up, his second brother would get up, so Uchiha Owl patted Tsunade's head and said softly, hurry up, Rope Tree is still watching there. Hearing this, Tsunade quickly stood up and looked at Naoki. The moment Naoki saw her sister's gaze, she trembled and looked up at the sky. What a sky! If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. He didn't even know what he was saying, but he was certain that Uchiha Xiao would be his brother-in-law in the future. Tsunade snorted, turned her head, and looked at Uchiha Xiao shyly. Xiao-jun, it's all my fault. I didn't pay attention just now and pushed you, as if she felt that saying this was a little unreserved. Tsunade quickly shut her mouth and her face turned red. Uchiha Xiao became interested. He raised the corner of his mouth and put his face close to Tsunade and said, it's okay. It's soft. No, it's quite comfortable. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. Tsunade was stunned, smiled unhappily, and then looked at Naoki. Stinky boy, now I feel relieved to let you go to the front line, but you must remember to listen to your master Orochimaru. Orochimaru is not only the strongest among the three of us, but his escape skills are also beyond the reach of Jiraiya and I. You need to learn more from him. After Tsunade finished speaking, she went into the house. She wanted to tell her grandmother the news. Chapter 45 Ichiraku Ramen, Hatake Tsukumo. After leaving the Senju clan's territory, Uchiha Owl went to a popular check-in spot in various fanfictions, Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen does not have a fixed store like the one in the anime, but is a small stall with a cart where the food is pulled and cooked fresh. Even so, his cart was surrounded by villagers and ninjas, making it very lively. Hand type. Give me a serving of your signature pork bone noodles. I was on a mission a while ago and I missed it so much. Oh. Boss, there are so many ramen restaurants, but I still think yours is the best. Give me 2 servings of miso chashu noodles. My grandson is crying and asking me to buy them. Handmade, your cooking skills are amazing. How did you come up with these flavors? Give me a bowl of the signature pork bone noodles too. The people in front of the stall were noisy, but it was precisely because of this scene that Uchiha Xiao realized that Ichiriko ramen was really popular. A young man wearing a white flat hat said enthusiastically, "Okay, everyone, the most delicious Ichiriko ramen is served to you." As he spoke, the man took out the dough he had prepared in front of everyone. The dough was clean and tidy, with a uniform shape. When people saw it, they couldn't help but smile. Then, he put his waist and horse together and stretched the dough continuously in front of everyone. Soon the dough became ramen of uniform thickness. After completing this step, the man put the noodles into the bone broth prepared in advance, and then began to cut the side dishes, the prepared Naruto rolls, and the boiled eggs, evenly. After about 4 minutes, the man took out the noodles, poured bone broth on them, and placed side dishes such as Naruto rolls and eggs in a paper bowl. Finally, he handed it to the ninja who had been on a mission before, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. I gave you an extra egg. Be careful when you go on missions next time." The man's smile was sincere and kind. The ninja was stunned, then his eyes turned red and he bowed. I will come next time." Then he started eating at the table next to him, crying as he ate. The man smiled and nodded, then continued to make ramen. I'm sure everyone has guessed that this is the man who appears throughout the entire Naruto series, the hand-fighting uncle. Oh, no, it should be Hand-Da brother. He doesn't look very old. But his kindness began to show from this moment on. He was just a small vendor and his family was not that wealthy, but he was still willing to give an extra portion of eggs to the ninja who worked hard on his mission. This also shows his love for the village and his respect for the ninjas who work hard for the village's safety. This scene was noticed by all the customers in front of the stall, and the corners of their mouths rose involuntarily. This boss is a good person. Next. Your order is for the miso chashu noodles. Considering your child's appetite, I've added more noodles for you. The sound of the hands beating the noodles was bright and passionate. Looking at this scene, Uchiha Xiao nodded. He deserved to make money. He deserved to be famous. In this world, there are not many bosses like him. Uchiha Xiao looked up at the sky. The setting sun was as blazing as fire, illuminating the entire Konoha village in orange. Then he looked at his hands and the smiling faces of the villagers, and the corners of his mouth began to rise. Peace is so beautiful, Uchiha Xiao thought to himself. Oh, peace is so beautiful. A voice came. Uchiha Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a ninja appear. His hair was a rare white color, and his expression looked extremely gentle under the setting sun. He was wearing a green Jonin combat uniform and walked towards Uchiha Xiao. You are Lord Tsukumo. When Uchiha Xiao saw the man's hair and face, the first person he thought of was Kakashi, but at this point in time, Kakashi was probably still a child, so this person must be Hatake Tsukumo. Although Hatake Tsukumo is a Jonin, his strength is that of a real cage-level warrior. His Hatake swordsmanship is superb. Even if they fight, the Third Hokage cannot defeat him in a short time. The beginning of his fame was during the Second World War against the Sand Village. For the sake of intelligence, he single-handedly killed Xiao's son and daughter-in-law, but in the end he discovered that the two were guarding their child, Scorpion. Not intelligence. He also earned his own title, Konoha White Fang, and his strength as a cage-level powerhouse was recognized. This caused Scorpion's character to change from pure and kind to gloomy and cruel. Xiao's hair turned white overnight, and she wanted to eat Konoha White Fang alive. Oh? Have you heard of my name? Hatake Tsukumo scratched his head. Although he was very strong, he didn't remember having met this kid before. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Lord Tsukumo's swordsmanship has reached perfection. The combination of the Hatake sword technique and the white fang in his hand makes the enemy tremble in fear. Ha ha ha, those are just rumors, don't take them seriously. Hatake Tsukumo had just returned from the Hokage building. Passing by Ichiriko Ramen, he saw Uchiha Owl. Combined with the current situation, he couldn't help but want to talk to this junior, Lord Tsukumo. Uchiha Xiao was about to say something when his stomach made a rumbling sound. Gurgle. Uchiha Xiao's face turned red. It was so embarrassing. The first time he met a legendary ninja, It turned out to be such a scene this damn stomach. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. Hatake Tsukumo smiled and said, "Okay, kid, meeting is fate. Let me treat you to some noodles." After saying that, he looked towards the Ichiriko ramen stall. "Hand type, give me a bowl of miso ramen and a bowl of tonkatsu ramen." Hatake Tsukumo's voice was loud, attracting everyone's attention. The ninjas recognized Hatake Tsukumo and bowed to show their respect. The villagers looked at Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Owl. When they saw this person, their eyes lit up and said, "Okay, please wait a moment." After saying that, he started typing. Hatake Tsukumo waved his hand, signaling everyone to do what they were supposed to do, then turned to look at Uchiha Owl. "I don't know what flavor you like, so I'll order one of the 2 types of ramen here. You choose the one you like, and give me the rest. I'm not picky." After saying that, Hatake Tsukumo raised the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Xiao looked at Tsukumo like this and felt something in his heart. Tsukumo was such a cheerful and friendly person. He could help him out if he had the chance in the future. He couldn't let him die as miserably as in the original plot. The handmade ramen was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, 2 servings of hot ramen were ready. Hatake Tsukumo took it and asked Uchiha Owl, "Which one do you want?" Uchiha Xiao first took a look at the pork bone noodles and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The meat inside was so big. He looked at the miso noodles again and found that there was a lot less meat in it, so Uchiha Owl pointed at the miso ramen, and Hatake Tsukumo naturally understood what was happening. He smiled and said, "I just had barbecue at noon, and I'm a little tired of meat. I want to eat this miso ramen." Then he handed the pork bone ramen to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. He was not a child anymore and knew that Hatake Tsukumo said this on purpose. His heart warmed up, and he looked at Hatake Tsukumo, who was still smiling gently. "Take it, kid, let's eat and talk." Then he pointed to the nearby tables and chairs, and Uchiha Owl took the tonkatsu ramen handed over by Hatake Tsukumo, and couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. "Thank you, Master Tsukumo," Uchiha Owl said earnestly. Hatake Tsukumo blinked and said, "You're welcome." His voice was gentle, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Chapter 46 True and False Intelligence. Borrowing a knife to kill. Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Owl sat on the chairs and put the ramen on the table. Hatake Tsukumo put his hands together and said, "I'm going to eat." Uchiha Owl had only seen it in anime, and this was the first time for him to do it so formally. He also imitated Hatake Tsukumo and did it once. Then the 2 of them started slurping the noodles. Uchiha Xiao took his first bite and his eyes widened. "This taste is amazing. And the texture of this noodles," his eyes lit up. "It's so delicious." Seeing this scene, Hatake Tsukumo smiled slightly and said, "Boy, what's your name? I see that you are dressed in Uchiha clothes, so you should be from the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Xiao paused and swallowed his noodles. "My name is Uchiha Xiao, Master Tsukumo." Hatake Tsukumo's eyes lit up. Uchiha Owl. He had heard about this man from the Hokage and his clan members who had participated in the Rain Country War. The evaluations were all very high, such as using troops like a god, making great gains with small efforts, and being a genius. There was even a faint title of God of War. "Oh? Uchiha Owl? God of War?" Hatake Tsukumo said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head and said, "Those are just rumors spread by others. Don't take them seriously." Hatake Tsukumo shook his head and said, "This is what the Hokage told me when I went to see the Hokage at the Hokage building just now." "Are you saying that the Hokage is also spreading rumors?" Uchiha Xiao took a breath. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so highly of him. But when he thought about the fact that he brought Uchiha to stand on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side on the first night he returned, he felt that it was not surprising after all. The 2 are in the same boat. Building momentum for Uchiha Owl will also help his rule. "Don't you think the God of War is awesome?" "Awesome. He's one of my guys too." Uchiha Xiao was still humble in front of Hatake Tsukumo. "Tsukumo-sama, that was just good luck. It mainly depends on Tsunade-sama. If they don't give me this opportunity to try, I may not succeed." Listening to Uchiha Xiao's words, Hatake Tsukumo nodded secretly. At such a young age, he had achieved such great achievements, yet he was so humble. It seemed that Uchiha Xiao was a man worth making close friends with. Mr. Xiao, can I call you that? Hatake Tsukumo said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Of course, I've received a mission and would like you to give me some advice." Hatake Tsukumo's face suddenly became serious. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then looked around and saw that there were quite a lot of people around, and then said, This is not the time to talk about this. Then he continued to eat noodles. When Hatake Tsukumo heard what Uchiha Al said, he understood that Uchiha Al would help him analyze it, but the place was wrong, so he also speeded up his eating. After the two of them finished eating, Uchiha Al asked, "Lord Tsukumo, is your home convenient?" Hatake Tsukumo nodded and said, "Of course it's convenient." Then he got up and took Uchiha Al to his home. It was only a 20-minute journey, and they arrived. Uchiha Xiao took a look at Hatake Tsukumo's house, a very ordinary two-story attic. Uchiha Xiao sighed a little. Are all powerful people so lucky? Thinking of the house in the Uchiha clan land, he couldn't help shaking his head. The house is quite large, but the only strong person who can be mentioned is Uchiha Guangzi, and the others, it's better not to mention them. Hatake Tsukumo knocked on the door, and a female voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, Miko. I'm back with guests." When Hatake Tsukumo mentioned Miko's name, his eyes were full of tenderness. Click, the door opened, and a beautiful woman stuck her head out. She first glanced at her husband with joy in her eyes, then she observed Uchiha Xiao, and then became reserved again. "Please come in." She took out her slippers, put them at the door, and then called her husband and Uchiha Al into the house. Uchiha Al sighed. "Tsukumo is so lucky to have such a virtuous wife, but in the anime, Kakashi doesn't seem to have a mother and depends on his father for everything. This means that Mrs. Miko must have died in an accident. Mr. Xiao, please come in," Hatake Tsukumo said with a smile, pointing to the study. Uchiha Xiao nodded, put on his slippers and went into the study. Then Miko made a pot of tea, left the room and closed the door. She knew that what was going to be said next was not something she could listen to, so she even locked the door of the house so that if someone came, they would not be able to come in. Immediately Uchiha Al signaled Hatake Tsukumo to reveal the mission, and Hatake Tsukumo did not hide it. According to a secret report from our village's spy stationed in Sand Village, a family in Sand Village has mastered the deployment and strategy of this army. Hokage-sama, order me to set off tonight to capture that family and extract information. If I can't get any information, you can wipe them out completely. After Tsukumo said this, he handed over the map and secret letter returned by the spy. Uchiha Al is from the Hokage faction, so there is naturally no problem in doing this. As long as the two of them don't say anything, who would know? Uchiha Xiao looked at the letter and frowned. The handwriting showed signs of imitation, and some parts were not satisfactory. I looked at the map and was like, wow, is this the only house in Sand Village? Why aren't there any pictures of other houses? Are you kidding me? What do you think, our lord? What did you figure out? Hatake Tsukumo was a little confused. He had also seen these and always felt something was wrong, but this was given to him by the Hokage, so he could only find excuses to make up for it. For example, isn't it normal for a map to only have the target drawn on it? The handwriting isn't smooth, maybe it's out of ink. Period. Uchiha Xiao put down the letter and the map. He looked up at Hatake Tsukumo and laughed. The information is both false and true. Hatake Tsukumo was a little confused. What do you mean by fake and real? What are you talking about? Uchiha Xiao saw Hatake Tsukumo's expression and stopped playing tricks on him. The information is fake. The handwriting is obviously imitating that of our spies, so it's a bit dull. The information is true because there is only one house in the picture. This house is real and there are people living in it. As for whether there is military intelligence, Lord Tsukumo, if you were the commander and asked to lead the troops, would you hide the military orders at home? Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Hatake Tsukumo was stunned. Yes, how could military intelligence be hidden at home? It was all memorized by commanders and senior generals, or kept with the commanders. It is not realistic to hide at home. After Uchiha Al's guidance, Hatake Tsukumo finally realized whether the information Uchiha Al said was true or false. Then what is the other party's purpose? Hatake Tsukumo was a little puzzled, but Uchiha Al basically guessed through the god's perspective, letters and maps that this was a premeditated message transmission. The real informant may have died, and the news that came was just the product of a power struggle within the Sand Village clan. They wanted to use Konoha to kill the people in this house. Uchiha Al told his guest to Hatake Tsukumo, and Hatake Tsukumo fell silent. Chapter 47. What should I do? After a moment of silence, Hatake Tsukumo suddenly spoke up. Sir, what should I do? Should I tell the Hokage? Uchiha Xiao shook his head. That's not necessary. The order was given to you by the Hokage. It's good to have your own opinions, but if you tell the Hokage now, it would be like asking him to change his orders every day. Even if you do something good, the Hokage will still be unhappy with you. How about taking advantage of the situation? You set out tonight and go to the location shown on the map, and then, the last few words were spoken close to Hatake Tsukumo's ear. Hatake Tsukumo nodded and said, I understand. Our lord. Uchiha Xiao looked at the sky outside the window. The moon was dim and the stars were sparse. A cool breeze blew in, making him shiver all over. He sighed and said, Tonight, pretend I wasn't here. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing to say, Master Tsukumo. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Remember to hide your incompetence. Konoha is not as simple as you think. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Xiao stood up and walked out of the study. He walked to the door, grasped the door handle, pushed it down, and the door opened. Uchiha Xiao looked up in surprise. Mrs. Miko was actually guarding the gate, and she seemed very focused. Miko saw the door of the house open and Uchiha Owl walked out. She gave him a formal smile and then opened the door. Uchiha Xiao nodded and left the Hatake family. He guessed who did it, but it was not appropriate to tell Hatake Tsukumo because the more he knew, the more tired he would be. Hatake Tsukumo is a sharp blade, a blade so sharp that any user will be cautious. Any task he is given will be completed perfectly. It was precisely because of his enormous talent and unrestrained character that he was feared by the Third Hokage and envied by Danzo Shimura. In the end, he could not get over the pain in his heart and committed suicide. Although the elderly Third Hokage knew that Tsukumo was a loyal and excellent ninja, he did not dare to gamble. What if one day people who supported Tsukumo instigated Tsukumo to compete with him for the position of Hokage? Would his position still be secure? You have to know that Sarutobi Hiruzen was obsessed with power and didn't let go until the moment of his death. What? You asked the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was indeed born into a commoner family. He was Jiraiya's apprentice and Sarutobi Hiruzen's great-grandson. After he was elected Hokage, he did not form his own team to give face to his master. Asking the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen about everything greatly satisfied Sarutobi Hiruzen's control over power. In other words, the fourth Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen's puppet at that time. Fugaku also came to see Minato Namikaze and hinted and made it clear many times, but Minato Namikaze only talked about love and not politics, which made Uchiha Fugaku worried other families were also watching. After all, compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, they preferred the political novice and gentle Minato Namikaze. The Uchiha clan's setback also caused other clans to give up their ideas and stop visiting Minato Namikaze. Let's get back to the topic this time. Uchiha Al asked Hatake Tsukumo to fail the mission deliberately, and also prepared various excuses for him. The rest depends on Hatake Tsukumo. What needs to be said has been said. Whether he listens or not is up to him. Being a victorious general who wins every battle sounds good, but it can also easily arouse the monarch's suspicion. The saying being successful enough to frighten the lord is no exaggeration. Just after Uchiha Xiao walked out of the Hatake clan's territory, 5 Uchiha ninjas appeared in front of him. They all knelt on the ground and said, "Sixth Elder, the clan leader has ordered us to take you to a meeting." Uchiha Xiao was startled, then smiled and said, "All right, everyone, stand up. We are all from the same family. Don't kneel down at every turn. A man's knees are made of gold. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Lead the way." Uchiha Xiao's words, "A man's knees are made of gold," startled these Uchiha ninjas, and suddenly they felt something in their hearts. These words had never been said by other elders. Even the dovish fourth elders had a gentle expression, but the superiority of an elder was still revealed in their bones. However, Uchiha Xiao in front of them did not have that. They could feel Uchiha Xiao's sincerity. Everyone else looked at the leading ninja, who thought for a moment and then said, "Everyone, listen to the sixth elder. Get up first." Then the leading ninja said, "Sixth elder, I am Uchiha Dawn, please follow me." Uchiha Al nodded and said, "Okay, I'll remember you, Dawn." "Yes." Uchiha Dawn nodded and took the remaining 4 ninjas ahead. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and followed in. Congratulations to the host for gifting the 2090 explosion-proof suit to Rope Tree. The reward will be given after the battle with Sand Village Ding. Congratulations to the host for slightly changing Hatake Tsukumo's mind. 5,000 points rewarded, and the ninjutsu flickering technique, the chakra circulation path of the instantaneous body flickering ninjutsu, was instantly imprinted in Uchiha Xiao's mind. He raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the ninja in front of him, his chakra circulating without a seal. In an instant, Uchiha Al jumped several steps and stood shoulder to shoulder with the ninja in front. "Hey, Dawn, I'll wait for you at the gate of the clan territory." After saying that, Uchiha Al jumped several steps in a row. The 5 Uchiha ninjas present were stunned. They had seen the flickering technique before, but this was the first time they had seen it so smoothly. Moreover, the flickering technique consumed a lot of chakra, so why did Uchiha Owl seem to have endless chakra? The 5 ninjas looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and began to form hand seals and release instant body movements, but they still could not catch up with Uchiha Owl, who was always in instant movement. After a while, Uchiha Xiao appeared at the gate of the clan. When the Uchiha guards guarding the clan land saw him, they quickly saluted and said, "Sixth Elder, please come in. Is the clan leader organizing a meeting?" Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "Wait, some people haven't arrived yet." There was a smile in his tone as he spoke. "Not yet?" The guard looked puzzled, but didn't dare to ask any more questions. He returned to his post and stood motionless at the gate of the clan's land. About 3 minutes later, Uchiha Xiao looked in the direction he came from, with a smile on his face. It turned out that the 5 little ones had arrived. He waved and said, "Hey, you're finally here." The 5 Uchiha Dons didn't use the instant body technique for the last distance, but ran instead. My god, the instant body technique consumes too much chakra. Their chakra might be exhausted after using the instant body technique once. During the huge consumption of chakra, several people ran to Uchiha Xiao's side. They found that Uchiha Xiao was not red in the face or out of breath, and was still looking at them with a smile. He is worthy of being the 6th elder, the youngest elder. His reputation is well deserved. These people are convinced. Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, "Young people lack exercise," and patted Uchiha Don's shoulder. Uchiha Don's face flushed red at this moment, and he said intermittently, Elder, you're so strong. We're not as good as you." Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "Take a break?" Looking at Uchiha Don like this, he felt a little sorry. He was so busy having fun that he forgot to consider other people. Uchiha Don shook his head, took a deep breath, and forced himself to cheer up. "Please, Elder, follow me." After that, he led the way tremblingly. Chapter 48. The whole clan joins forces to protect the village and the country. Uchiha Don endured his physical discomfort and brought Uchiha out to the meeting room. Since the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was in a honeymoon period, they did not go to Nanga Shrine for the meeting. "We're here, 6th elder." After saying that, he pointed to the conference room, and then Uchiha Don left. He now just wanted to lie down on the bed and take a nap. Uchiha Xiao sighed as he followed the direction Uchiha Don had left. "Little friend, you still need to practice." Then he looked towards the conference room. Not bad, quite impressive, almost as big as an office building. He knocked on the door, and then a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, Chief Guangzi." As soon as the words fell, the door was opened. Uchiha Xiao was stunned and looked down. It was actually Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku bowed and saluted. "Elder Xiao, please follow me." Uchiha Xiao nodded. Uchiha Fugaku was not very old, but he always had a stern face. Tisk, it makes people not want to pay attention to him, but since they are in a meeting now, they still have to let him lead the way soon. Under the leadership of little Fugaku, Uchiha Xiao also arrived in the conference room. Uchiha Guangzi immediately stood up and said with a smile on his face, "Oh, the 6th elder is here, come quickly." Upon seeing this scene, a group of pink-eyed people looked over with passion and joy in their eyes. When they heard that the Sands village had declared war, Konoha would send ninjas to respond tomorrow. The Uchiha clan are all warmongers and they are not good at speaking, except for Uchiha Owl. They are not good at speaking, but that doesn't mean they don't love the village. Instead of talking, they want to use actions to prove that their love for the village is no less than that of others. And Uchiha Owl, their 6th elder, is one of the top people in Konoha in terms of strength and military strategy. Everyone knows the result of the battle in the Rain Country, but everyone knows the strength of Uchiha Owl. Everyone is looking at me, I'm a little nervous. Uchiha Xiao scratched his head. Oh my god, there are so many pairs of pink eyes staring at me. There must be 200 pairs, right? Oh? No, I have pink eye too. I still have 3 Magatama. Who am I afraid of? Besides Chief Guangzi, who else can surpass me? Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao's eyes turned red, and the pressure of the 3 Magatama Sharingan was released. He followed Uchiha Guangzi to the front, and then looked around at everyone. Uchiha Guangzi smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this scene. He thought to himself, as expected of the god of war, he adapted to the gazes of over 200 pairs of Sharingan in just a moment. He's much faster than he was before. His mental fortitude is excellent. After getting used to the Sharingan's gaze, Uchiha Xiao sat in the seat specially prepared for him by Uchiha Guangxi. It is the third position to the right of the main seat. After all, he is the sixth one and still young in terms of seniority. In the Uchiha place, seniority is still very important. As for the other 5 elders, the hawkish elders showed goodwill to Uchiha Owl, while the 4th elder of the dovish elder snorted coldly, saying that the young man had no martial ethics and bullied an old man like him and launched a sneak attack. Uchiha Owl smiled back at the hawk elder and said to the 4th elder, "I'm sorry I didn't see it." The 4th elder's face turned pale when Uchiha Xiao ignored him, while the other elders were secretly happy. However, the 2nd elder still did not take sides. He observed Uchiha Xiao again, and he always felt that following Uchiha Xiao would be the right thing to do. I have to say that the 2nd elder is very experienced and has a good ability to judge people, but he still needs to be observed. Uchiha Guangxi coughed twice and sat in the clan leader's seat. His face became serious, completely different from his gentle expression just now. "Everyone, I believe you all know the purpose of this meeting. The Sand Village has invaded our Konoha village. The Hokage has sent Elder Danzo to take command and oversee the overall situation. We, the Uchiha clan, must actively cooperate. Therefore, I have decided that we Uchiha will send 200 Junin, 300 Chunin, and 500 Jinin under the command of the 6th elder, Konoha's military god, Uchiha Owl." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 200 senior ninjas below changed immediately. They wanted to achieve great things and defend the village and country, but 1,000 Uchiha ninjas, that was almost the entire clan going into battle. If something goes wrong this time, then almost all of their manpower will be lost. For the family, this is absolutely unacceptable. The Hawk elders all turned pale, looking at Guangxi with disbelief in their eyes, as if to say, "Are you crazy? Use the whole clan's strength to contribute to the village." Uchiha Hiratoshi's expression remained unchanged. He felt that now that they stood on the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the largest clan in Konoha, and were using their wealth to protect the village and the country, then after this battle, Konoha would always remember the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Guangxi with shock in his eyes. He had thought that Uchiha Guangxi would send a large number of combat forces, but he did not expect Uchiha Guangxi to play such a big game, all in. Uchiha Guangxi looked at Uchiha Xiao and said, "6th elder, do you have any objections?" He had great trust in Uchiha Xiao and believed that there was no false reputation. Uchiha Xiao came back to his senses. He felt a kind of trust, an unconditional trust. He looked at Uchiha Guangxi and opened his mouth. Finally, he clenched his fists and said, "Uchiha Xiao will obey the orders of the clan leader. This time, I will definitely show the prestige of our Uchiha clan and will do my best to reduce the casualties among my Uchiha clan members." At this moment, Uchiha Xiao's heart was also burning with excitement. It was the first time that he was trusted like this. Moreover, with a ninja army of this size, I would believe you if you said you could destroy the Wind Country. Uchiha Xiao will definitely do his best to lead this army. Uchiha Guangxi nodded, then said, "I know you may doubt the Lord of Owls, but did you know that the last time the Lord of Owls commanded the Thousand Hands army on the battlefield of the Rain Country, less than 30 people died? No Jonin were seriously injured, almost no Chunin died, and only a few Jinin were killed by surprise attacks before they could react. Have you ever heard of such a casualty rate? Who has ever achieved this since the Warring States period?" As Uchiha Hiratoshi's words fell, the 200 senior ninjas below were all shocked. They had only heard of the name of Konoha's military god, Uchiha Owl, but had never heard of his real date. At this time, when everyone heard this, there was no longer worry and fear in their eyes. Instead, their faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes were about to spit fire. Uchiha Xiao knew that he could no longer remain silent. "I swear in the name of Uchiha, I, Uchiha Xiao, will do my best to ensure everyone's safety." 200 Uchiha Jonin shouted in unison, "Uchiha Ninja, obey the orders of the clan leader and follow the orders of the 6 elders. Protect the village and the country, and kill the foreign enemies." The elders looked at each other, but no one jumped out at this time, because at this moment the hearts of the Uchiha people were with the clan leader and the 6th elder, and this expedition represented the family and the village. Coming out to stop them now would shake the morale of the army, so everyone turned their eyes to Uchiha Xiao, praying that Uchiha Xiao could command properly in this battle and reduce the casualties of the family's ninjas. I am quite excited, and the author is even more excited than the readers. The combined strength of the entire clan should be enough to be written into textbooks and history. No matter what the result is, Uchiha has obtained a golden medal of immunity from death. Chapter 49. The entire Uchiha clan joins the war? The next day Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utane Kaharu, and Mito Kato-en arrived at the village entrance early. Yesterday's meeting had already made the decision led by Shimura Danzo. Each family must send no less than 30 jonin, no less than 50 chunin, and no less than 100 jinan, which means that each family must send at least 180 people including large and small families. Konoha's army must have at least 6,000 ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there calmly waiting, while Shimura Danzo was a little worried. Hiruzen, do you think we can gather these 6,000 people this time? Shimura Danzo's eyes were dim. He didn't quite believe that those families would send their own strong men to the battlefield. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, there may not be that many jonin, but there is always a shortage of chunin and jinan. Even if there is a shortage, there are many civilian ninjas to fill it. Danzo Shimura nodded and said, each of these big families is trying to protect their reputation and preserve their strength. It's not realistic to expect them to contribute senior ninjas. After saying that, he sighed. Sarutobi and the Shimura family had been close friends since the Warring States period. They are both elders clan leaders of their own families, so they know everything about the ninja clan's thoughts. The only difference between them and those higher-ranking officials is that Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi are also high-ranking officials of the village. They also have to consider the village and the war. In fact, if you think about it carefully, there is no such thing as completely eliminating the barriers between the big clans, and there is no hatred between families. The idea of building a village, forgetting past hatreds, and allowing people to live in peace with each other, as Hashirama Senju said, is too idealistic. Of course, when Hashirama Senju was alive, when one person could crush everything, his words were the will of the ninja world. But not long after his death, the First Shinobi World War broke out. Although he believed in peace, the ninjas in the ninja world believed in strength. Monkey, look, it seems like a family is coming over there. Utane Kaharu patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and looked into the distance. Hyuga ninjas in cloth clothes and with long hair draped over their shoulders slowly arrived, and the leader was none other than Hyuga Akaji, who walked towards the village entrance with a warm smile. 30 jonin, 50 chunin, and 100 jinan of the Hyuga family are all here. Please review them, Hokage. His voice was extremely confident, with a hint of pride on his face. The Hyuga family is indeed a family as famous as the Senju and Uchiha families. These ninjas appeared without blinking an eye, but they were all ninjas from branch families. Even so, this is a force that cannot be underestimated on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and smiled at Hyuga Akaji. The Hyuga family is indeed a powerful family. They have gathered so many ninjas in just one day, no need for review. I believe in the Hyuga clan and I believe in clan leader Akaji. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Hinata Akaji nodded and said yes. Then he stood aside with his hands behind his back. Soon after, the clan leaders of other tribes came with their ninjas. How should I put it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. Basically, there were not enough jonins, so they had to recruit lower-ranking ninjas. They all cried because their strength was not strong enough and they did not have enough people. Those who understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen still smiled and nodded, comforting them. It's okay, I know everyone tried their best. Danzo Shimura's expression remained unchanged, but he was a little angry inside, and everyone was hiding something. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown when he saw the ninjas present. Where are the Uchiha clan? The moment this thought came to his mind, the ground began to vibrate, and thousands of Uchiha ninjas marched in orderly steps towards the village entrance. The heads of each ninja clan felt nervous, and when they saw the number of people in the Uchiha clan, their faces changed. Did the entire Uchiha clan go up? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned at first, then ecstatic. Even Shimura Danzo couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling surprised and incredible. Is Uchiha crazy? Hokage-sama. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand. None of the other elders and clan leaders of the Uchiha clan came today, so only Uchiha Xiao was allowed to bring people. Xiao, you are here, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen was happy at first, then frowned and pointed at the Uchiha ninja and asked. Uchiha Xiao realized that he should be more formal at this moment, so he stepped back 2 steps and bowed. Uchiha Xiao, along with 200 Uchiha jonin, 300 chunin, and 500 jinan, will use the strength of the entire clan to protect the village and the country. Fight against the Sans dogs. Uchiha Owl's voice was resounding and penetrating, shocking the surrounding ninjas. Was this still the Uchiha they remembered? He was actually mobilizing his entire clan to fight for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt Uchiha Owl's sincerity, glanced at the Uchiha clan's ninjas, and finally looked at Uchiha Owl. Thank you for the Uchiha clan's full support. After saying that, he wanted to bow, but Uchiha Owl didn't dare and hurried forward, but Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and bowed to the Uchiha clan ninjas. You are the Uchiha of Konoha, you always have been and you will always be. Your contributions have been seen by me and all the villagers. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank you for your efforts. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed to the Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha clansmen were all moved and knelt on one knee. For the village, for the villagers, this is what we wished for. Even Danzo Shimura became excited and began to change his opinion of the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan leader, who had been so proud before, was now a little embarrassed regardless of what the Uchiha did before. This time they put the entire clan's strength into fighting for the village. This determination is unmatched by other clans after this battle. No matter what the outcome, the Uchiha clan will become the benchmark family of Konoha. Nararakuma's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He admired Uchiha Owl and the Uchiha clan, because even he would not dare to make such a big decision. Tsunade is not here at the moment, otherwise she would be very excited. Because of the medical ninja proposal, she was sent to manage the village's medical ninjas. This time, as the medical commander of the war, she will not participate in the frontal war. The Senju troops stood aside, looking at Uchiha Owl and the Uchiha clan, feeling a little emotional. It turned out that different leaders would lead to different spirits of a clan. The current Uchiha gave them the feeling of unity and responsibility. The Third Hokage looked at all this with satisfaction and patted Uchiha Owl on the shoulder. He smiled slightly, then winked at Shimura Danzo, who understood this is what Sarutobi Hiruzen told him, to discuss things with Uchiha Owl, and he is here to help him this time. Danzo Shimura naturally knew about this. He looked at Uchiha Owl and forced out a smile that he thought was very sunny. Uchiha Owl also responded with a smile. Chapter 50, Fighting Bai Chang in the Open, Crossing Shitan in Secret. After all the ninjas gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a pre-war speech that was so passionate that it made everyone who listened to it excited. After he finished speaking, Danzo Shimura was asked to come forward and give a speech. Danzo Shimura was not very good at speaking, so he just said a few polite words and ended the speech. Everyone also understood Danzo's character, and gave him support and applause. Finally, something unexpected happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said, "Everyone, there are nearly 8,000 ninjas now, which is not a small number. Therefore, I have decided to temporarily appoint 2 deputy commanders, Uchiha Xiao and Nara Shikoku." Uchiha Xiao was also stunned. Did they agree before that he would help Shimura Danzo improve his battle record? Why did he expose him in public this time? Danzo Shimura was silent, but he had no objection. How could he have an objection to the Uchiha clan sending out all its strength to fight? Moreover, he was the commander-in-chief, and no matter how the battle turned out, he would benefit the most. Uchiha Owl Nararakume, as you command. The 2 men quickly knelt on one knee and accepted the order. The other families had different expressions. The Hyuga clan frowned. They and the Uchiha clan were both Ijutsu families. Why did the Uchiha have a deputy commander, but they didn't? They didn't believe that the last time the Rain Country was led by Uchiha Owl, it was Uchiha Owl. The Thousand Hands troops breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other and their own people with smiles on their faces. This time the battle would be easier to fight. The Ino, Shika, and Jo families were also a little excited. After all, Narashikami was their man, which meant that they could also benefit from his influence. Let's go now, warriors of Konoha, to repel Tsunade and shatter their evil ambitions. Danzo Shimura waved his hand and shouted loudly afterwards. The troops left the village in an orderly manner and marched southwest. This time the battlefield was in the Land of Rivers, some also say the Land of Rivers. It is estimated that Tsunade has occupied the territory of the Land of Rivers. After all, the Sand Village is one of the 5 major countries, and the River Country is just a small country. No matter how low the Sand Village ranks, behind the 5 major countries, their strength is not something that a small country can compete with. What we need to consider now is whether they have already entered Konoha. If so, where will they set an ambush? Where will they set an ambush? At night, Danzo was thinking, and Uchiha Owl said, "Danzo-sama." Shimura Danzo was startled, and looked in the direction of the voice. It was Uchiha Owl. He nodded and said, "Owl, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. No need for honorifics, just listen to this. If you believe it, you are a fool." Lord Danzo, I think the other party has entered our border. He pointed to the Kikyo Mountain, Tamiya Mountain, Kashiwagi, and Nagata areas on the map. Oh? Why do you think so? Danzo Shimura became interested. He looked at Uchiha Al and asked. Uchiha Xiao didn't waste any words. He pointed at the map and said, we can set up an ambush on Mount Kikyo and Mount Tamiya. When our army passes by, rocks and shurikens will fall from the sky. This is one place. Kashiwamu, Chang is still at the border of our village, or rather, within our territory. They dispatched troops with a premeditated plan, and we are 2 to 3 days behind. These 2 to 3 days are enough time for them to enter our border from the Wind Country. The messenger who came to report the news a while ago was from the Fire Country capital, not Kashiwamu and Naga. This means that this place has been occupied, or that the communication channel between Kashiwamu and Naga and other areas has been occupied by Tsunade, and the information cannot be transmitted. So to sum up, Tsunade has entered our border. And in Kashiwagi, Naga has also set a trap. Uchiha Al's reasoning was clear and his logic was rigorous. He had analyzed the situation clearly, and even Danzo couldn't help but want to praise him. Well, go on. If it were you, how would you like to fight? Danzo Shimura knew Uchiha Al's ability, so he would also listen to Uchiha Al's advice. Fight at Beichang openly and cross Ishida secretly. Uchiha Xiao smiled and pointed to Ishida, a place name. Tell me in detail. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up as he waited for the next words. On the surface, we're sending troops to fight in Kashiwagi and Nagaga. Lord Danzo is leading the troops here, defending without attacking. Given the superiority of supplies and terrain, our army has an endless supply of supplies, while the enemy's mountain roads are rugged and the distance is long. It won't be long before they run out of ammunition and food. This is our victory. Secretly, I will lead the Uchiha clan to climb Mount Dei from Ishida, cut off their food supply, and after that, I will fire a signal flare and attack the Tsunade forces on Mount Kikyo and Mount Tame from the rear. At this time, we will need Lord Danzo to lead the entire army to fight with us on the 2 mountains at the same time. In this way, we can completely wipe out the Tsunade. This kind of casualties is minimal. The ninjas led by Lord Danzo suffered almost no casualties. As for us Uchiha, it depends on Lord Danzo's speed. Uchiha Xiao laughed. Danzo Shimura looked deeply at Uchiha Owl. This guy actually gave him such a great achievement and put his life in his hands. I didn't expect Uchiha Xiao to trust me so much. Maybe the Uchiha clan is not what the teacher said? As his mind turned, he spoke. Don't worry, Lord Xiao, we will do as you say. As soon as the signal is sounded, our army will charge immediately. We will be there in 10 minutes at the latest. Danzo Shimura said seriously he also needed this achievement at this moment, and the strategy proposed by Uchiha Xiao was the one with the least casualties and the greatest results. What reason did he have to refuse? If it was the elderly Danzo, Uchiha Xiao would not believe him. Now Danzo, who had just taken over the power of Konoha from Senju Tobirama, was a passionate young man. Although a little radical, he was an ambitious young man. Oh, by the way, Lord Danzo, there may be detonating tags at the entrances of Kashiwagi and Naga. It will be safer if the army uses shadow clones to run away once. After saying that, Uchiha Al began to call on the Uchiha clan ninjas to follow him. Nara Luming also wanted to follow. At this time Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, we need a smart person to take charge here. Luming, do you understand? After saying that, Uchiha Al and the Uchiha clan ninjas took advantage of the night and black clothes and took a detour to Ishida. Shimura Danzo ordered his army to set up camp and advance at daybreak. He looked towards Ishida and thought to himself, Xiao, if this can be accomplished, I will definitely drink 3 cups with you after returning to the village. Uchiha Xiao yawned, and a ninja came out from below and said quickly, 6th Elder, please keep warm. The temperature is low at night, so don't catch a cold. Done, I'm fine. I guess someone is just thinking about me. Uchiha Xiao smiled. He suddenly turned and looked at the Uchiha clan ninjas. This operation is the most dangerous, but if it succeeds, it will also bring the greatest rewards. The village will remember our contribution. From now on, the Uchiha clan will become a glorious clan. I will do my best to ensure your safety, but it is impossible to be completely safe. If you are afraid of death, return to Lord Danzo's army now. There is basically no danger. Uchiha Xiao's words were heard by all Uchiha ninjas. The Uchiha ninjas' Sharingan was fully opened. 6th Elder, we are not afraid of death, but we are afraid of dying in vain. Now that you know how important our journey is, why should we fear death? Everyone nodded. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Xiao looked at the thousands of ninjas of the Uchiha clan and smiled. Okay, everyone, I, Uchiha Xiao, promise you that I will charge into battle first. If I have to die, I will die before you. Period. After that, the group entered Ishida, a place name, Ask for 5-star praise. Chapter 51, Towering Deu Mountain. Uchiha Owl led the Uchiha clan ninjas and passed through Ishida under the cover of night. As Uchiha Owl expected, there was not a single Tsunade soldier in Ishida. They arrived at the foot of Deu Mountain smoothly. Uchiha Xiao and the Uchiha ninjas gasped when they saw that Deu Mountain was nearly 1,000 meters high. You know, Mount Tai is only 1,545 meters high. Moreover, the road is rugged and there is no mountain path, so the only way is to climb. Although the ninjas have chakra, it is difficult to climb up to such a height even with chakra. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, please wait here. When I reach the top of the mountain, I will lower about 20 ropes. Then, it will be easier for you to climb up with the help of the ropes." Sixth Elder, this is too dangerous. Let me do it. A senior ninja frowned with a sincere look on his face. Uchiha Xiao pushed him away and said, "You have entrusted your lives to me, so of course I have to be responsible for you. It's just a small hill." He looked at Deu Mountain. Obviously, he didn't think it was a small hill, but he understood that a general should lead by example. The Uchiha clan ninjas were all moved. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand, turned around and said with a smile, "It's just a little wind and frost." Then he activated the instant body movement technique, moved up 100 meters, grabbed the small protruding rocks of Deu Mountain with both hands, and began to crawl. The chakra attached to his hands increased the suction force with the rocks, and he crawled slowly. The ninjas below looked at Uchiha Owl's actions with worried expressions. Uchiha Owl never stopped crawling. He knew that at this moment he was responsible for the lives of thousands of Uchiha ninjas, the glory of Uchiha, and the key to this battle, so he cannot fail, cannot stop, cannot be afraid. There is only one way left for him, to keep climbing until he reaches the top. When he first started climbing, it was relatively easy and he could climb up step by step. Until he reached 400 meters, Uchiha Xiao suddenly felt that the oxygen was a little thin, commonly known as hypoxia. His complexion turned pale from its initial rosy complexion. Even as a ninja, he still seemed somewhat powerless in the face of the power of nature. Uchiha Xiao took out 2 kunai, circulated his chakra, and thrust them into the rock above. Then he jumped hard, stepped on it with both feet, and rested. After taking 2 minutes of deep breathing, Uchiha Xiao felt much better and continued to climb. As the altitude increased, the temperature became lower and lower, and there was even a little frost on some rocks. Clear white mist could be seen when Uchiha Xiao breathed. His clothes were the long gown of the Uchiha clan, which could not keep him warm. He could only increase the amount and speed of chakra circulation to maintain body heating and absorption of rocks. I don't know how long I climbed. When Uchiha Xiao saw the edge of the cliff, he just breathed a sigh of relief, but his foot slipped and he fell about 10 meters. Uchiha Xiao quickly took out a kunai and stabbed the rock wall. Sparks kept coming out from the place where the kunai touched the rock. Uchiha Xiao also took out a kunai with his other hand and inserted it into the rock. The intense friction made his hand numb, but he didn't dare to let go. He couldn't let go. Victory's right in front of me. I'm only a few dozen meters up and I'll reach the summit. How can I fall down? How can I fall down? The brothers below are all waiting for me. They entrust their lives and honor to me. I can't let them down. I can't lose. I have to climb up. Uchiha Xiao roared in his heart, and his muscles began to tremble. Even though natural chakra filled his body, he was still a human body, and he would get tired and have his limits. What Uchiha Xiao is doing now is to break through his own limits, force his body to move, endure the soreness of his muscles, and climb up step by step. Finally, after a while, his hand touched the edge of the cliff. He used his other hand to insert 2 kunai under his feet to prevent himself from losing strength and falling. Then he gripped the edge of the cliff with both hands. His muscles had already sore and swollen, and he felt a little powerless at the moment. Uchiha Xiao was so anxious that he screamed at 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. His feet slowly left the kunai. The muscles in his arms were as hard as rocks, and even his head was exerting force. The veins on his head were bulging, the blood vessels on his neck were frighteningly protruding. His face was grim, and his whole body was exerting force, so much so that he was now in a state of trembling. When his body was more than halfway up the cliff, his head tilted forward and his whole body fell onto the cliff due to inertia. At this moment, he was hanging in the air below his knees, and lying on the top of the mountain with a thin layer of snow above his knees, breathing heavily. He was so tired at the moment, and he really wanted to take a nap. A sudden feeling of sleepiness came over me, and at this moment the system's voice rang out, "Host, you can't sleep. If you sleep now, you might freeze to death." Uchiha Xiao woke up in shock. He circulated his chakra to recover his strength, and crawled forward on his hands. When his entire body was on the mountain, he stood up, took out 2 military pills, and threw them into his mouth. Although Binglianwen is a portable food, it contains some chakra that can help one recover. He closed his eyes and meditated, circulating his chakra. The chakra entered his body from all directions, nourishing his flesh and relieving his pain. About an hour later, Uchiha Xiao opened his eyes. Enduring the fatigue and severe pain, he took out a rope from the ceiling scroll and tied them together one by one to form 20-kilometer-long ropes. Then find a tree or stone pillar on the mountain and tie the rope firmly. Then tie a small stone to the end of the rope to make it easier to descend to the foot of the mountain with the rope. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the ground and observed the scenery around him. Dao Mountain, what a great Dao Mountain. I'm afraid this is one of the highest mountains in the ninja world. Uchiha Xiao smiled and shook his head. In just over 10 minutes, a ninja climbed to the top from the bottom. Uchiha Xiao heard the noise and took a look, and found that it was Uchiha Dan. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand. "Dan, come here quickly, watch your step." Uchiha Dan couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he saw Uchiha Xiao's embarrassed look, and hurriedly ran to his side. "Sixth Elder, you?" Uchiha Dan's eyes were a little red, looking at Uchiha Xiao's pale face and tired expression. For those who came up with the rope, it was relatively easy. They attached chakra to their legs, grabbed the rope with both hands, and ran up without any problem. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Let me sleep for a while. Remember to call me when everyone is here." Uchiha Dan nodded, trying hard not to let the tears fall. The sixth elder was only 18 years old, and he took on the responsibility of leading the troops and climbing to the top by himself. It was really admirable and pitiful. Uchiha Xiao fell asleep in Uchiha Dan's arms. If it weren't for the heaving of his abdomen and some snoring, everyone would probably have panicked. After the other ninjas went up the mountain one after another, they wanted to report, but when they saw Uchiha Xiao fell asleep, they all fell silent again. Even the Jonin was still organizing the ninjas, warning them not to make any noise, as the sixth elder was resting. The ninjas all nodded, and their movements were very quiet. Who said the Uchiha clan is inherently evil? Look at this, is it evil? Chapter 52 Battle of Kashiwagi. Battle of Naga. Danzo Shimura led a large army to the border of Kashiwagi, and then he waved his hand to stop the advance. "Everyone listen, release your shadow clones now and explore the way first. Don't advance rashly." Shimura Danzo's voice sounded, and all the ninja army obeyed the order, forming hand seals and releasing the clone technique. A brand new Konoha army crossed the border and entered Kashiwagi, and the Hyuga clan ninjas were sent to observe the situation of the shadow clone army. Their white eyes can see very far, making them perfect for observation and gathering intelligence. Just as the shadow clone legion had walked about 500 meters, an explosion suddenly sounded. Boom boom boom. The first explosion triggered a chain reaction. All the detonating tags and traps exploded, and screams rang out among the Konoha shadow clone army. This is the awareness that Danzo had the ninjas instill in their shadow clones. When they encounter an ambush or attack, they must shout out loudly. The purpose is to track the ambush. After the explosion, 500 sand villagers immediately appeared, some controlling puppets, and countless of them using wind escape techniques, attacked the army of shadow clones. Looking at the panicked look of Konoha's shadow clone army, they smiled cruelly. Because the detonating tags blocked their vision and the shadow clones' cries, they thought that this was the main force. They are a suicide squad. Since they have come here, they have no intention of going back alive. Maybe they can kill many people and make contributions to the sand village. But when one of the wind-style ninjas used the wind-style vacuum bullet to shoot at a ninja, the ninja suddenly screamed and turned into a ball of white smoke. His face changed and he was about to speak. At this moment, Danzo's shadow clone appeared behind him, covered his mouth with one hand, and cut his throat with a kunai with the other hand. Others, meet the enemy immediately. As expected, Danzo was quite powerful when he was young. His shadow clones could kill real people. Moreover, Danzo himself was proficient in assassination. Although he could not kill Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original work, he could still kill the ninjas of Tsunade. Following the order from Danzo's shadow clone, other shadow clones began to fight one after another. The ninjas of Sand Village sneered, "Can you resist?" One by one they began to fight desperately. Every time the Sand Village ninjas found something wrong, Shadow Clone Zhang would make a precise backstab, preventing them from spreading any news. But shadow clones are shadow clones after all. Some of them disappear after their chakra is exhausted during the fight, and some turn into white smoke after being killed. At this time, the Sand Ninja had realized that they had been tricked, and Grandma Chiao's plan had been exposed. At this moment, the Konoha army arrived. They looked at the Sand Ninjas in the field with amusement in their eyes, and then looked at Danzo, thinking that the commander-in-chief was awesome. Ninjas are strong in assassinations, sneak attacks, and ambushes. Once their abilities are exposed, their power is reduced by half, except for certain statements. Danzo looked coldly at the Sand Ninjas below, and waved his hand. Suddenly, ninjutsu of various attributes rushed towards the remaining Sand Ninjas. After the Sand Ninjas resisted for a while, they could not hold on any longer and were exhausted to death by the long-range ninjutsu. Danzo Shimura cut off the heads of 500 Sand Ninjas without any soldiers, and the whole audience was paying attention. Danzo-sama is wise. This technique of luring the army of shadow clones has never been seen before. The most important thing is that we wiped out an elite unit of Tsunade without losing a single soldier. Danzo-sama is mighty. The ninjas all praised Shimura Danzo's brilliant strategy. Shimura Danzo chuckled and waved his hand. It is all thanks to your heroic performance that we can achieve such results. It is me, Danzo, who should thank you. As expected, politicians are good at talking. With the results of this battle, Danzo's reputation also became louder. Only Nararitsume looked at Danzo thoughtfully, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He thought that such a cunning tactic should be the work of that person, but he did not point it out. So Danzo calmed everyone's high spirits and said, "Let's go to the nearest village now and set up a military camp. Remember, you are not allowed to leave the camp to fight the enemy without my order." Yes, everyone answered. They had complete trust in Danzo's command ability, so whatever Danzo said was what it was. Danzo nodded, then called Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-kun, you take 1,000 Senju clan members to fight against the Sand Village in Nagaga to prevent them from attacking our army from behind." Orochimaru bowed and said yes, sir. Then he led the Senju people towards Naga. On the battlefield of Naga, Orochimaru used the same tactic that Danzo had just used and successfully avoided the detonating tag trap, but the difference was that this time the troops were led by Chiao and Yukang. Orochimaru felt a little scalp tingling. According to the information from the village, Chiao was a cage-level fighter. Although Yukang was a Jonin, her scorch release was very rare and her damage was comparable to that of a cage-level warrior. He couldn't fight her head-on, so Orochimaru gave a wave of shadow clones to the Sand Village troops as a gift. After exchanging dozens of heads, he immediately went to the nearest town and set up a military camp, only defending and not attacking in the Sand Hidden Army. Mother-in-law, our previous arrangement has failed. Yukang was a little depressed. He didn't expect that the enemy would do this. Well, man proposes, God disposes. It seems that the opposite Konoha also has a talent, the Shadow Clone Legion, which is really interesting. Grandma Chiao shook her head. She understood that from this moment on, they had already failed. They couldn't even pass the first level, let alone defeat Konoha. At this moment, a ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling on the ground with a terrified look on his face. "Chiao, Lord Chiao, an assassin tried to kill your son Lin last night," said the Tsunade agent. Chiao's pupils shrank. "What? Bastard." "So, how about Liner?" Chiao was no longer as calm as she had been after the previous failed battle. She only had this one son, who was the apple of her eye. How could she not be excited when she heard the news? She grabbed the spy's collar and asked with a ferocious look. The spy swallowed and said with some fear in his heart, "Master Lin is fine. It's Master Lin who asked me to give this to you." After that, he took out a letter. Chiao breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up the letter, opened it, and said, "Mother, I'm fine. It's just that during the battle, I seized the map and a piece of intelligence. This is a serious matter, please take a look." After saying this, Chiao opened the map, her face livid. She then looked at the letter. Some of the handwriting in the letter had habits that couldn't be changed. This was Yoshamaru's habit of writing with an upward hook. Who was Yoshamaru? He was Luosha's brother-in-law and also Luosha's staff member. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.